In the days that followed, the Qin army no longer clung to defending a single mountaintop. Following my orders, Zhang Bin redrew the battle map. The 40,000-strong army split into multiple mobile units, advancing along several fronts at once, striking everywhere. Every place where bandits held ground was added to the extermination list. This bandit hunting campaign was nothing like the ones before. In the past, when the authorities went after bandits, they were blind. They couldn't even figure out which mountain or valley the bandits were hiding in. Soldiers ran around in circles, burning through money and supplies with nothing to show for it. Even if they got lucky and stumbled onto a bandit stronghold, word would leak out, and the outlaws would scatter into the mountains. The moment the troops left, they'd regroup and rise again, an endless cycle. Now it was different. Over 1,000 embroidered uniform guard spies spread across all of Bailiang. They lay low by day and moved by night, roaming the deep mountains, villages, and back trails, pinpointing the locations of bandit strongholds, counting their numbers, recording the names of their leaders, and tracking their movements. Every single day, intelligence poured steadily into the army camps. Which mountain held bandits, which valley hid outlaws, who the leaders were, when they slept and woke, where their escape routes lay. Every detail laid bare, crystal clear. One strike, one kill. The bandits of all Bailiang began to face utter annihilation. At first, a few bandit chiefs still clung to hope, counting on the treacherous terrain, convinced the troops could do nothing to them. Some arrogant fools even gathered their men and tried to ambush the Qin soldiers heading into the mountains. The results were grim. The Qin army fanned out into formation, crossbows suppressing, spears locked in ranks, infantry closing the ring. Regular troops against a ragtag mob was like crushing ants underfoot. After a few clashes, the bandits saw the truth clearly. They couldn't stand against the Qin army. Panic spread like a plague. Some bandits abandoned their strongholds and fled, scattering in the night. Others simply bound their own leaders and came down the mountain to surrender. And the stubborn old strongholds that dug in and fought were torn out by the roots. Every last man put to the sword. In just over 10 days, more than 70 bandit dens across Bailiang fell one after another. The countless outlaws who had entrenched themselves in the deep mountains and plagued the counties for decades were wiped out entirely. With the bandit scourge cleared, the most immediate change fell upon the common people. In the streets and alleys, out in the fields, cheers rang out everywhere. The old Bailiang had been rife with chaos. Farmers didn't dare go into the mountains alone to gather firewood. Merchants didn't dare travel by night, and villages were raided every few months. So many families torn apart, so many life savings plundered clean. The people feared the bandits, hated the bandits, yet were helpless against them. On the outskirts of the city, an old farmer set down his hoe, gazed out at the peaceful hills and fields, and let out a long, heavy breath. I've lived my whole life, and I never once thought Bailiang could see a day completely free of bandits. Beside him, a middle-aged man grinned wide. Used to be, the second it got dark, I didn't even dare open my front gate. Now I can head into the mountains at midnight to chop wood and feel perfectly safe. The marketplace. By the roadside, a group of merchants sat together, sighing with emotion. Back in the day, just to travel for business, you had to gather a dozen people to go together, and still had to pay for armed escorts. Even then, we came close to being ambushed and killed more than once. Now the roads are clear, the wilderness is peaceful, and our costs have been cut in half. Among the crowd, a woman holding a child felt her eyes well up with tears. Years ago, her relatives had been taken by bandits and never returned. All that resentment, built up over the years, finally melted away today. His Highness the Prince of Bailiang. He's truly a living Buddha reborn. Distributing porridge, allotting farmland, rebuilding cities, cracking down on corrupt officials, wiping out bandits. Ever since the prince came to Bailiang, life for the common people had grown more stable with each passing day. That single line spoke the heart of everyone there. The scene shifts. The northernmost tip of Bailiang. As far as the eye could see, withered yellow wasteland stretched in every direction. Rubble scattered everywhere, sparse weeds, not a trace of green. The biting north wind raged year-round, kicking up sand and gravel, howling as it swept across the empty land. This was the buffer zone between Bailiang and the northern barbarians, a no-man's land ravaged by endless war. Several miles deep into the wasteland, a lone city stood abruptly, square-shaped, facing due north. From a distance, it looked like a dying beast curled up on the barren ground. This was Jinbei City. Once the first line of defense on Bailiang's northern frontier, a strategic border stronghold the imperial court had poured endless manpower into building. Now, it had long since become a forgotten, ruined city. Up close, its decay was on full display. The rammed earth walls were riddled with cracks, collapsed in many places, exposing gaping breaches. The surfaces were covered in arrow and blade marks, along with dried, blackened bloodstains, remnants left behind from the great battle of years past. Most of the gates on all four sides had rotted away, leaving the gateways hollow and empty. Inside, houses had collapsed in droves, the streets buried under yellow sand, overgrown with wild grass, dead silent and deserted. It was precisely because this barrier had fallen into disuse that the northern barbarian cavalry could ride south unchecked, coming and going as they pleased. At this moment, just outside the ruined south gate, I stood facing the raging wind, quietly surveying this abandoned city. Beside me, Zhang Bin wore a solemn expression. "Your Highness, this is Jinbei City. It can garrison 30,000 soldiers and civilians. The walls are thick, and it's fully equipped with armaments, granaries, and barracks. It's been abandoned for over a decade, battered by sandstorms and war. It looks rough on the outside, but the foundation is intact. The main body of the walls, the underground grain storage chambers, the Baroque foundations, none of them have been completely destroyed." He pointed to various parts of the walls. "Simply put, there's no need to rebuild from scratch. We only need to fill the breaches, clear away the sand, repair the buildings, reinforce the gates, and reset the defenses. With some short-term repairs, it can be put back into service and garrisoned right away." Zhang Bin went on to describe the preparations. 5 days ago, I pulled 5,000 stonemasons and bricklayers from the labor force, working in 2 shifts around the clock to rush the repairs on Jinbei City. On top of that, scattered along the east and west sides are 4 small to medium military fortresses, forming a mutual support system with the main fortress, used in the old days to reinforce it, seal off the mountain passes, and give early warning of enemy movements. We've begun repairs on those as well. When he turned to the subject of the garrison, his tone grew serious. "Once the main fortress and the 4 outposts are fully restored, I'll station 10,000 Qin troops here on the northern frontier. 5,000 to hold the main fortress, 5,000 split among the 4 outposts. Infantry, crossbowmen, and light cavalry working in concert, each section guarding its own pass. Once the line is complete, the barbarian riders won't dare cross the border on a whim." I nodded, satisfied. Zhang Bin's arrangement was exactly what I had in mind. "Good," I said in a low voice. "Spare no manpower. Get it done as fast as you can, and raise the Bailiang defensive line again. Before, with no defenses, all we could do was take a beating, dance to the barbarians' tune. From now on, the initiative is in our own hands." Then my expression turned cold. "But mark my words, you cannot let your guard down. Not for a moment. The northern barbarians have run wild for years. They've long treated Bailiang like their own backyard, rebuilding the fortresses, stationing troops, restoring the line. It's the same as sealing off their road south. Cut off a man's livelihood, and you might as well cut his throat. These barbarians are greedy and vicious. They will never sit idle while we shore up the border. Before the line is complete, they'll most likely send riders to probe and harass us. Maybe even mass their forces for a full assault on Jinbei City." I gave the order. "Send word to the front. On top of the repairs, tighten the watch. Add more scouts. Run patrols around the clock. The moment they spot any sign of the barbarians, sound the alarm. Everyone to battle stations." A chill ran through Zhang Bin. He cupped his fist. "Understood, Your Highness. I'll give the order at once. We'll hold this line to the death and give the barbarians no opening whatsoever." Before he could finish, out on the northern wilds, a long horn blast split the air. Whoa! The horn cut clean through the howling wind. It was the alarm, enemy attack. The outer sentries had spotted an incoming force. Zhang Bin's face changed in an instant. "Your Highness, Something's happening to the north. Barbarian cavalry, charging straight for Jinbei City. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Interesting, I said, rolling my shoulders. Speak of the devil. I haven't stretched my muscles in days. These barbarians couldn't have picked a better time. Xiang Bin orders. Sir, muster the cavalry outside the city. You ride out with me, head on. My voice dropped. Since they've come knocking, today, we crush them where they stand. Yes, your highness. Xiang Bin took off at a dead run. The messengers blew the muster horn, sharp, urgent blasts ringing out one after another over Jinbei City. The Qin cavalry scattered outside the walls sprang into motion at the sound. At that same moment, out on the northern wilds, sand churned. Hoofbeats shook the earth. A dark tide of cavalry came pouring south at full gallop. War horses thundered forward, trampling the dry grass and kicking up clouds of dust. A full 2,000 barbarian riders. Every man wore beast-hide armor over his frame, a felt cap on his head, a curved saber at his waist, and a longbow with a quiver of arrows slung across his back. This was the main cavalry force of the Blackbone tribe. A day earlier, scouts had brought back word. Jinbei City, abandoned for years, had suddenly filled with hordes of Qian laborers and soldiers, all working to rebuild the walls and fortify its defenses on a massive scale. The tribal chieftain, Tark, flew into a rage on the spot. Jinbei City was the gateway to the northern Liang region and the single greatest obstacle to the barbarians' raid southward. For years they'd been able to sweep down every winter to seize grain, capture people, and plunder supplies, and it was all because Jinbei City lay in ruins, undefended. Once the Qian rebuilt their defenses and sealed the mountain pass, marching south again would be next to impossible. Cut off a man's fortune, and you may as well cut his throat. Tark didn't hesitate. He rallied 2,000 elite riders and drove them south at full gallop, swearing to slaughter every craftsman and laborer and raze the city to the ground. As they thundered across the plains, the barbarian riders were wild with bloodlust, shouting to one another. Those Qian dogs are getting bolder by the day, building a city right under our noses. They're begging to die. A rider with a stubbled face swung his saber and sneered. If we let them finish those walls, where do we raid for grain come winter? Where do we round up slaves? A young rider's eyes gleamed with greed as he chimed in loudly. The place is packed with laborers and craftsmen. No walls, no garrison. Perfect for the taking. We charge in, cut down the men or drag them back as slaves, and haul off the women, the grain, all of it. At the head of the column, Tark sat astride his towering warhorse, his eyes savage as he thrust up a hand and roared. Warriors, faster. We cannot let Jinbei City rise. Today's battle will break the Qian's spirit, make them too afraid to ever fortify the northern frontier again. Thud, thud, thud. The dense drumming of hooves erupted across the land. I rode at the very front, 500 light cavalry pounding close behind. Every one of them was armored, a long saber at the hip, a powerful bow at the back, each mounted on a sturdy, muscled warhorse. Inside the city, thousands of laborers, stonemasons, and bricklayers, all rushing the repairs, stopped what they were doing as one, clinging to the crumbling battlements and staring out beyond the walls. When they saw the Prince of Qin leading the charge himself, a surge of fire ran through every heart. It's His Highness. His Highness rode out himself. By the heavens, the prince charged out in person. The crowd boiled over, cheer after cheer rolling through the ranks. Kill. Slaughter every last one of those barbarian dogs. A stonemason shouted, trembling with excitement. With His Highness in the field, we're safe. It used to be the barbarians hunting us down. Now it's their turn to suffer. A pack of barbarian riders? However many come, they'll all die here. In everyone's eyes, there was but a single conviction. As long as the Prince of Qin took the field, there was no battle that couldn't be won. Out on the wasteland, the two armies closed on each other at breakneck speed. The 2,000 barbarian riders reined in, slowing, and spread into formation, a black, seething mass that blotted out the entire plain. The moment they got a clear look at our numbers, the tension drained from the barbarians' faces, and then they burst into reckless, roaring laughter. Just a few hundred? Are the Qian people out of men? Sending a couple hundred to stop our 2,000 cavalry. Take them alive. The one in the fancy armor is some high official. Capture him and bring him back to the tribe for a reward." The mocking jeers echoed across the wasteland. In their eyes, my 500 Qin soldiers were nothing more than spoils delivered right to their doorstep. The barbarian chieftain, Tak, reined in his warhorse. His face was thick with brutal flesh, and a massive curved blade glinted with a cold, cruel light. He stared me down, his eyes brimming with contempt. I tightened my grip on the overlord's spear, its tip angled toward the ground. Some people only ever see numbers, but numbers have never killed anyone. Tak raised his blade high and screamed until his voice cracked. "Full charge. Kill them all. Leave none alive." 2,000 iron hooves thundered across the yellow sand, bearing down like a black tide. I threw my arm forward. "Charge." 500 Qin soldiers surged forward like a drawn blade, driving head-on into an enemy 4 times their size. Boom! The two armies collided. Blades flashed, spears crossed, and screams and the shrieks of horses exploded across the field. The slaughter the barbarians had expected never came. 500 Qin soldiers held firm against the crashing wave of the charge, cutting down their enemies with steady precision. And I led the charge, one rider ahead of them all. A barbarian galloped toward me, his curved blade slashing down at my head. A slight flick of my wrist, I swept the shaft of my spear sideways. Crack! He flew 2 meters into the air, his sternum shattered, spraying a mouthful of blood before he hit the ground, dead. 2 more barbarians closed in from either side, one aiming for my horse's legs, the other slashing at my body. Without shifting my gaze, I thrust my spear forward, then flicked it back. SHK! The tip punched through the throat of the barbarian on my right. A flick of the wrist, and I sent him, armor and all, crashing back into 2 riders behind him. The blade on my left drew near. I twisted aside and drove my elbow out hard. Thud! It caught him square in the temple. He slumped off his horse, unconscious, and was trampled beneath the charging hooves. 3 men dead in less than 3 breaths. I never slowed. My spear swept, thrust, and smashed. With every strike, another barbarian fell, chests run through, shoulders shattered, organs pulped by the sheer force of the blow. I didn't need to defend. Anyone who reached me died in a single strike. The surviving barbarians grew more panicked with every clash, yanking their horses back, their eyes filling with terror. What kind of monster is this? 1 spear, 1 kill, there's no stopping him. Behind them, Tak's eyes went bloodshot. His prized 2,000 elite riders were being pushed back right from the opening clash. "Archers, all of you loose. Shoot him dead." Dozens of bows drew taut, and a dense swarm of arrows tore through the air, blanketing every blind spot around me. My expression didn't change. I dropped low in an instant, pressing tight against my horse's back, one hand on the reins as my spear spun in a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear's shadow became a wind, weaving a barrier around me. Ting, ting, clang. Countless arrows were deflected, batted aside, shattered. A stray few slipped through. The net, too, I easily dodged with a twist of my body and turn of my head. A sky full of arrows, not a single one hit. Tuck's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He was completely stunned. On the battered walls of Jinbei City, thousands of laborers, craftsmen, and defenders stood on their toes, straining to watch. When they saw me charge into the enemy alone, sweep aside the barbarian cavalry, and shrug off even a storm of arrows, the whole city erupted. Long live the prince! The cheers rose wave after wave, echoing across the wilderness. A white-haired old farmer clenched his fists, trembling all over, his voice cracking. Heavens above, our Bailiang has truly given rise to a god of war. Beside him, a young craftsman's eyes blazed with fervor. The barbarians bully us year after year. Today, let them see who the real king of the northern frontier is. Everyone on the walls went from dread to pure, wild exhilaration. The battlefield had utterly collapsed. The formation of 2,000 barbarian riders was shattered to pieces. Fallen warhorses, dying barbarians, and scattered blades and bows littered the ground. Tuck ground his teeth, fury and panic warring in his eyes. He understood. The only way to turn this around was to cut down me, the commander. If I fell, the Qin army would be leaderless, and he'd still have a sliver of a chance. All guards with me. Kill this man and turn the tide. He kicked his horse's flanks and charged out first. More than 100 elite bodyguards followed close behind, closing in from every direction. He's just one man. No matter how strong, his stamina has limits. Tuck roared. Whoever takes his head gets 100 taels of gold and a hereditary pasture land. Charge. Under such rich rewards, the cowering barbarians' eyes lit up with murderous intent once more. Greed had overpowered their fear. Over 100 riders quickly formed up, sealing off every path of escape. Alone, surrounded by 100 riders. For any ordinary general, this would be certain death. I looked at the swarming barbarians rushing toward me and licked my dry lips. A moment ago, I'd had to hunt them down one by one, slow and tiresome. Now, a whole pack was bunching up and delivering themselves right to me. Perfect. I'd take them all out in one sweep. Right on time. I squeezed my legs against the horse's flanks. The black steed let out a long neigh and shot forward as I charged straight into the encircling 100. Swish. The Overlord's spear whirled at blinding speed, its afterimages overlapping so densely the eye could barely follow. Two barbarians in front swung their blades down hard. All they saw was a flash of black light. The next instant, a terrifying force slammed into their chests. Both were sent flying several meters, crashing into the yellow sand, spewing blood. The surrounding barbarians stared, wide-eyed. No one had seen how I'd struck. At that moment, 6 shadows ambushed me from behind. 6 veterans used their comrades to draw my attention, lowering their bodies, their curved blades aimed straight for the blind spot at my back. I didn't even turn my head. I flicked my wrist backward, casually. Boom! The spear tore through the air, cracking out an ear-piercing sonic boom. Bang, bang, bang. 6 thunderous impacts. Exploded. 6 forged steel scimitars. The instant they touched the spear's shaft, shattered and burst apart. A savage force surged up through the blades, and the 6 men flew backward like kites with their strings cut, crashing to the ground in unison. I twisted my wrist, yanked the spear back, and swept it in a horizontal arc. 3 barbarian soldiers on either side slammed into the spear's momentum, bones snapping, all of them sent flying. In the span of 2 breaths, 9 elite guards were on the ground. The remaining 100 or so barbarians froze all at once. Their warhorses halted. Not one dared take a single step forward. The hands gripping their blades trembled violently. Out of control, palms slick with cold sweat. They'd fought their whole lives. They'd never seen a monster like this. Whoever charged died. No one dared rush in again. The encirclement ground to a dead stop. Across from me, Tark was furious and terrified all at once, his composure utterly shattered. But it was too late now. There was no retreat left. He gritted his teeth and forced himself on, screaming to rally them. He's killed this many men. His strength has to be spent. He can't hold out much longer. Another 100 taels of silver. Kill this man, and whoever does it strikes it rich. Charge. Under a heavy reward, brave men always emerge. Even with fear cut to the bone, some barbarians let greed for fortune cloud their heads, and with bloodshot eyes they surged in for the kill once more. I glanced over the enemies rushing at me, and a faint smile flickered in my eyes. Every one of these men was a merit delivered straight to my door. But I understood something clearly. If I looked too monstrous, they'd lose their nerve sooner or later and scatter, running for their lives. Once they broke apart, I'd have to hunt them down one by one. A waste of time. No good. I had to bait the hook. Play weak. The most fascinating thing about the human heart is that fear and greed are separated by nothing more than a sheet of paper. Give a man just a sliver of hope, and he'll wager his very life on it. I immediately reined in my strength, deliberately slowing the spear. I made my breathing heavier, my arm movements stiff and sluggish, my strikes fast one moment and slow the next, occasionally leaving what looked like a fatal opening. My whole appearance, like a man who'd fought long and hard, strength drained, running on his last reserves. That subtle shift was caught by the barbarians in an instant. The once terrified ranks erupted into wild elation. He's out of strength. I told you he couldn't last. There's the opening. Kill him. Take his head and claim the reward. The barbarians grew frenzied, most of their fear melting away, and they threw themselves at me like madmen. Watching the enemies scramble over each other to reach me, a wicked grin quietly curled at the corner of my mouth. Come. The more, the better. Today, not a single one of you is getting away. The barbarians charged in wave after wave, eyes bloodshot. They saw my spear slowing, my breathing gone ragged, the way I stuttered now and then, like I was about to collapse. An opportunity. 100 taels of silver, a rich reward from the tribe, all dangling right before their eyes. No one was willing to let it slip. The frontmost barbarians pressed low against their mounts, scimitars slashing straight for my neck, my arms, my waist. I gave my wrist a sudden twist. The overlord's spear thrust out in a short burst, terrifyingly steady. Thunk! The spear tip punched clean through the frontmost. I lunged, catching that man square in the chest, and slammed him hard into the ground. The two beside him moved to fill the gap. I swept my spear across, the shaft cracking into their shoulders. Two sharp cracks. Shoulder bones crushed, both men flipping off their horses. 3 dead in the blink of an eye. The men behind them faltered, but none pulled back. They were all lying to themselves. He's spent. One more push. He can't hold on. The second wave surged in, striking in pairs, one to bait, one to ambush. I was still half gasping, swaying in the saddle, looking like I might topple off at any moment. Now, he's finished. He's on his last breath. Pin him down. 2 blades closed in. Next second, I twisted sideways, planting my foot in the stirrup to spin off the momentum, spears sliding along the flat of their blades. 1 thrust, 1 kill. Another thrust, another. 2 more men hit the dirt. 3rd wave, 4th wave, each crazier than the last. They watched me gasp harder, my movements grow heavier, and every single time they were sure this was the one that would take me down. Every time they charged, they were cut down in an instant. Chests pierced, bones shattered, bodies flung through the air. The scene grew more and more surreal. Wave after wave threw themselves at death, and time after time I looked ready to fall, yet I stood steady as bedrock. My black robe billowed in the wind, blood dripping from my spear tip. The more exhausted I looked, the more precise the killing became. However many surrounded me, that many fell. A few rounds in, of nearly 100 elite guards, half were gone. The rest completely broke. One barbarian soldier charged halfway, then yanked his horse to a dead stop, face twisted in despair. Does this man even have a limit? He's clearly about to collapse from exhaustion. How is he still killing this hard? A veteran stared, utterly lost. I swear I saw him barely gripping that spear, and next thing, he's running my comrade through. Is he actually spent, or is this an act? He looked drained to the bone, yet fought with terrifying ferocity. Every time he handed you a sliver of hope, then crushed it with his own hands the very next moment. You'd think his next move would surely fail, and the next second, you were the one dead. Tuck stood frozen in place, veins bulging from the hand gripping his blade, his face ashen. He saw it all with perfect clarity, his best fighters sent in wave after wave, unable to so much as brush the hem of my robe. Over half dead or wounded, not an inch of ground gained. He didn't believe it. He would never, ever believe that one man could kill over 100 and still have strength left. Faking it. Let's see how long you can keep the act up. Even if you're made of iron, I'll grind you into the ground alive. Tuck raised his curved blade high, his roar splitting the sky. Everyone, close in. Fight him hand to the death. He can't last a few more moves. Kill. The remaining barbarians, driven to summon their last shred of courage, gritted their teeth and pressed in. The formation spread out, then collapsed inward layer by layer, a dense web of flashing blades locking down every path I could take. But the next second, my eyes went suddenly clear. The act ended here. Time to reap. A flick of my wrist, and the overlord's spear snapped up. Fast. No more holding back. The spear blurred, exploding forward, fast beyond fast. The first 2 men had barely swung their blades before their throats were run through. Twin arcs of blood spraying into the air. 3 more lunged from the right. I swept the spear across in a single horizontal strike, and 3 cracks of shattering bone rang out at once. The 3 men were hurled back as if struck by a giant hammer, dead before they hit the ground. The blade sneaking in from the left was still mid-swing. A single flick of my spear tip punched through the man's shoulder and flung him into the air. 1 second, 1 man. 1 thrust, 1 life. The charging barbarians dropped in droves, and the resolve they'd just worked up shattered in an instant. The encirclement was torn open in countless gaps. This was supposed to be a man running on empty? This speed, this explosive force, it was even fiercer than when the battle began. In the instant, the entire field reeled in shock, their formation collapsing into chaos. Tuck seized the only opening. He hugged low against his horse, using the disordered ranks as cover. His curved blade wound back to full power, striking wildly from my blind spot, straight for my back. A gamble with his life. Win or lose in a heartbeat. But his blade had barely closed the distance. I didn't turn. My waist snapped around violently, and the Overlord's spear whipped back in a savage backhand. Crack! The shaft slammed dead center into his chest. Tuck's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His entire body was flung into the air, spewing a great mouthful of blood. His sternum caved in completely as he crashed down hard into the yellow sand. His limbs twitched twice, and he died on the spot. A moment of dead silence. The surviving barbarians all froze, staring at their leader's cold corpse, then at me, drenched in blood from head to toe in my black robes. Only one thought remained in their minds. We've been played. The exhaustion, the collapse, all of it, a trap. He'd deliberately lured them in, wave after wave, to their deaths. This man was a monster, plain and simple. All the fear, the frustration, the despair they'd bottled up finally erupted. Run? Run for it. Someone screamed. No one knew who. And the remaining barbarians completely broke. They wheeled their horses around, abandoning formation, comrades, and corpses alike, fleeing like madmen toward the northern wastes. I held the spear one-handed, my voice cold as frozen iron. Full pursuit. Leave no one alive. Thundering hooves. The Qin cavalry surged forward as one. I led the charge out in front. Anyone who fell behind or got separated, I caught up and ran them through. North we rode, hunting them down for 20, 30 li. Of the original 2,000 elite riders, fewer than 100 limped back to the steppe in disgrace. In this battle, Qin lost fewer than 50 men. A crushing, overwhelming victory. As we gathered the troops and turned back toward camp, I wheeled my horse around. My black robe was soaked through with blood, the spear dripping red, my armor stained crimson. Like an Azura who'd walked straight out of hell. Atop the walls of Jinbei City, thousands of laborers, craftsmen, and defenders had watched the entire battle unfold from start to finish, and they were utterly stunned. The moment the returning Qin army came into view, the whole city erupted in a deafening roar of celebration. We won! We won! Long live His Highness! The people trembled with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. For generations they had lived in Bailiang. From childhood, all they'd ever heard were stories of barbarians pouring south, of imperial troops defeated, of the common folk suffering. For so many years, they'd never seen imperial forces crush barbarian cavalry head-on. Today's battle showed them with their own eyes what it meant to sweep an enemy away like dead leaves, what it meant for one man to turn the tide of an entire war. An old white-haired farmer clenched his fists, tears streaming down his weathered face. I've lived my whole life, and only today do I finally see hope for Bailiang. A young craftsman stared unblinking at that blood-soaked black figure. With His Highness here, Bailiang will never fall. The cheers went on and on. The northern steppes stretched 1,000 miles, endless, the autumn wind bleak and howling. In just 3 days, word that the Blackbone tribe's 2,000 cavalry had been wiped out to the last man reached the royal court of the northern barbarians by fast horse. The entire court was shaken. The Blackbones were a veteran tribe that raided south year after year. 2,000 riders were enough to dominate an entire region. Now they were annihilated, their chieftain dead in battle. And the news that followed put the court even more on edge. Jinbei City was being rebuilt and fortified on a massive scale. The Qin army was reforging the northern defensive line, sealing off the mountain passes to the south. This struck at the barbarians' bottom line. Every harsh winter, they survived by raiding the northern prefectures, seizing grain, cloth, and captives just to make it through. Once Jinbei City's defenses took shape, with fortress after fortress linked together and the passes locked tight, the barbarian armies would find it nearly impossible to push south ever again. An enormous white royal tent stood at the very center of the court, a bonfire blazing within. The barbarian king, Yalu Qi, sat upon his throne, toying with a gold-inlaid scimitar, his expression dark. Below him, barbarian ministers and tribal chieftains argued heatedly. 500 Qin cavalry annihilated 2,000 of our elite. This Bailiang Prince of Qin is terrifying. The real issue isn't who won or lost. It's Xinbei City. He actually means to build that defensive line. A white-haired elder stepped forward urgently. My king, we must never let the Qian people gain a foothold. Once Xinbei City is complete, our path south is sealed off. Cut off our raiding route, and you cut off the steppes' very lifeline. A warhawk noble clenched his fist and volunteered. I request permission to fight. Gather every tribe along the border and level the city before its walls are firm. Strike in one blow. Give him no time to grow stronger. The other ministers voiced their agreement one after another. The consensus was unanimous. Xinbei City must be destroyed, and the Qin army must be slaughtered. After a moment, the clamor died down, and all eyes turned to the throne. Yalu Qi's fingers went still. He slammed the scimitar down hard on the armrest, contempt filling his eyes. A newly arrived Bailiang prince dares dream of rebuilding the northern defensive line? Wishful nonsense. In his view, the Great Qian had been weak for years, its border defenses long neglected. Even if some capable prince of Qin had emerged, he couldn't turn the sky upside down. Issue my command. There's no need to mobilize our main force. No sense making a mountain out of a molehill. Send word to the steppe tribes near Xinbei City. Gather all the clans and encircle it within 1 week. Strike with full force while the walls are still unfinished. Destroy every fortification. Slay every soldier and craftsman stationed there. Wipe Xinbei City off the map entirely. Let the Qian people learn who truly rules the northern steppes. And the master, he didn't take Chuyin seriously at all. In his eyes, the Qin army was nothing but green recruits. And however brave Chu Yun might be, it was merely the courage of a common brute. The allied forces surrounding them were more than enough to flatten Xinbei City. The Bailiang defense line, don't even dream of rebuilding it. If the Qin prince thinks he can gain a foothold in the northern frontier, I will never allow it. The ministers beneath the tent bowed as one. The king is wise. As the cheers died down, Yalu Qi's expression eased slightly, then his tone shifted. Late autumn is upon us. Bitter winter is coming. You all know how brutal winter is on the Great Steppe. Blizzards raging, cattle and sheep freezing to death, grasslands withering. Every winter was the harshest, deadliest season for all the tribes. In past winters, our steppe tribes suffered heavy losses. But this year, the situation is more favorable. On this southern campaign, our army raided several commanderies of the Great Qian, seizing vast stores of grain, cloth, ironware, and slaves, more than enough to see every tribe safely through the winter. At this point, his face darkened again. But this year's strategic objective went unfulfilled. The original plan was to use the autumn-winter offensive to devour the Great Qian's northern territories. Raiding a mere handful of commanderies is nowhere near enough. He swept his gaze across the assembly, his voice charged with raw ambition. Once we've weathered this winter, once the spring thaw comes and the grasses grow again, I will gather the full strength of the entire steppe and march south once more. In a single stroke, we'll seize all 12 of the Great Qian's northern commanderies. We'll take the fertile fields, the cities, the people. We'll root ourselves in the northern frontier, then push on to rule the central plains. From then on, we northern barbarians will never again be trapped on this frozen wasteland of a steppe, freezing year after year. Below the throne, the ministers erupted in fervor, bowing again and again. A grand vision, a legacy for the ages, my king. Come spring, we march south and flatten all 12 commanderies. We swear to follow you to the death, my king, all the way to the central plains. Fanatical zeal spread through the royal tent. Every one of them was lost in the dream of next spring's southern conquest, seizing land, plundering their way to riches. Little did they know, the true monster had only just begun to raise its spine in the south. In the study of the Qin prince's manor, autumn sunlight slanted through the windows, and the soft scratch of a brush tip on paper filled the air. The desk was piled high with ledgers, receipts, and detailed accounts of income and expenditure, volume upon volume, neatly stacked, every page dense with numbers. Li Wanqing stood before the desk in a plain dress. "My lord, I've sorted through the manor's accounts. Allow me to go over them with you." She leaned forward and opened a ledger, her explanation clear and methodical. Bailiang's permanent population, including local residents, settled refugees, and craftsmen and laborers, is nearly 1 million. The largest expense is grain. 1 million people means daily rations, porridge kitchens, and military pay, consumed day after day. Tally it up for even a single day, and the figure is staggering. She turned a page. Next is construction. Building the outer city, laying pipe networks, repairing the roads. The room and board, tools, bricks and tiles, and wages for 1 million laborers all fall on the manor to cover. Then there's reclaiming farmland, resettling refugees, farm tools, and seed. Every item is only spending, nothing coming in. Right now, Bailiang's tax base isn't stable. Commerce hasn't taken off, and there's almost no income. We're relying entirely on the manor's reserves to hold things together. I rested my fingers lightly on the edge of the table, listening quietly. I knew exactly what was going on. Bailiang looked like it was thriving, but the truth was I'd forced that growth by throwing resources at it. City construction, farming settlements, building an army, settling the people. Every step burned money and grain. Keeping 1 million people from descending into chaos within a single month was already a miracle. "You've worked hard," I said with a nod. "You've kept this whole operation running smoothly, without a single misstep." At those words, her expression eased slightly, but there was no joy in it. Instead, she frowned faintly. "My lord, there's a critical problem right now." I looked up. "In a month or two at most, the harsh winter will hit the northern frontier." Her tone turned grave. "Winters in Bailiang aren't like those in the Central Plains. It's normally 20 or 30 below zero, with howling blizzards and ground frozen 3 feet deep. In past years, with fewer people scattered about, we just barely scraped through. But now, we have nearly 1 million people." I had my people run the numbers. Even if we cut down every last tree in the forest within 100 li, it wouldn't come close to keeping 1 million people warm. She paused, then spoke each word with weight. "Once winter comes and there's no firewood, the poor, the old and weak, the children, they simply won't survive the extreme cold. People will freeze to death. And not just a few, entire batches of them." This wasn't fear-mongering. It was a genuine dead end. My relaxed expression instantly darkened. I'd been so focused on building the army, wiping out bandits, securing the borders, settling farmland, and constructing the city, solving food, security, and defense, that I'd overlooked one savage beast, the northern winter. I tapped the table lightly and said in a low voice, "The earthen walls let the wind through. The houses are flimsy. One blizzard hits, and with no firewood and no heat, disaster is certain. Keeping 1 million people warm isn't a small matter. It's an enormous problem." I looked at her. "This takes top priority. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I won't let a single one of my people freeze to death this winter." She gave a small nod, feeling somewhat reassured, then bowed and withdrew. The room fell silent again. Grain was secured, housing was up, security was stable, the army was taking shape, defenses were being built. The only thing missing was firewood. Trees grow slowly. There was no way to conjure up a massive supply of firewood in a short time. I needed a different approach. My mind raced, and suddenly I remembered the thing from my childhood winters that burned the longest, cost the least, and was most suited for mass adoption. Honeycomb briquettes. Everything clicked into place. Long-burning, hot, great at retaining heat, and economical. One pile of coal was worth several times the firewood. Simple to make. Grind it into powder, mix the proportions, mold the blocks, punch the holes, let them dry, and you could mass-produce them. A perfect fit for getting 1 million people through the winter. The only prerequisite, a coal mine. As long as I found a coal field, everything would fall into place. My eyes. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He raised his voice. "Guards." An attendant bowed and stepped inside. "Send word. Summon Su Zhe and the other 3 at once. Bring them to the manor immediately. We have matters to discuss. Prospecting, mining, building workshops, running trials." Before winter set in, they had to produce enough fuel to get 1 million people through the cold. Half an hour later, for sets of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Suja, Zhou and the two others set aside their duties, lined up, and bowed in unison. "We greet you, my lord." I raised a hand to wave off the formality and got straight to the point. "I've called you here for one thing, and one thing only, our top priority. Winter is coming to Baelyang. In a month, two at most, the snow and wind will arrive. We now have nearly 1 million people across the territory, and firewood from the mountains falls far short. Even if every single person went into the hills to chop wood day and night, it still wouldn't be nearly enough. The moment the warmth runs out, countless elderly, poor, and children will die. There's no question about it." The air in the study turned heavy at once. Suja stepped forward. "My lord, I was just about to report on this. We've taken inventory of every warehouse, stored firewood, reserve lumber, leftover construction timber. Adding it all together, we can't get even 30% of the population through winter. I've also quietly sent men into the mountains to fell trees, but the usable timber within 100 li has already been exhausted. New cut wood won't have time to dry. It's a drop in the bucket." The other three nodded, faces creased with worry. "The shortage of timber is too great. We can't keep pace with the season through manpower alone. And if we keep cutting, the mountains will be stripped bare. Come next year, the soil and water will fail. That's an even greater danger." I looked at the four anxious faces and spoke slowly. "The thing you're all worried about, I already have a solution. As long as we find one thing, the problem of getting 1 million people through winter can be solved completely." The four of them looked up at once, eyes lighting up. Suja asked eagerly, "My lord, what is it?" "We'll go and secure it right away. Coal." The four froze on the spot, exchanging glances. "Coal?" Suja frowned. "I've never heard of such a thing. In this world we burn firewood, charcoal, and oil for warmth. But this coal, what exactly is it?" I had expected this, and explained patiently. "Coal is a black stone buried deep underground, hidden in the depths of the mountain strata, and there's an enormous amount of it. Its greatest use is that it burns directly. The flame is steady, and it burns for an incredibly long time. A single lump of that black stone is worth dozens of times its weight in firewood. It produces lasting heat and holds warmth remarkably well. Once we dig it out and process it into shape, the winter shortfall for 1 million people will be filled outright." The four stood dumbfounded. "Stone that burns? And burns dozens of times longer than firewood?" Zhou Ming's eyes went wide. "My lord, black stone from the ground can burn? Is this truly so?" "Absolutely true," I said, my tone firm. "It's no miracle, just an ordinary mineral deposit, undeveloped, sitting idle in the mountains all this time." I then issued my orders. "The four of you are to split up and act at once. Focus your search on the Liang Mountains region. #translation. Based on the terrain, soil layers, and mountain formations, Liangzhou has the highest probability of coal deposits underground. I want each of you to personally lead a team. Go deep into every township and village, into the remotest mountains and forests. Interview the old villagers, the hunters, the herb gatherers. Anyone who has ever seen black rock, black soil layers, or exposed black stone in the ground. Report it immediately. The entire survival of Baelyang through winter hinges on this. We must find coal before winter sets in." The four men straightened, bowing in unison. "As you command, my lord." Suja, ever the meticulous one, suddenly considered the worst-case scenario. "My lord, if I may be so bold, should we search the entire region and still find no coal? What then?" The four turned their eyes to me once more. My expression didn't change. I already had a plan. A two-pronged approach. First line, survey the entire region for coal. Second line, allocate special funds immediately and send merchant caravans to every neighboring prefecture to buy firewood, charcoal, and kindling in bulk. Buy as much as you can, spare no expense, stockpile like mad. Even if we find coal, our timber reserves must never run dry." Suja bowed deeply. "My lord thinks of everything." 2 days later, at first light, morning mist blanketed the entire city. The gates of the Prince of Qin's residence had opened early. Suja strode in front, his excitement barely contained, followed by a hunter dressed in plain clothes. A local veteran tracked down through overnight visits to the countryside. He'd spent half his life hunting and gathering herbs in the vast mountains. knowing every gully and barren ridge like the back of his hand. The two walked straight into the inner hall. Suja bowed. My lord, wonderful news. We have a lead. You found something? Indeed. He stepped aside to reveal the hunter. This man spends his days deep in the mountains. He's seen the black burning stone you described with his own eyes. My gaze fell on the hunter, my expression sharpening. Answer carefully. Have you truly seen this black stone? Buried deep in the mountains, and it can be set alight to burn. The hunter nodded firmly. Yes, my lord. I'd stake my life on it. It's deep in the Heiyu Mountains, 100 li east of the city. That whole gully is covered in black rock, buried in the shallow soil, and some of it's exposed right on the surface. The villagers nearby have long known it burns. Now and then they'll grab a few pieces to cook and keep warm. He added honestly, but this black stone's hard to burn. Slow flame, heavy smoke, nothing as clean as firewood. Common folk don't know how to use it, so nobody bothers going out just to collect it. Over time, it's all been left up in the mountains. I've passed by it many times while tracking game, saw it plain as day. When he finished, my heart surged with joy. There it is. There really is coal. Heaven had left Bailiang a way out after all. Relying on purchased timber alone would never carry 1,000,000 people through such brutal cold. But with coal, the entire situation came alive. My mind raced through the calculations. With raw coal, we can mass-produce honeycomb briquettes, long-burning, cheap, and inexhaustible. It's not just a way to survive this deadly winter. It's an endless stream of revenue. Dirt cheap to produce, sold at slim margins, but massive volume. Enough to bankroll most of Bailiang's treasury for the long haul. From now on, heating the north wouldn't depend on the forests anymore. That would protect the ecosystem, prevent barren hills and soil erosion, and at the same time spark new workshops, new taxes, new jobs. Livelihood, revenue, environment, 3 birds with 1 stone. Sometimes, in a hopeless situation, the most unremarkable black rock turns out to be the key that flips the whole game. It's just that no one before had been willing to bend down and pick it up. I suppressed the excitement swelling in my chest and looked at the hunter, speaking clearly. Excellent. You'll set out with me at once today. We're heading to the Heiyu Mountains to inspect the deposit firsthand. If it checks out, I'll reward you handsomely. Farmland, silver, preferential household status. Take your pick. The hunter's eyes lit up instantly, and he cupped his hands in a bow. Thank you, Your Highness. 100 li east of Bailiang lay the Heiyu Mountains. Peak after peak stretched on, the earth black, not a speck of green to be found. Barren ridges, all but untouched by human feet. Aside from the occasional bold hunter who ventured in, the place stayed dead silent year-round. The morning wind kicked up the black loose soil, desolate and ruined. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The urgent pounding of hooves tore through the long silence. I led the charge, riding hard, with Su Zhe and the other 3, plus a squad of guards close behind. In less than an hour, the group came to a steady halt at the foot of the mountain. Hunter Wang, our guide, swung down from his horse and hurried to the front of mine, bowing. Your Highness, we've arrived. The black rock deposit you're looking for is in the ravine behind the mountain. Only we hunters know the trail. Let me lead you in. I dismounted. Lead the way. Yes, sir. The mountain path was narrow, choked with weeds and littered with stones. We left the horses and continued on foot, pushing deep into the heart of the range. After crossing 2 low ridges, the view suddenly opened up. Ahead lay a massive natural ravine, like the bottom of a great basin. The moment we stepped inside, everyone's eyes froze. The entire ravine wasn't yellow earth. It wasn't brown soil. It was pitch black. Hard black chunks of varying shades, some half buried in the dirt, some lying right on the surface. A sea of black covered the whole ravine, stretching beyond sight. I strode a few steps to the center, bent down, and grabbed a fist-sized black chunk. Cool to the touch, hard. A swipe of my fingertip left them stained with fine black dust. Standard raw coal. 100% a coal deposit. My heart pounded wildly. It was an open-pit vein, a shallow layer of topsoil, no deep digging needed. Just scrape away the thin dirt, and you could mine on a massive scale. The difficulty dropped to the absolute minimum. I lifted my gaze again. The coal seemed stacked in sheets, endless. Just the surface reserves visible to the naked eye were already staggering. Su Zhe and the other 3 crouched down, picking up the black chunks and turning them over, examining them with faces full of doubt. Your Highness, this is the coal mine you spoke of? Suja frowned. Filthy and ugly. A dull, ashy lump. Even less pleasing to the eye than a pile of firewood. Zhou couldn't help but ask, this stuff looks utterly ordinary. Can it really replace firewood for heat? The villagers all say it smokes heavy and burns weak. Hard to use. Can it really carry 1,000,000 people through the winter? Doubt filled all 4 pairs of eyes. It wasn't that they didn't trust me. The stuff just looked too unimpressive. I gave a faint smile. No wonder they didn't get it. Nobody in this world understands coal. Commoners just grab it and burn it carelessly, doing it all wrong. Of course it comes out choking and useless. You think it's ordinary because you don't know how to use it, I said with certainty. In my eyes, this is Bailiang's greatest treasure. Once we're back at the manor, I'll show you myself. How to light it, heat with it, mold it into fuel. Then you'll see. It's 100 times better than firewood. The 4 of them relaxed a little. The prince never spoke lightly. I turned to Hunter Wang, standing respectfully to the side. You led us to this, or today? You've done Bailiang a great service, and I keep my word. I looked at Suja. Take him to the treasury when we return. Reward him 100 taels of silver. Grant him 20 acres of good farmland. Exempt him from 3 years of taxes and labor duty, and enter his name in the roll of merit. Hunter Wang shuddered from head to toe, then dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your great kindness, my lord. He'd hunted his whole life, weathering wind and rain, sleeping under open skies, never once dreaming he'd rise so high overnight. Fetch the sacks. Bag up some coal as samples. Pack plenty. We're bringing it back to the manor. The guards sprang into action, quickly filling 5 or 6 sacks. I swept my eyes once more over this open coal field, my full plan already set in mind. Mine the ore, build the works, produce the coal, and roll out heating for everyone. Bailiang's winter was secure. Head back. Everyone shouldered the sacks of coal and hurried at full speed back to Bailiang City. The moment we entered the manor, I set everyone to their tasks. The guards hauled all the sacks to the empty yard out back. Open, airy, plenty of sunlight, perfect for processing and test burning. I gave order after order for supplies. Yellow clay, clean water, a coarse sieve, a wooden shovel, a round wooden basin. Bring it all. These were the most basic materials for making honeycomb briquettes, common and easy to find. When Li Wanqing heard the prince meant to personally test how to burn this black stone, she set aside her official duties and came to watch. Everyone was burning with curiosity. A filthy black rock the villagers all called useless, yet the prince treated it like a precious jewel. What on earth could he possibly make of it? In the empty yard, raw black coal covered the ground. I wasted no words and got straight to work. In my past life, I grew up in the countryside, no natural gas, no central heating. We got through winter cooking and staying warm on nothing but firewood and honeycomb briquettes. After watching it done for more than a decade, I knew it inside and out. The method was crude and simple, requiring no special skill. First, crush and grind the raw coal fine, then sift it into an even powder. Next, mix in yellow clay and water in the right proportions. The clay binds it and holds its shape, so the briquette burns long without crumbling. I had no proper mold, so I made do with what was on hand. Material. I found a thick section of bamboo, cut off both ends to make a hollow ring, then grabbed 3 thin bamboo sticks to punch air holes. Crude, but the principle was exactly the same. Everyone gathered in a circle, silently watching my every move. The wooden shovel came down, large chunks smashed into small pieces ground into powder. One pass through the coarse sieve left fine, pure coal dust. I added dry yellow clay and mixed it thoroughly while dry, then added water a little at a time, slowly kneading and turning. Before long, the loose coal dust turned into a smooth, cohesive coal paste. Su Zhe and the others looked baffled. To them, this was just mixing black mud. I set the bamboo ring on the stone slab, packed in the coal paste, pressed it firm and flat, then took the 3 bamboo sticks and pushed them in evenly, all the way through. I gently lifted off the ring and slowly pulled out the sticks. A honeycomb briquette with air holes, taking its first shape. Rough, yes, but the structure was flawless. I made 7 or 8 more the same way, lining them up neatly on the stone slab to dry, then clapped the dust off my hands. We can't burn them yet. Too much moisture. They'll smoke, I said, looking at the curious faces around me. They have to dry out completely. Once the moisture's gone by tomorrow, we can light one. Then you'll know whether this can carry Xiang through the winter. Everyone nodded, eyes locked on that row of black lumps. Still half in doubt. Could these mud clumps really keep 1 million people alive through the cold? The night passed in a blink. The next morning dawned bright and clear. After a full day of drying, the briquettes were bone dry, hard and solid, not soft, not sticky, not crumbling. I came to the back courtyard early. Li Wanqing, Su Zhe, and the other 3, and a group of guards were all already waiting. Success or failure? Today we'd find out. I picked out the best-looking one, set it on a simple stove frame, laid down kindling, lit it, and got it going. A small flame slowly licked up the edge of the briquette. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to it. At first the flame was faint. A moment later, pale blue flames shot up through the air holes, growing steadier and stronger. The fire was gentle and lasting, with none of the wild, leaping flames. Most important of all, there was almost no black smoke. Everyone froze. Burning would usually meant billowing smoke, choking and stinging the eyes. A pile of firewood would be half gone in half an hour, sparks flying everywhere, filthy and dangerous. But this coal in front of them burned steadily. No flare-ups, no jumping flames, barely any smoke. It didn't look fierce, yet the heat was intense. Stand beside it just a moment, and a steady wave of warmth rolled over you. Suja's eyes went wide. It really lit. This lump made from black rock, it really gives off heat. Zhou brought his hand close to the stove and couldn't help marveling. So steady. Firewood burns out fast, and you have to keep feeding it. This thing looks like it'll burn half a day. But Li Wanqing was looking further ahead. She stared at the steadily burning fire. A glint of sharp intelligence flashed in her eyes. Everyone else just saw a way to stay warm. She saw straight through to the value behind it. Simple to make, raw materials everywhere, dirt cheap, clean burning, and long-lasting. Once a factory was up and running, every household in the city would need them. Heating in winter, cooking every day, a constant, steady demand. Push them out across the north, and they'd catch on like wildfire. This wasn't just a way to survive the winter. This was a money-printing machine running nonstop. It solved the crisis threatening people's lives and propped up the royal treasury. I scanned the awestruck faces around me and spoke up. See it now? Honeycomb briquettes have 3 big advantages: cheap, long-burning, and easy to use. The raw material is raw coal, and it's all over these mountains, practically free. Mix in a little clay, add some labor, and you can mass-produce them. Even the poorest people can afford them. Compared to firewood, it's no contest. Pound for pound, these burn several times longer. Less smoke, cleaner, safer, and easy to store. As long as we start right now, organize crews for large-scale mining at Black Gorge Mountain while we build workshops for mass production and stockpile enough before winter hits. This year's winter crisis for the 1 million people of Xiang is over. Completely solved. From this day forward, no more worrying about heat, no more worrying about cooking, no more fearing the cold winter. As my words settled, all 4 of them, Suzhou included, were utterly convinced. The flames in the stove burned steady and strong. Not one of them had a shred of doubt left. The 4 bowed in unison, their faces lit with excitement. We understand. We'll throw everything into mining and briquette production, effective immediately. My orders went out, and all of Xiang kicked into high gear. Surviving the winter couldn't wait a single moment. 20,000 laborers, over 1,000 craftsmen, all conscripted. The massive procession poured out through the gates of Xiang City, heading straight for Black Gorge Mountain 100 miles away. Carts and horses stretched endlessly, the crowd flowing like a dragon. Grain, iron tools, lumber, tents, a ceaseless stream flooding into the mountains. The deathly silence that had long gripped Black Gorge Mountain was ripped apart. The whole mountain came alive. At the foot of the mountain, along the ravines, tracing the coal veins, tents sprang up in clusters. Wooden stakes driven into the earth, canvas stretched overhead. In just a single day, a camp stretching for miles rose from the ground. Cooking smoke curled up everywhere, The din of voices filled the air. As far as the eye could see, the mountain teemed with figures, each doing their assigned job, without a hint of chaos. Some crews cleared and leveled the land. Rugged dirt paths were widened, packed down, and paved with stone, transformed into broad mountain roads for hauling coal. Some craftsmen erected the workshops, felling timber, raising frames, laying walls. The pounding of hammers, the rasp of saws, the thud of tamped earth, non-stop, day and night. Even more laborers threw themselves straight into the open pit mine. The coal seams at Black Gorge Mountain lay exposed at the surface, a rare stroke of luck. No need to dig deep shafts, no need to bore tunnels. Just scrape away a layer of topsoil, and the raw coal was ready to mine. The efficiency was staggering. Pick up the pace, everyone. Get the coal stockpiled before the cold sets in. The sooner we hit full production, the sooner we can rest easy this winter. The foreman patrolled back and forth, a tin bullhorn in hand. The laborers were drenched in sweat, hands never stopping. Shovels bit into the earth, pickaxes swung, and huge chunks of raw coal cracked and tumbled loose. Basket after basket of glossy black coal quickly piled up across the yard. A young laborer wiped the black grime from his face, panting hard. Who'd have ever thought these black rocks could save lives? An old-timer beside him tossed back. What do you know? Turn this into honeycomb briquettes, and they burn long and smokeless, 10 times better than firewood. Whether 1 million folks make it through the winter this year rides entirely on this pile of black rock in our mountains. The young man's eyes lit up, and he threw himself back into the work even harder. Outside the mountains, the factories went up just as fast enough to make your jaw drop. In just 3 days, at the foot of Black Gorge Mountain, rows of workshops rose one after another. All open-floor halls, spacious and well-ventilated, built specifically for mixing coal slurry, pressing briquettes, and drying them out. 1, 2, 3. On that barren mountain, an entire large-scale coal plant was hammered into existence. Inside the plant, assembly lines were laid out end to end. Stage 1, crushing and screening. Big chunks of raw coal were smashed fine, then filtered again and again through bamboo and iron sieves, leaving only smooth, even coal powder. Stage 2, mixing to ratio. Coal powder, loess, and clean water, blended to a precise, fixed ratio. Crews worked it with shovels, turning, treading, kneading, until the coal slurry was thick and uniform. An old craftsman kept an eye on the feel of the slurry and warned the newcomers. Remember this moisture. Too wet and it won't dry, it'll crack. Too dry and it won't press tight, it'll burn fast. The ratio's locked in, not a hair off. The rookies nodded again and again. Stage 3, pressing and shaping. Uniform holes, uniform size. The slurry was packed into molds, compacted, shaken tight, then popped out. Every briquette with evenly spaced holes, flawless in form. The final stage, drying. On a massive drying field, wooden racks and stone slabs were laid out in neat rows, briquettes spread out in staggered patterns. Baked by the blazing sun, aired by the evening breeze, they dried completely over a single day and night, then straight into storage. Mining inside the mountain, briquette making in the plant. 2 assembly lines, 2 shifts, running around the clock. On the mountain roads, pack horses, donkey trains, and carts shuttled back and forth. Loaded down heading out, empty coming back in, an endless stream. A single day's output was enough to produce tens of thousands of briquettes. An official overseeing the whole operation stood on high ground, gazing out, or written all over his face. He'd served as an official for years and had never seen execution like this. Conscript 10,000 men, get it up and running in a matter of days. Mining, building, mass production, all in one seamless push. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Back in the day, laying a single road could drag on half a year. Under his lordship's rule, in the span of days, a barren mountain becomes a factory district. This kind of drive, unheard of. Whether a thing gets done never comes down to how hard it is, but to whether someone truly wants to see it through. Jinbei City. After days and nights of frantic repairs, an abandoned city, derelict for over a decade, had been utterly transformed. The collapsed rammed earth walls had been packed and reinforced, the massive breaches sealed layer by layer with bluestone and hard-packed soil. The walls now stood over 10 feet high, rising straight and sheer from the wasteland. Battlements, arrow towers, watchtowers, all restored, one by one. The rotted city gates had been replaced with thick, heavy reinforced timber doors, studded with iron rivets, solid and unbreakable. From a distance, not a trace of decay remained. In its place stood a heavily fortified frontier stronghold. Inside, the streets were tamped flat and smooth. Barracks, storehouses, and relay stations gleamed like new. Thousands of laborers and craftsmen worked in rotating shifts, two crews keeping the work going around the clock. Masons patched the walls, carpenters repaired the beams, and blacksmiths hammered out defensive equipment, rivets, and arrow shafts. Grain stores, armories, stables, kitchens, each sorted into its own designated zone. The entire city buzzed with activity, everything in perfect order. As construction pressed on, the defensive deployment of the northern frontier fell into place at the same time. A full 10,000 Qin soldiers marched to Zhenbei City in waves, taking up positions in the reborn fortress. They fell into formation, divided the defensive sectors, and set up their posts. Garrisons moved into the four outer forts simultaneously, forming a pincer position with the main city. The northern defensive line, left to ruin for more than a decade, had been raised once more. Fresh off their crushing victory over the barbarian cavalry in the last battle, Qin morale soared to unprecedented heights. Every man burned with fighting spirit. Midday, 10 miles out on the wasteland beyond the city, a squad of scouts patrolled the distance. The autumn wind howled, whipping up clouds of yellow sand. One scout suddenly reined in his horse, narrowing his eyes as he gazed north. The next second, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. At the far edge of the horizon, dust filled the sky, and a dark mass of figures stretched on, boundless and endless. This was no scattered raiding party. This was an army. Enemy attack. Massive barbarian force moving south, full speed back to the city. The scout captain roared, wheeling his horse around and galloping off. Reaching the base of the wall, he snatched up his horn and blew with all his might. Whoa! The shrill warning cut through the wind and sand. The sentries on the wall went pale. All hands, battle stations. Close the gates. Archers to the walls. Infantry, form up. The command echoed across the entire city. The craftsmen and laborers doing repairs immediately withdrew to the safe zone. The Qin soldiers drilling, patrolling, and standing guard switched gears in an instant, dropping their tasks, seizing their weapons, donning their armor, and sprinting to their posts. In just a few minutes, Zhenbei City shifted to full combat readiness. Arrows were knocked on the walls, spears bristled in dense rows, and armor flashed in the sun. To the north, from the direction of the grasslands, dust billowed as iron cavalry thundered forward. This was the border coalition mustered by the northern barbarian court. 40,000 barbarian troops swept down in a relentless charge, coming to a halt just a mile from the city. A dark sea of men spread across the wasteland, hooves stilling, killing, intent surging. Every barbarian soldier looked up at Zhenbei City and froze on the spot. Just days ago, their scouts had reported this place as a half-collapsed ruin, breaches everywhere, no defensive line to speak of at all. They had assumed a single, charging in would flatten it flat. But the Zhenbei City before them had completely changed. Every breach sealed, the walls reinforced, defenses ironclad. Where was there any trace of a ruined city? This was clearly a mighty frontier fortress. The tribal chieftains frowned one after another. How'd they rebuild it so fast? Barely 10 odd days, and they've already fixed the walls. We came to grab an easy prize. Now their defenses are locked up tight. After the shock and doubt, only fury remained. A great chieftain clad in beast-hide armor rode out on horseback, brandishing a broadsword, and roared toward the city wall. Listen up, you on the wall. Open the gates and surrender now. Drop your weapons, and you live. Your few thousand defenders can't hold back my army of 40,000. Pull out now while you still can save your skins. Dare to stand against the army of the steppe, and once this city falls, not even the chickens and dogs will be spared. He bellowed the threats again and again, arrogant to the extreme. Below, the 40,000 tribal warriors joined in, jeering and roaring, a thundering wave meant to crush the defenders' morale. Atop the wall, The Qin soldiers stood silent, spears gripped tight, faces cold and grim. The defending general stood dead center, glaring down at the sea of men below, and let out a booming shout. Not 1 inch of Bailiang's land will be surrendered. Barbarians who raid our borders have only one path: death. You want to flatten Jinbei? First you'll have to march over the corpses of my Qin soldiers. The moment his words fell, the whole wall erupted in a roar, a shout that shook the heavens, drowning out every last taunt from the tribal army. The tribal chieftain's face darkened. His patience was utterly gone. The demand to surrender had failed. He suddenly raised his curved blade high. Full assault. Raise the ladders. Flatten Jinbei City. The 40,000 tribal warriors surged forward in an instant. Siege ladders were hoisted up by the thousands. Thousands of infantry abandoned their horses and charged, storming straight at the walls through the wind and sand. The tribal warriors were savage and reckless, caring nothing for tactics. They relied only on sheer numbers and a fearless disregard for death. In dense swarms, they hurled themselves against the entire length of the wall. Ladder after ladder slammed hard against the outer face, clamping fast onto the battlements. Hundreds, thousands of tribal warriors climbed up the rungs, wave upon wave, one falling as the next pressed on. In the distance, the tribal archers formed ranks and drew their bows. A sky full of arrows tore through the air, a black curtain sweeping over the wall to suppress the defenders and cover the climbers. The great battle had officially begun. On the wall, the Qin soldiers were ready. The front ranks of shield-bearers raised their massive shields, linking them into a shield wall. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows struck the shield faces, sparks flying. The few that slipped through were either stopped by armor or dodged with a twist of the body. There were almost no casualties. Behind them, the spearmen kept their eyes locked on the tribal warriors scaling the ladders. Rolling stones, logs, and burning oil were all in place. Release. The general gave the order. Boulders and heavy timber came crashing down along the wall. Ladders snapped instantly. The climbing warriors couldn't dodge in time. Some were smashed to pieces on the spot. Others plunged down with the broken ladders, screaming in agony. A single wave of impact cleared out a huge swath in an instant. But there were simply too many of them. Those behind kept climbing. The bodies of their comrades and kept raising ladders, kept climbing. One wave fell, another surged up. The Qin soldiers hoisted jars of oil and poured them down the wall. The thick, greasy liquid drenched the siege ladders and the barbarian troops. Lighted up, torches came hurtling down. Boom. Flames erupted instantly, racing up the siege ladders in a frenzy, engulfing the wooden rungs and searing the barbarian soldiers. Black smoke billowed, and screams of agony tore across the battlefield. The barbarians soaked in oil caught fire, rolling and shrieking. Those untouched by the flames kept climbing, their eyes still red with rage. Soon, the first wave of barbarians clawed their way to the battlements, fighting to the death. The moment they poked their heads up, a spear ran them through. One body after another was shoved off the wall. Below, the barbarian army charged in wave after wave, and fell in wave after wave, suffering staggering losses. The Prince of Qin's manor. The sun hung directly overhead, and the courtyard was still and quiet. I was flipping through domestic administrative documents when a messenger in black suddenly came sprinting through the corridor and burst straight into the main hall. "My lord, urgent report from Jinbei City." "Speak." He drew a deep breath and spoke rapidly. Yesterday morning, the various North barbarian tribes massed tens of thousands of troops and launched a surprise assault on Jinbei City. The barbarian army charged the walls in relentless waves, but our forces held their ground and refused to retreat. Relying on the new walls, rolling stones, oil fire, and volleys of arrows, our men fought through several brutal rounds. The barbarians suffered heavy casualties and, unable to press the attack any further, retreated northward in disarray. They left thousands of dead behind. The city stands intact, and our garrison suffered no major losses. My expression darkened bit by bit, my fingertips tapping lightly against the armrest. Anger surged up inside me. It seemed that unless I gave them a lesson they'd feel in their bones, they would never remember the pain. Did they really think my Qin army was a pushover? My mind raced through the calculations. There was just over a month left before the great snow sealed off the northern frontier's roads. Once the snow fell, the 1,000-mile grasslands would freeze solid, the roads would be cut off, and movement would become nearly impossible. This month or so was the final window, and the best opportunity. Since the barbarians refused to give up, I would strike first. Rather than waiting for them to come south next spring, I would personally lead my troops into the grasslands and wipe out every barbarian tribe surrounding Jinbei City, all in one clean sweep. I turned to look at Li Wanqing beside me. She had listened to the entire report, her expression grave. "Wanqing, I've decided to personally lead the cavalry into the grasslands," I said in a low voice. "This time, I'm going to teach them a lesson they'll carry to their graves. We'll strike until their blood runs cold, so that for a full year, there won't be a single raid on the northern frontier. Only then can we settle down in peace to develop the land, train our troops, and secure our defenses." Li Wanqing's heart clenched. "My lord, you mustn't. The grasslands are vast, the tribes scattered. The barbarians know the terrain and excel at roaming raids and ambushes. As the Prince of Qin, you absolutely cannot put yourself in harm's way. Send a general to lead the campaign, and you remain here to command from the manor." She wasn't afraid of the war itself. She was afraid something would happen to me. Bailiang was in ruins, waiting to be rebuilt, and the fate of 1 million people rested on my shoulders alone. If anything happened to me, all of Bailiang would collapse in an instant. "Don't worry, there's no danger. He said, "I won't push deep into their territory. I'll only strike the tribes along the border. The scope stays controlled. We hit and pull back, no dragging out the fight. These tribes have blocked our roads and raided us for years, slaughtering my border folk. Old debts and new, we settle them all today. And while we're at it, we'll haul back every head of cattle, every sack of grain, every pelt they've stockpiled, supplies to help my people through the winter." My eyes were steady with confidence. "Wanqing, you know what I'm capable of. To this day, the man who can kill me on the battlefield hasn't been born yet. A pack of scattered steppe raiders? They can't touch me." Li Wanqing looked at me, unblinking. She knew my nature too well. Once I made a decision, I never changed it. I planned before I moved, and I never acted on impulse. If I dared to lead the campaign myself, I must already have a foolproof plan. After a brief silence, she pushed down all her worries and gave a firm nod. "All right. Since your highness has made up your mind, I won't stand in your way." 1 week later, the northern frontier was raw with biting wind and sand, dead grass rolling across the wasteland. The gates of Jinbei City swung open with a thunderous crash. Clad in black armor, a blade at my waist, and the overlord's spear in my hand, I charged out through the pass, leading the way on horseback. Behind me, 4,000 Qin cavalry poured out in tight formation. 1,000 heavy cavalry in dark armor, their plates catching the light with a cold, menacing gleam. 3,000 light riders, blades sharp, their momentum unstoppable. Days earlier, my scouts had already slipped deep into the steppe, mapping out every surrounding barbarian tribe, their positions, their numbers, the layout of their camps, down to the last detail. First target, the Blackbone tribe, the very tribe whose chieftain, I'd cut down before, the one whose 2,000 elite warriors I'd wiped out to the last man. Today, I would tear out this tumor for good. 4,000 riders swept into the steppe, abandoning the main roads, cutting across the Gobi at full gallop. Hooves ground the dead grass to dust. The wind screamed past. The Blackbone tribe's encampment. Tents stretched in rows, cattle and sheep scattered about, a picture of ease. Grown men drank and chatted idly outside their tents, everyone relaxed. They never dreamed. Hell had already come knocking at their door. On the horizon, a black mass of cavalry suddenly appeared, bearing straight down on the tribe to crush it. Only when the thunder of hooves shook the earth did the people in the tents jolt awake. Cavalry. Qian cavalry. They've broken through. The shouts had barely risen before panic took hold. Too late. I gripped my spear one-handed and drove my horse forward. Full charge. Flattened the black bone. 4,000 riders crashed into the camp like a black flood. War cries split the sky. The Blackbone tribe fell into total chaos. No time to don armor. No time to form up. Warriors scrambled onto their horses and threw themselves into a ragged defense. The moment the two sides met, it was a rout. The cavalry formation rolled over them, hooves trampling, bodies flung aside. Blades rose and fell, blood spraying. Their so-called resistance was pitifully fragile. It was pure, one-sided slaughter. At the very front of the battlefield, I charged at the front, unstoppable. My overlord spear swept forward in a driving thrust, the wind screaming off the blade. A burly blackbone warrior swung his blade down at me. A flick of my wrist, and my spear shot out in an instant, punching straight through his chest, flinging the corpse into the air. Two barbarians on my flank tried to close in for a sneak attack. I wheeled my horse and swept wide, the shaft crashing down with brutal force. Two sharp cracks of shattering bone. Their ribs caved in completely. They flew backward and hit the ground, dead on the spot. Anyone who raised a blade against me didn't last a single exchange. My horse trampled through the tents as I cut a path back and forth, unstoppable wherever I went. The heavy cavalry in black armor followed close behind, crushing every obstacle. The light cavalry carved up the battlefield and cut off any escape. The entire encampment turned into a living hell. The slaughter lasted a full hour. The once bustling Blackbone camp fell utterly silent. Corpses littered the ground, and blood soaked into the grass. I reined in my horse and stopped, black armor stained red, sweeping a cold gaze across the field. Strip the supplies, take everything. The whole army immediately split into teams. Anything that could get us through winter was packed up and loaded onto carts. Nothing left behind. In less than half an hour, the wealth the Blackbone tribe had hoarded over years was picked clean. All forces withdraw. The riders turned and thundered away across the blood-stained grass, vanishing into the distance. The emptied camp was left with nothing but wreckage, bodies everywhere, ruined tents, and a dense crowd of the old, the weak, the women, and the children. The elderly slumped down, trembling. Women clutched their children, weeping silently as they stared at the bodies of their loved ones scattered across the ground. On the brutal steppe, no able-bodied men meant no fighting strength. No cattle or sheep meant no means to survive the winter. Having lost every last man, the Blackbone tribe existed in name only. Over the next half-month, the northern grasslands became an absolute hell. I led 4,000 riders on a relentless campaign, day and night, without pause. Following the list our scouts had surveyed, we called them out one by one and settled every score. The destruction of the Blackbone was only the beginning. White Sheep, Red Hoof, Rockwolf, Deadwood, Windthorn, Falzan, the 6 great tribes that ringed the outskirts of Jinbei City and had raided the border folk for years. Not one was spared. The steppe tribes relied on nothing more than their knowledge of the terrain, their mobility, and their ability to flee when they couldn't win. But this time, they'd met their match. Every one of my 4,000 cavalrymen was a savage fighter. The 1,000 heavy riders in black armor were invincible head-on. Each tribe met the exact same fate. The cavalry swept into position and crushed them in a direct charge. The barbarians scrambled to meet us, fought briefly, and collapsed in an instant. No tactics, just pure, overwhelming force. Any able-bodied man who took up a weapon and dared to resist was cut down where he stood. We didn't kill the old or weak, nor the women and children. But every fighting force was ripped out by the roots. One tribe after another crumbled. The barbarian warriors who had once run rampant along the border, killing and looting at will, now lay in heaps before their own tents, at the edges of their pastures, along the riverbanks. Beside them, in just half a month, 6 great tribes had been uprooted. The Iron Cavalry swept across hundreds of miles of grassland, coming and going like the wind. The once scattered barbarian camps were trampled and burned to the ground, one after another. The few scouts and deserters who survived were scared out of their wits. The moment they glimpsed the dark shapes of the cavalry in the distance, the moment they heard the thunder of hooves, they threw down their armor and fled north for their lives. They ran, and they wept as they ran. No one dared come within a single step of the northern Liang border again. The frontier, once crawling with barbarians and steeped in chaos and danger, had been utterly cleansed by half a month of blood and iron. As far as the eye could see, 1,000 miles of grassland lay empty and desolate. A field officer stood atop a high slope, his voice heavy with emotion. 6 tribes in half a month, all wiped out. From this day on, For 100 miles beyond the northern frontier, there will be no more barbarian blades. The deputy general nodded firmly, his eyes filled with awe. His Highness ends war with war. These barbarians bully the weak and fear the strong. Only blood and steel can teach them a lesson they won't forget. Once I confirmed there were no organized tribes left anywhere in the region, I gave the order at once. All forces, cease the campaign. Regroup, form ranks, and head home. The Iron Cavalry, having marched half a month and won battle after battle, quickly drew back into formation. At the same time, the massive spoils of war were tallied and gathered. Over 100,000 head of cattle, sheep, and horses, driven together in herds. Mountains of pelts, dried meat, dairy, grain, and fodder. The gold, silver, weapons, and stockpiles that each tribe had hoarded for years. Cart after cart, herd after herd, too many to count, rolled southward in a vast, sweeping procession. The setting sun spilled across the blood-stained grassland. Clad in black armor soaked in blood, I stood atop the high slope, my gaze sweeping over that silent, empty expanse. My eyes were cold, without the faintest ripple. Mercy toward barbarians is cruelty toward your own people. The court of the northern barbarian king. Inside the tent, a bonfire blazed, animal hides carpeted the ground, and the atmosphere was solemn. Nobles from every tribe, along with civil and military ministers, stood in rows on either side, taking inventory of their winter supplies. A scout, battered and filthy, came tumbling and scrambling into the great tent. Great king, disaster. Upon the throne, Yalu Qi's brow furrowed. Speak. Chu Yun, the prince of Qin of northern Liang, has led his iron cavalry deep into the grasslands himself. In half a month, he swept through the 6 tribes around Jinbei City. The white sheep, the red hoof, the rock wolf, all destroyed. Nearly every able-bodied man slaughtered, the camps burned, the herds seized. Hundreds of miles of pasture land, all laid waste. The only survivors are the old, the weak, the women and children. Those few words struck like a thunderclap. The great tent fell dead silent for an instant, then erupted completely. The 6 tribes had guarded the northern frontier for years, no weak fighting force. Yet in half a month, someone had torn them out by the roots. Madness. This prince of Qin has lost his mind. To cross our borders and butcher our people on our own grasslands. This is a declaration of war. An old minister clenched both fists, bowed forward, and roared in fury. Great king, this is a blood feud that cannot go unanswered. He slaughtered my royal tribes in full view of the entire steppe. He's grinding the great king's face into the dirt to humiliate all of Baiman. Another warhawk noble raised his voice, demanding battle. Great king, muster our main force at once. March south, raze Bailiang to the ground, cut down Chu Yun, and pay blood for blood. The tent seethed with fury. One by one, the officials and generals dropped to their knees, their roars rising and crashing like waves. Upon the throne, Yalu Qi's expression shifted from calm to ashen. His tiger-like eyes bulged wide, murderous intent boiling in their depths. Never in his wildest imagination had he expected the newly arrived Prince Qin of Bailiang to be so brazen. Charging into the steppe of his own accord, butchering 6 of his tribes. This wasn't mere provocation. This was pressing Baiman's face to the ground and dragging it through the dirt. He wanted nothing more than to empty his camps and march south that very moment, crushing everything in his path all the way to Jinbei City. But beyond the peak of rage lay the peak of reason. Over a decade on the throne had given him fire in his blood, but also cunning in his mind. Winter was closing in. Once the snowstorms sealed the roads, the grasslands withered, and the temperature plunged, marching hundreds of thousands of troops across 1,000 miles would be a nightmare. Supplies, warmth, wounds, and sickness. The logistics simply couldn't keep up. The Qin army wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A single blizzard could break his entire main force. A hunter doesn't chase his quarry through a snowstorm. The truly powerful know when to strike, and even better, they know when to sheath their claws. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging bloodlust. When he opened them again, only cold restraint remained. He raised a hand, silencing the clamor of the tent. In an instant, all fell quiet. every gaze fixed on the throne. "I know," he said, his voice low and rasping. "All of you want war. 6 tribes lie dead. No one hates this more than I do. But winter is upon us, and the snows will bury the roads. To march south now is not vengeance. It is suicide." The officials' faces twisted with reluctance, yet none dared argue. Yellow Chi's gaze swept across them, and he spoke each word slowly, deliberately. "This blood debt, I have carved it into my memory. What I endure today is not fear of Baelyang. Every one of you, stockpile provisions, settle the tribes, survive the winter." His eyes suddenly narrowed, each word sharp as a blade. "When spring returns, when the snow melts and the grass grows green, I will gather the strength of the entire steppe, rally every elite warrior of Baiman, and march south in force. We will level Jinbei City and slaughter every last defender of Baelyang. I will make Chu Yun pay for the deaths of these 6 tribes, until not a single inch of ground is left to him." Murderous intent flooded the royal tent. The assembled officials and generals bowed low and knelt, crying out in unison, "The great king is wise." At Baelyang City, the gates stood wide open. The noonday sun poured across the streets. Tens of thousands of common folk had gathered early along both sides of the main road. A sea of faces packed shoulder to shoulder, every eye locked on the northern approach to the city. I reined in my horse and rode slowly through the gates. In the span of half a day, word of how I had personally led my iron cavalry to sweep through 6 tribes of the steppe had already spread through every corner of the city. The thunder of hooves grew from distant rumble to roar, dust billowing in its wake. I rode at the very front, my black armor stained with a faint bloodstains. Behind him, 4,000 iron cavalry rode in formation, armor gleaming, spears flashing like snow, their will to fight still burning. Further back stretched an endless line of spoils, herds of cattle, sheep, and horses crowding the road, cartloads of animal hides, grain, dried meat, and ironwork piled high as mountains, stretching beyond sight. "They're back. The army's back," someone shouted first. The next second, the entire street erupted in cheers. Applause and roars drowned out the thunder of hooves. "Glory to the Prince of Qin. 6 tribes of the steppe, swept clean. Long live the might of Baelyang's army." An old man with white hair leaned on his cane, trembling from head to toe, his eyes rimmed red. "I've lived my whole life, and I finally saw this day. It used to be the barbarians who came to rob us, to kill us. Today, at last, it's our turn to strike back." Around him, many of the townspeople blinked back tears too. A woman holding her child murmured softly, "Remember this, my child. There was a time when we people of Baelyang couldn't hold our heads up. From today on, no one will ever dare to just kill us or rob us again." I looked out at those flushed, fervent faces and understood something all at once. The true dignity of an army has never come from how many cattle it seizes back, but from letting the people behind it stand tall for the very first time. The fear and humiliation Baelyang had swallowed for decades were, on this day, wiped away for good. Before the gates of the Prince of Qin's estate, the maids, guards, and stewards stood in solemn rows, all waiting for my triumphant return. At the very front of the crowd stood Li Wanqing, in a plain, elegant gown, poised and graceful. She wore no finery, just simple, everyday clothes, yet her eyes couldn't hide her anxiety and longing. "He's here. I hear hoofbeats," a guard beside her whispered. I galloped up to the gate and swung down from my horse. The moment I steadied myself, a light figure hurried forward. She gripped my hand tightly. "My lord, you're finally back." I looked down at her gentle eyes, and half the exhaustion of 2 weeks campaigning melted away in an instant. "I'm back. I'm fine. These past 2 weeks, I worried every single day." She clutched my hand and wouldn't let go. "The steppe is so vast, and those barbarians are treacherous. I was afraid you'd push in too deep, alone, and walk into an ambush. I burned incense and prayed every day, and couldn't sleep a single night in peace." I raised my hand and gently patted the back of hers. "Don't worry. A few scattered tribes of the steppe could never touch me. This campaign has cleared all 6 threats along the border. For the next several months, Baelyang can rest easy." I paused, looking into her eyes. "I made you a promise, to keep myself safe, to keep Bailiang safe and to keep you safe. On both sides, the guards and servants lowered their heads, faint smiles tugging at their lips despite themselves. They usually stood in awe of my ruthless authority on the battlefield. Only now did they see clearly, beneath all that iron and blood, but also had a tender side. At the front of the procession, 3 maids, Chuntao, Xiahe, and Qinghe, huddled together, keeping their voices low, their eyes full of envy. "Look," Chuntao giggled behind her hand. "The very first thing His Highness does after coming home is comfort the princess. Everyone says His Highness is ruthless in battle, stern and domineering." Qinghe murmured with feeling. "But in front of the princess, he's always gentle and patient. That kind of devotion, it makes you envious right down to your bones." The 3 whispered among themselves, careful not to disturb the 2 of us. Night fell, and the lanterns of Bailiang's city flickered to life. Warm lights spread across the rooftops, illuminating the entire city. The cheers of the day hadn't yet faded, and a sense of peace and celebration lingered everywhere. Inside the Prince of Qin's manor, the halls blazed with light, bright as day. In the center of the great hall, the victory banquet was already laid out. Long tables lined the room, piled high with meats, fresh fruit, and fine wine. The generals, commanders, and officers who had marched to war, along with the city's governors, advisors, and officials, every one of them was present. The civil and military ranks sat on opposite sides, joy written on every face. Half a month of bloody fighting had swept away the 6 tribes of the steppe, proclaimed the might of our army, and secured our northern frontier, a victory Bailiang hadn't seen in 100 years. I sat at the head of the table in plain robes, less the warrior now, more at ease. Li Wanxing sat quietly beside me, her dress simple and elegant, gentle and dignified. Once everyone had taken their seats, they rose together as one, raising their cups. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Half a month to crush all 6 tribes and wipe out a century of border troubles. Your Highness's might is unmatched. You protect all the people of Bailiang." The cheers thundered through the hall, loud and strong, every gaze filled with genuine respect. I swept my eyes across the room, lifted my cup, tilted my head back, and drained it in one gulp. Setting it down, I raised a hand for silence. "Sit." The hall fell quiet at once. Breaking 6 tribes in this campaign was not the work of one man, I said, my voice carrying. It was won by the blood of every soldier who fought. The Qin army was fierce, clean, decisive, thorough, and I am well pleased. My tone softened. Tonight we celebrate. No business, no talk of war. Eat, drink, and don't leave until you're drunk. The moment the words left my mouth, the whole hall erupted. "Thank you, Your Highness." Cups clinked, laughter rang out. The generals swapped stories of the fighting on the steppe, while the civil officials remarked that the hearts of the northern frontier could finally be at peace. Amid the merriment, I glanced down towards Su Zhe and Gao Meng. Both immediately set down their cups and leaned in to receive my orders. The supplies, cattle and sheep, grain, and weapons seized in this campaign. The 2 of you will take charge of counting and storing all of it, I said, my voice turning grave. "Sort it, catalog it, register everything. Not a single item held back. All of it into the treasury. Use it first for the city's winter reserves. Support the common folk. Resupply the camps. Stock the storehouses. No private shares, no waste." The 2 bowed. "As you command, Your Highness." With the affairs of state settled, I said no more, letting everyone drink to their heart's content. The aroma of wine and food filled the air, and the clinking of cups rose one after another. The guests drank from early evening deep into the night, and it wasn't until well past midnight that the banquet finally began to wind down. The civil and military officials took their leave one by one, each heading home with hearts full of excitement. The once boisterous hall gradually fell quiet. I saw off the last group of officials. The wine had barely touched me. My mind was clear and sharp. I turned to look at Li Wanxing. The night was gentle, and with a beautiful woman by my side, all the exhaustion of days on the battlefield melted away. I reached out and gently took her hand. "Wanxing, let's go back to our room." The 2 of us walked side by side through the quiet corridor, back to our bedchamber. The door closed softly, shutting out the lights beyond. The warm lamplight flickered. Li Wanqing lifted her eyes to me. My lord, these past 2 weeks, I couldn't rest, day or night. The grasslands are so far away, and war is so dangerous. Every day I waited here at the manor. My heart never stopped worrying about you. I raised my hand and stroked her hair. I made you worry. She leaned into my arms, her voice soft and tender. I don't need you to win every battle. I don't need you to strike fear across the land. I only ask that every time you march off to war, you come home safe. Your safety means more to me than anything. Just a few words, yet they struck straight at my heart. I tightened my arms and pulled her close. With you waiting at home for me, I have something to hold on to, a place to return to. To have you by my side in this life is my greatest blessing. The next morning, faint daylight filtered through the paper windows. A night of tenderness, its warmth still lingering. I woke early and slipped out of bed, my movements slow and quiet. On the inner side of the bed, Li Wanqing was still fast asleep, her expression languid, her face flushed with a tired rosy hue. Last night had worn her out completely. The usually poised and capable princess now had an air of delicate frailty about her. After a moment, her long lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was hazy at first, adjusting to the light. Then it shifted, and she saw me, already dressed and ready. She let out a soft sigh, her voice hoarse and aggrieved. My lord, you're awake. She propped herself up on her arms, trying to sit, but another wave of weakness hit her. She shot me a look. You should really find a couple more women to serve you. I honestly can't keep up anymore. She truly was exhausted, managing the entire manor's affairs by day and having to deal with me by night. She was worn out in body and spirit. I chuckled softly but said nothing, just kept straightening my clothes. Seeing that I stayed silent, she got a little irritated and decided to settle the matter herself. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as your consent. I'll make this decision for you. My lord, you're tied up with military and state affairs every day. The inner household shouldn't rest on my shoulders alone. Leave this matter to me to arrange. I shook my head helplessly but didn't argue. She had always handled household matters reliably. Leaving it to her put my mind at ease. After breakfast, I changed into my official robes, mounted my horse, and headed straight for the commandery office. Inside, Suja rose to his feet the moment he saw me enter. My lord, I raised a hand to wave off the formality and got straight to the point. The honeycomb briquette production at the Heiyu Mountain Coal Yard. How's it coming along? He straightened his files and gave me a factual report. My lord, the coal yard is fully up and running. Mining, sorting, mixing, molding, drying, and storage. The entire assembly line is operational. The workers have their tasks down cold. We're turning out 50,000 finished briquettes a day, all steady. Quality meat standard, ready for household use straight off the line. I shook my head. Not enough. Suja froze. Bailiang has 1 million people to get through the winter. My eyes drifted to the window. Every household needs to heat their homes and cook their meals, day and night, nonstop. Spread 50,000 across all of them, and you barely cover 30%. The moment a cold snap hits or a blizzard seals off the city, it won't hold. Keep scaling up. Faster, bigger. Understood, my lord. Ride out to Heiyu Mountain with me. I want to see it for myself. The two of us rode out of the city, galloping for 2 hours before we reached the heart of the mining district. As far as the eye could see, the barren, lifeless mountain of old had been completely transformed. At the foot of the mountain, temporary workshops, drying sheds, and storage sheds sprawled out in tiers, stretching beyond sight. The dirt paths through the hills had been packed hard underfoot, winding trails snaking deep into the mining zone. The roads teemed with people, laborers, workers, and craftsmen hurrying back and forth. Some carried baskets slung over their shoulders, others pushed wooden carts. Cartload after cartload of black raw coal poured out from deep in the mountains in an endless stream. The crowds were dense, yet there wasn't a trace of chaos. Mining, hauling, processing, producing, drying, storing. All 6 stages turned in ceaseless rotation. Voices, hammering, and shouting all wove together, the whole barren mountain buzzing with feverish activity. Suja chimed in at just the right moment. My lord, the coal yard now has over 100,000 workers on the payroll. 2 shifts, day and night. No downtime, no gaps in production. The grounds are still expanding, and we've rushed in more molds and craftsmen across the board. I looked out over the thriving scene, satisfaction in my eyes, and set the tone in a firm voice. 100,000 workers is enough, but the output still can't keep pace. In the next phase, every resource goes to the coal yard first. Scale up across the board and cut out any redundant steps. Before winter sets in, daily output has to hold steady at 100,000 briquettes. 100,000 a day is the bare minimum to get Bailiang's million people through the winter in peace. Suja's expression turned grave, and he nodded hard. I'll get it done or die trying, my lord. But I was looking further ahead. Surviving the winter was only the short game. Honeycomb briquettes were the lifeblood of Bailiang's future. Suja, remember this. I spoke slowly. Honeycomb briquettes aren't just winter supplies. They're an industry we can build for the long haul. Timber is limited and expensive. Coal reserves are massive and burn long. Winters in the northern commanderies are brutal. Every household short on firewood, every family dreading the cold. Once Bailiang's own reserves are secure, sell directly to the outside, to neighboring counties and the northern states. Keep prices low to benefit the people, profit through mass production, and prop up the royal treasury with the proceeds. Startup funds and war spoils will eventually run dry. Fighting, construction, maintaining troops, keeping the people fed, every single thing burns through money. Without a stable industry, Bailiang would collapse sooner or later. And honeycomb briquettes, these were Bailiang's first perpetual source of revenue. Suja's heart shook. Your Highness, your foresight is profound. I fall far short. Seizing the moment, he reported another matter concerning the people's livelihood. Your Highness, there's one more thing. Recently, word of Bailiang's tax exemptions, guaranteed housing, and stability amid chaos has spread throughout the surrounding regions. Refugees, bankrupt commoners, and lower-class farmers have been flocking here to settle with their entire families. Nearly every day, new groups arrive at the city gates. I've already arranged designated settlement zones, unified household registration, and land distribution. A smile spread across my face. Good. In times of chaos, what is most precious? Not gold, not silver, not grain. It's people. With people, you have labor, you have soldiers, you can cultivate the land and sustain the city. Bailiang, rising from ruins, lacked nothing so much as population. I made the call at once. Anyone willing to settle in Bailiang. Accept them all. Turn no one away. No land. We'll clear new ground. No houses. We'll build them. No grain. We'll allocate it. But people, they are the most precious foundation of all. Settle every new resident properly. Let the whole world know. Bailiang lets people live, lets people feel safe, lets people grow rich. Suja bowed. Understood, Your Highness. By the time I returned to the royal manor, the sun had already dipped toward the west. After a dusty journey, I'd barely stepped into the inner courtyard, hadn't even had a moment to rest, when a gentle figure hurried over to greet me. Li Wanqing wore a serious expression, clearly having waited a long while, with important business on her mind. She gave a slight bow. Your Highness, I have an important matter to report. Speak. She straightened, her thoughts clear and organized. Heiyu Mountain is expanding production at full speed, and honeycomb briquette output climbs higher by the day. At this rate, in less than a month, Bailiang's internal winter reserves will be more than sufficient. Once the city's stockpiles are saturated, continued mass production will only clog the warehouses and waste manpower. She lifted her eyes to meet mine, her gaze firm. Honeycomb briquettes are extremely cheap, long-burning, and smokeless, far superior to ordinary firewood. The northern regions suffer brutal winters and run short on fuel every year. The common people struggle to survive the cold, and wealthy households burn through even more for heating. This is an absolute must-have, a business guaranteed to sweep across the north. I would like to take charge of this myself, to promote Bailiang's honeycomb briquettes abroad, sell them to the northern states, and open up trade routes. First, it establishes a lasting industry for Bailiang. Second, it continuously fills the treasury, so we no longer live off war spoils and scattered taxes. Third, it makes Bailiang's specialty famous throughout the north and solidifies the foundation of the royal house. Her words were tightly reasoned, her vision long-term. After hearing her out, a flicker of approval crossed my eyes, and I let out a soft chuckle. Your thinking, my dear, aligns perfectly with my own. When I inspected the coal yards today, I'd already settled on a plan, selling to outside markets, turning this into a full-fledged, profitable industry. I was just about to pick someone to oversee its expansion and establish the trade routes. I looked at this clever, perceptive woman before me, my tone decisive. Since you've volunteered, this task is yours, full authority. Trade, distribution, pricing, dealing with merchants, you'll oversee all of it. Manpower, accounting, guards, personnel dispatch, arrange them as you see fit. Every resource in this manner is open to you. No need to report in, no need to ask permission. No interference, no restrictions, no suspicion. This was the greatest trust one could offer her. Warmth bloomed in Li Wanqing's chest, and she gave a solemn nod. I won't let you down, my lord. Then she cut to the heart of it. I intend to use the Li family's network to open up this trade route. I paused briefly, then understood. The Li family of the great Xiang, a military dynasty. Their connections ran everywhere. The court, the military, the regional prefectures. The official channels ordinary merchants could never navigate. The trade permits they could never obtain. A single word from the Li family would clear the way. Especially in the north, where most territories were military garrisons and border prefectures, the Li family's influence far outweighed any local power. Do it, I said without hesitation. The Li family's channels are the fastest, steadiest, and most efficient shortcut there is. Then my tone shifted, my gaze turning serious as I came to the crucial point. Favors are favors, and business is business. Even between the closest of spouses, public and private matters must stay separate. But let's set the rules straight. My tone was firm. You may be my consort, but the Li family provides the connections, the channels, the standing. They're genuinely helping Bailiang build a trade route. Every share, every dividend they're owed, not one bit gets shorted. You're a daughter of the Li family. Securing benefits for your kin is only natural. Bailiang provides the resources, the technology, the venues. The Li family provides the channels and the backing, mutual benefit, all around. That's simply how it should be. I'll have someone draft the terms, allotting the Li family a fixed equity stake, with annual dividends that will never be withheld. Li Wanqing stared at me, warmth surging in her eyes. My lord, you needn't do this. I'm already the consort of Bailiang. Opening new revenue streams for Bailiang is simply my duty. I shook my head. Wanqing, when it comes to how you handle people and affairs, you have to think long-term. Offering help for free once is goodwill. Binding people together through lasting mutual interest is the foundation. A relationship with no shared stakes is fragile beyond words. Only by making sure the Li family profits year after year will they commit themselves completely, forever standing guard over the Prince of Qin's house. These dividends aren't a matter of sentiment. They're the price of lasting stability, of clear trade routes, of a powerful family choosing our side. #translation. I set the rules. The Li family reaps the benefits. The credit goes to you, and the big picture belongs to the Prince of Qin's estate. Just do your part with peace of mind. A few sentences completely dispelled all her concerns and secured a top-tier noble family for Bailiang. Li Wanqing's expression softened, and she answered solemnly. I understand now. I'll make honeycomb briquettes all the rage across the northern prefectures and bring in a steady stream of revenue for Bailiang. At first light the next day, Li Wanqing got to work. The first pressing matter in opening up the northern market was assembling the right people. She changed into a crisp, plain robe and headed straight to the prefectural governor's office to find Su Jia. She got right to the point the moment she sat down. Lord Su, the coal yard's output is growing by the day, and we need trade caravans on the ground immediately. If you have anyone skilled in trade, running distribution channels, keeping accounts, or escorting goods, send them all over. Su Jia stayed calm. From a wooden box on his desk, he produced a thick leather-bound roster. Its corners were worn and fraying, and when he opened it, the pages were covered in dense writing, names, places of origin, former trades, and special skills, each entry laid out clearly. Li Wanqing leaned in for a closer look, surprise flickering in her eyes. Former shop managers, merchants who'd traveled north and south, accountants who specialized in inventory, foremen who oversaw shipments, brokers skilled at negotiating prices, talent from every trade, all recorded within. I never imagined there were so many capable people among Bailiang's refugees. Your Highness, Suja said with a bow. Ever since his lordship established his policy to settle the people, refugees and bankrupt commoners have been pouring in from all directions. The first thing we do when they enter the city is register their backgrounds. Many of them once had stable livelihoods and only became refugees because of war and crushing taxes. They may look down on their luck, but their skills are entirely intact. So I kept a separate record, ready to draw upon once our various enterprises got underway. Li Wanqing felt immediately reassured. She'd been worried about scouring the land for business talent, and now here were ready candidates right before her. She closed the roster and made her decision on the spot. Select 200 of the most capable from this roster and have them gather at the Prince of Qin's estate. I'll use them as the foundation to establish an official Bailiang Merchants Guild to oversee the export of honeycomb briquettes. As you command. Suja wasted no time. He dispatched officers at once to summon everyone according to the roster, with orders for all to arrive before noon. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard of the Prince of Qin's estate, all 200 had assembled. Their clothes were mostly coarse cloth and patches, but their eyes each held a certain sharpness. Clearly people who had spent years out in the world. They chatted in low voices in twos and threes, quietly guessing at the princess's reason for gathering them. Li Wanqing stepped onto the raised platform, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, her voice clear and bright. I've called you all here today, so let me get straight to the point. Among you, some have run storefronts, some have traded goods across the land. Some are experts at bookkeeping and managing warehouses. Some are familiar with checkpoints in every region, and some excel at dealing with officials and negotiating prices. Bailiang is opening an official trading guild, and honeycomb briquettes will be our main product. Supply is plentiful, and demand runs high through the harsh northern winters. This business will never lack buyers. I picked you out because I saw a real talent in each of you, and I'm giving you all a shot at making your mark. She paused, then laid out the perks, no strings attached. During the setup phase, the manor backs you completely. Need money? Draw straight from the treasury. Need people? Laborers and guards are yours to command. Carts, storage, storefronts. You get first pick on everything. Full authority is delegated. Managers at every level make their own calls. No need to run every little thing up the chain. I'm setting just one deadline, 7 days. In 7 days, the guild structure, division of labor, and caravan bylaws all need to be up and running. Do it well, and you'll get land, a home, and a raise on your monthly pay. I won't shortchange anyone. As her words landed, a low murmur rippled across the courtyard. Many eyes lit up, fists clenching quietly. Li Wanqing's gaze swept the crowd and quickly locked onto a middle-aged man in the front row. She checked the roster. This was Zhou Fuguei, who'd once run a trading firm and handled major deals in his day. She raised a hand and pointed. Zhou Fuguei, step forward. Zhou Fuguei started, then hurried up and bowed. Present, my lady. You've spent over a decade in the trade and managed an entire guild. I'm making an exception and appointing you president of the Bailiang Trading Guild. You'll lead the whole thing, setup, assignments, and drafting the rules. Li Wanqing stared straight into his eyes. Get the framework standing within 7 days, and high rank, fat pay, and fortune are all yours for the taking. I'll ask you just once, 7 days. Can you pull it off? Zhou Fuguei straightened his back and answered loud and clear. My lady, I've spent half my life in the trade. I know every step by heart. With money, supplies, and manpower ready, I'll have it built in 7 days, no mistakes. If I fail, punish me as you see fit. The sharp reply brought a satisfied look to Li Wanqing's face. President Zhou handles the big picture. The rest of you have your roles, 4 groups, accounting, purchasing, caravans, and liaison. Work together and get this guild on its feet. Profits from here on out are split by performance. Whoever earns merit, I'll personally report it to the prince, exactly as it happened. All 200 people bowed as one, their voices ringing in unison. We'll follow your orders, my lady. Over the next 7 days, the side courtyard of the Prince of Qin's manor ran day and night, busy but never chaotic. The moment Zhou Fuguei took charge, he showed the hard-earned skill of a top-tier trading manager. On day 1, he sized everyone up, sorted them into groups, then set the rules. He divided the 200 people cleanly: accounting, pricing, storage, external relations, transport, and distribution. Each team had a captain, a deputy, and staff, who kept the books, who took inventory, who negotiated prices, who dealt with the government, who handled transport. Every duty was clearly defined, without a trace of confusion. By day 3, everyone was officially on the job. The accounting team learned the Manners ledger system across the board. The storage team moved into the coal yard at Heiyu Mountain. The warehouse nearby, getting familiar with inventory. External relations simulated the northern markets, practicing price negotiations and bargaining. The escort teams coordinated with the guards, breaking in the long-haul security operations. Every day brought progress. Every day brought change. Li Wanqing found time to come check on things almost daily. She excelled at internal administration and logistics, but she wasn't well-versed in how a merchant guild operated. At first, she'd worried that throwing it together so quickly would leave the whole thing hollow and disorganized, with no unity among the people. But watching Zhou Fuguei handle everything with methodical calm, watching all 200 people carry out their respective duties, her doubts melted away bit by bit, replaced by wholehearted approval. This was genuine commercial talent, steady in action, seasoned in judgment, every method grounded and practical. In just 7 days, a complete Bailiang merchant guild had been fully established. Headquarters, structure, regulations, ledgers, goods flow, field operations, all of it in place. Official documents, transit permits, partnership templates, all compiled and filed away. The guild was no longer some slapdash operation. It already possessed every capability needed to handle bulk trade, distribute goods across prefectures, and conduct official commerce. Not like a hastily assembled new guild at all, but more like an established trading house that had been running for years. With everything wrapped up neatly, Li Wanqing organized the complete set of files and personally delivered them to the study. At that moment, I was flipping through the northern frontier defense maps, checking over the winter supply reserves. Hearing footsteps, I looked up. Li Wanqing walked to the desk, a smile in her eyes. "My lord, I have not failed the task you entrusted to me. In just 7 days, the Bailiang Merchant Guild has taken complete shape." She spread a thick stack of files across the table. Personnel fully staffed, regulations established, processes running smoothly, accounts kept in order. All the groundwork is finished. Now we need only open up the external trade routes, and we can begin large-scale distribution at any time. I lowered my head and scanned through the files. Neat and clear, with responsibilities and authority sharply defined. Looking back at Li Wanqing's delighted face, I curved my lips into a smile. Well done. Fully formed in 7 days, with a complete structure. When you handle matters, my dear, I have nothing to worry about. The praise brought a faint flush to her cheeks, but she let out a soft sigh. Most of this isn't really my doing. Zhou Fuguei and his people, they're simply too capable. I used to think refugees were people with no skills to make a living. But among this group, there are head merchants, veteran accountants, external liaison managers. Every one of them has a specialty, every one seasoned in their work. She shook her head, a trace of lament in her eyes. That talents so skilled in commerce should end up displaced and homeless. It just shows how truly chaotic these times have become. If even the finest hands can't find a place to settle, how much harder must life be for ordinary folk? I listened quietly, my expression giving nothing away, but inwardly I was chuckling. These people, refugees forced to flee? Hardly. This was a professional team the system had delivered, tailor-made for Bailiang's rise. Every single one of them was a precisely matched elite. If not for the system, in such chaotic times, this many talents could never emerge all at once. Li Wanqing pulled herself from her thoughts and reported with a serious expression. "My lord, the framework of the trade guild is now completely established. Manpower, systems, procedures, everything is in place. Only one step remains: opening up the official trade routes in the north. Cross-province passage, checkpoint clearances, official permits. We can't do without a single one. An ordinary caravan simply can't obtain these authorizations. Only by leveraging the Li family's military connections can we spread throughout the entire region. I intend to return to the capital soon, to meet with my father in person and finalize the partnership between the Li family and Bailiang. I gave a slight nod. Very well. No one else can handle this. The Li family shares their pride, the delicate balance of favors. You're the most suitable to negotiate all of it. I raised my eyes to look at her and gently added, send my regards to my father, the emperor, and to my mother, the consort. Stay a few extra days. There's no need to rush back. She nodded tenderly. I'll remember that. Half a month passed in a flash. Winter had arrived in the north, and bitter winds swept snow across the 1,000-mile official road. Beyond the capital's outskirts, a convoy of carriages raced southward. 100 estate guards rode alongside on horseback, and at the center sat an ebony carriage, Li Wanqing's ride home. Snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers, blanketing heaven and earth in pale white. Inside the carriage, warmth filled the air. Through the window, the maid Qinghe caught sight of the towering silhouette in the distance, and her eyes lit up. My lady, look. That's the capital gate up ahead. We're finally back. Li Wanqing raised her hand and lifted the curtain, gazing into the distance. At the edge of her vision, a great city stretched across the horizon. Endless walls of gray brick rose high, with majestic gate towers and interlocking eaves. Even in the snow, carriages and horses flowed like a river, prosperous and thriving. This was the imperial capital of Great Xian, the center of the world. She gazed for a long moment. An emotion stirred in her heart. Winter in the capital brought abundance everywhere. She thought again of Bailiang, harsh, cold, remote. Even after Chu Yun's months of reform, rebuilding walls, cultivating wasteland, mining coal, and settling the people, it was growing more prosperous by the day, yet compared to the imperial capital, it still felt far too meager. Give the order. Pick up the pace. Head straight into the city, back to the Li family estate. Yes, my lady. The convoy pressed on through the falling snow, heading straight for the city gate. With their token, they entered smoothly and passed through the bustling main streets. The roads were broad, crowded with surging throngs of people, a world apart from the cold, desolate frontier of Bailiang. Moments later, a grand and imposing noble estate came into view. The crimson gates towered high, with stone lions standing guard on either side. Qinghe stepped down first, then reached out to help Li Wanqing to the ground. Dressed in an elegant, understated gown, she carried herself with poise. After months tempered in Bailiang, she had shed the delicate softness of a sheltered maiden and gained the dignified air of a household matriarch. The guards at the gate recognized her, their faces flooding with joy. Forgetting all etiquette, they spun around and dashed into the estate. News. The eldest young lady has returned. The eldest young lady is back. The announcement. The words pierced through the courtyard, spreading layer by layer. In just moments, a middle-aged woman in an opulent brocade robe hurried over, her maidservants trailing behind. Lady Li spotted the figure at the doorway from a distance. Her eyes reddened as she quickened her pace, rushing forward to clasp her daughter's hands, her voice choked with emotion. Wanqing, my child, what brings you back so suddenly? Mother, I've come home. This trip to the capital is to handle an important matter on his lordship's behalf. Lady Li couldn't have cared less about business affairs. She only looked her daughter up and down. Seeing her rosy complexion and radiant health, not a trace of weariness, and looking even more poised than before, the worry that had weighed on her heart for months finally lifted. You're back. That's all that matters. You're back. She led her daughter toward the manor. The snow's coming down hard out here. Come inside with me. It's been months. I have so much to tell you. In the inner courtyard of the Li residence, Lady Li held her daughter's hand, her eyes full of concern. Wanqing, be honest with me. Bailiang is a bitter, barren place, forever facing the barbarians at the border. How has life truly been for you out there? Li Wanqing took a sip of hot tea. Mother, there's no need to worry. I've been doing very well. Ever since his lordship took his post, he's tightened military discipline, comforted the refugees, reclaimed wasteland, and opened coal yards. In just a few short months, that ruined border town has taken on a whole new life. The refugees have all settled down, and workshops are springing up everywhere. At the mention of Chu Yun, her expression softened. His lordship is steady and measured, decisive in battle, yet mindful of the people's welfare. And he treats me with great respect and tenderness. He's entrusted all matters of the household to my discretion, without the slightest suspicion. As princess consort of Baelyang, I hold real authority and stand on solid ground. I haven't suffered a single grievance. Every word struck a chord with Lady Li. She nodded again and again. That's good, then. My greatest fear was that you'd be alone and helpless, so far from home. Then she set aside her tenderness and spoke earnestly. You're the mistress of a household now. You need to think bigger. Manage the inner quarters well, and support his lordship in outside affairs. Only when husband and wife are of one mind can the family's fortune stand firm. Li Wanqing nodded solemnly. I'll keep that in mind. The night deepened. After her mother had retired, Li Wanqing gathered her business documents and made her way alone to the study. Li Wu was already waiting. The candlelight burned bright in the quiet, solemn room. He hadn't removed his official robes, and his presence was steady and commanding. As the backbone of the great Qin military and the high official in charge of the empire's military registers, his eye was sharp, far keener than that of any ordinary noble. He raised his gaze to his daughter as she entered and got straight to the point. Wanqing, your father knows you wouldn't return to the capital without good reason. Speak, what is it? Li Wanqing didn't beat around the bush either. She took a seat and explained her purpose. Father, I've returned to the capital to negotiate a major business opportunity, a partnership meant to last for generations, on his lordship's behalf. She laid out the current state of the coal yards, the scale of production, and the North's pressing demand, one point at a time. The Heiyu Mountain coal mine's mass production. Its mature technology, honeycomb briquettes burn long, burn clean, cost next to nothing, and can be produced in massive quantities. Several northern provinces suffer brutal winters, and the common folk are short on firewood, while the government offices are short on fuel. This is a rock-solid demand that's lasted 1,000 years. His Highness intends to roll out honeycomb briquettes across the entire north and monopolize the heating trade. But cross-prefecture commerce, checkpoint passage, local protection, he's hitting walls at every turn. His Highness wants to partner deeply with the Li family, to leverage your military connections and aristocratic channels to open up trade routes throughout the north. Mutual benefit, shared profits for the long haul. Li Wu listened in silence, tapping his fingertips lightly against the table, his mind racing through the calculations. On the surface, the Li family was just a military house holding command authority, but their enterprises were spread across every prefecture: salt and iron, carriages and horses, warehousing, overland trade routes. Their foundations ran deep, especially in the northern border prefectures, where only the Li banner was recognized. Ordinary nobles and local officials couldn't get a foot in the door. After a moment's thought, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He'd grasped the true value of this deal. This was no petty bit of business. It was a foundational industry that would monopolize the livelihood of the entire North. Immense returns on a small investment, never a slow sale, growing revenue year after year. Calling it a hen that laid golden eggs was underselling it. This was an inexhaustible wellspring of wealth. No wonder the Prince of Qin came specifically to the Li family, Li Wu said slowly. The noble consort's family looks impressive, but their roots are shallow in the end. They can't hold sway over the northern prefectures. Only my Li family, born of the military and rooted in the north. With my backing, not a single northern prefecture would dare stand in the way. He understood completely. It wasn't that Chu Yun couldn't find a partner. It was that no one but the Li family could carry this trade route. What's more, the Li family had long since been bound to Chu Yun's ship. Rise together, fall together. This was a sure-win deal with no downside, and there was no reason on earth to refuse. This partnership, the Li family takes it, he said, his tone decisive. Go back and tell the Prince of Qin. Every checkpoint passage in the north, every local obstacle, the Li family will shoulder it all. Li Wanqing felt a weight lift from her chest. She handed over the contract she'd prepared ahead of time with both hands. Father, His Highness keeps public and private matters strictly separate. He won't take the slightest advantage of the Li family. This is the profit-sharing agreement he drafted personally. Baelyang provides the mines, the manpower, the technology, and the production capacity. The Li family provides the channels, the connections, and the endorsement. The two houses split evenly, and the Li family holds a permanent fixed equity stake. Li Wu took it and read every word carefully. The terms were clear and the concessions were enormous. The more he read, the more shaken he became. He'd assumed at most Chu Yun would toss out some scattered dividends. He never expected the man to carve out a permanent, fixed equity stake outright. The scope of his vision, the sincerity of his intent, far beyond anything he'd anticipated. Chu Yun was young, yet extraordinarily perceptive. He understood human nature, understood balance of power, understood the long game. He didn't nickel and dime over small gains. He used great profits to forge alliances. This man's future was boundless. He set down the agreement, a look of firm resolve spreading across his face. Good. Since my son-in-law is so sincere, then as your father, I'll accept this share of the family fortune with an easy conscience. From this day forward, as long as the Li family stands anywhere within the borders of the Great Qian, the northern Liang caravans shall pass freely, unobstructed. Li Wanqing bowed slightly. Your daughter thanks you, father. With your declaration today, father, you're not simply sealing a business deal. You're placing the entire Li family firmly behind the Prince of Qin's estate. From now on, we share the same fate, in glory and in ruin alike. Among all the nobles in court, no one else would dare throw their full weight behind a frontier prince so completely, holding nothing back. She understood it perfectly. The Li family only needed to stay neutral to remain secure at court, watching the princes fight from the sidelines. Yet her father had chosen instead to actively bet on Chu Yun, gambling the entire clan's future. Li Wu spoke flatly. You needn't thank me. Your father isn't just doing someone a favor. This is an investment. An investment in Chu Yun, and in who will one day sit as heir to the great Qian throne. His gaze sharpened. The princes are all making a great deal of noise fighting over the succession. It looks like a brewing storm on the surface. But in my eyes, it's all empty theater. Only Chu Yun has troops, land, power, and the hearts of the people. He's the only one who could truly hold that supreme seat. Li Wanqing immediately shook her head. Father, I'm afraid you've misjudged this. My husband has never had any ambition for the throne. He said more than once that the shackles of imperial power are far too heavy, that an emperor is a lonely man, trapped his whole life within the walls of the palace. All he wants is to train his soldiers, keep his people safe, guard his stretch of land, and live freely. This investment of yours may truly come to nothing. As the one who shared his bed, she knew Chu Yun best, decisive and ruthless in battle, yet with no taste for political scheming. Li Wu only smiled slowly. Foolish girl, do you think the throne is something you can take when you want it and refuse when you don't? Once you're born into the imperial family, your fate is no longer your own. Chu Yun especially. He holds all of northern Liang, its military, its government, its wealth, its people, all in his hands alone. A man like that, even if he wants nothing for himself, others will never tolerate his existence. He leaned forward, his tone growing more serious. Since ancient times, the greatest threat to imperial power has always been a vassal prince who grows too strong. There's only one throne. No matter which prince takes it in the future, the court will never tolerate a prince of Qin who rules his own territory, commands a mighty army, and holds boundless prestige. No emperor could ever tolerate a brother whose military achievements outshine his own, with an army at his command. Even if Chu Yun refuses to fight for it, the new emperor will force him to, stripping his power, seizing his troops. In the end, he'll be either imprisoned, given a cup of poison, or slapped with a charge of treason and have his entire household purged. When it comes down to life or death, do you really think he'll keep clinging to his so-called indifference to power? Will he sit and wait to die, or rise up and seize the crown? Li Wanqing shuddered. Before, she had only seen Chu Yun's true nature, blind to the cruelty of imperial power. Now, awakened by a single sentence, her thoughts churned wildly. She began to put herself in his place, if it were her, seated upon the supreme throne, gazing down upon the realm. If there stood a vassal lord whose prestige eclipsed even the emperor's own, could such a thing be tolerated? The answer was no. No one could tolerate it. Stripping the vassals of their lands, seizing their power, settling the score, that was the only possible ending. To eclipse one's sovereign was itself the original sin. It had nothing to do with loyalty, nothing to do with right or wrong. Only the absolute supremacy of imperial authority. A chill crept up Li Wanqing's spine. She had to admit it. Her father was right. Chuyin didn't want the crown now, but the times would push him toward it, step by step. Not to fight was to die. When the nest is overturned, no egg survives whole. Seeing that she grasped it, Li Wu continued. Good, you understand. Chu Yun is young, pure of heart. But as the years pass and circumstances bear down on him, sooner or later he'll see his destiny clearly. This throne, he may not want to sit on it, but in the end he'll have no choice. The other princes have spent their whole lives trapped in the depths of the palace, good for nothing but forming cliques and scheming against one another. Not one of them has ever set foot on a battlefield or governed a single province. No military merit, no support from the people, no foundation. They couldn't hold down a single brick of Baoyang. What could they possibly bring to a contest against Chu Yun? His tone shifted. There's one more thing you need to see clearly. His Majesty's true intentions. Baoyang has its own independent military and administration, its own finances, the authority to appoint its own officials. They call it a vassal domain, but in truth it rivals a sovereign state. That kind of power far exceeds anything granted to princes in any age before. His Majesty has deliberately handed over that power, deliberately put him through the fire, treating him as the future heir of Great Qian, forging his foundation in the north. All the infighting in the capital is just so much smoke. In His Majesty's mind, the choice of successor was settled long ago, 7 or 8 parts decided already. Li Wanqing was stunned. These deeper layers of the game, confined as she was to the estate, she had never seen through them. Li Wu spoke with grave sincerity. So you must be sensible. As the principal consort of the Prince of Qin's household and the legitimate daughter of the Li family, you cannot simply be a woman of the inner chambers. From now on, the estate's political affairs, its commerce, its military connections, you must involve yourself in all of it, take hold of all of it. Cultivate ties with the generals in the army. Familiarize yourself with the rules of the court. The coming struggle for the throne will be bloody and merciless. Only if you can see the whole game and keep it clear in your mind will you and the Prince of Qin's household stand forever undefeated. Li Wanqing bowed solemnly, her eyes resolute. Your daughter will remember. From this day forward, I will steady the household's affairs, cultivate our connections deeply, and support my husband. I will no longer confine myself to trivial matters of the inner quarters. I will safeguard the future of the Prince of Qin's household. Good. Li Wu nodded, his face showing satisfaction. Li Wanqing softly took her leave and withdrew from the study. The door swung slowly shut, sealing off the light within from that without. Inside the study, Li Wu watched his daughter's retreating figure, a profound, far-reaching smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dawn broke, the sky dim and gray. The capital had shed the cold of night. A thin layer of snow blanketed the palace walls, and the bluestone paths lay clean and frigid. The morning wind cut to the bone. Li Wanqing rose early to wash and dress, donning her dignified court robes, then rode straight into the palace. The carriage came to a stop outside the gate of the inner palace. She stepped down. The procession passed through hall after hall. The morning mist hadn't yet lifted, the palace lanterns still glowed, and the whole imperial city stood grave and imposing. Before long, they arrived at the noble consort's chambers. Upon hearing that the Princess of Qin had come to pay her respects, Li Ziwei hurried out to meet her. The moment she caught sight of her from afar, a genuine smile spread across her face. Before Wanqing could even bow, Li Ziwei was already there, taking her by the hand. Wanqing, you're back. Your daughter greets you, mother. No need for formalities. Come inside, let's talk. Inside the warm parlor, the maids served tea and withdrew. Li Ziwei could hold back no longer and asked the instant the door closed. Tell me the truth. How are things really in Baoyang? Is Chuyun doing all right out there? There's no need to worry, mother. All is well. Li Wanqing's voice was gentle, yet every word carried weight. Baoyang today is nothing like that broken-down frontier town it once was. After His Highness arrived, he tightened military discipline, cracked down on corruption, and settled the displaced. Abroad, he swept through the 6 barbarian tribes, striking them so hard they don't dare set foot south. At home, he opened coal mines, built workshops, and revived every trade. In just a few months, the whole city is stable, and the people's hearts have rallied to him. Li Ziwei listened quietly, the worry in her eyes fading bit by bit. Good, good. She let out a long breath. Truly, my son. Everyone said the northern frontier was a quagmire. Countless eyes were waiting to watch him fail. Who'd have thought he'd rise against the odds, plant his feet firmly, and make a name for himself? The two women chatted for half an hour, and the time grew late. The morning court had ended, and the emperor had arrived at the imperial study. Li Ziwei smoothed out her robes. Come with me to the study. His Majesty has been asking about Bailiang often these days. He thinks of Chuyun. You'll appear before him yourself and report everything as it is. Yes. The two of them made their way down the long palace corridors to the front court. Guards stood in rows outside the imperial study, the atmosphere solemn and severe. After the attendant announced them, an order soon came through, summoning them inside. The emperor sat at his desk, reviewing memorials. Wanqing has returned to the capital. Rise, there's no need for ceremony. The northern frontier is a long way off. You've had a hard journey. Li Wanqing bowed. Thank you, father. Is everything stable with Chuyun and Bailiang? He ruled all under heaven, yet he knew well how deep Bailiang's troubles ran. Entrusting Chuyun to guard it was a trial and a gamble. Many of the old ministers at court had declared that the young prince would sooner or later stir up disaster, and that was precisely what had been weighing on his mind these past days. Your Majesty, neither humble nor arrogant, Li Wanqing laid out Chuyun's accomplishments one by one. For a moment, the study fell utterly silent. The emperor listened quietly, his expression shifting from indifference to astonishment, and then to profound shock. He had expected Chuyun to hold the situation together, but he had never imagined that in just a few months, he could accomplish this much. Such skill, such nerve, such efficiency. Never mind a young prince. Even a seasoned frontier governor might not have moved so swiftly. He was silent for a moment, then slowly he spoke. I never imagined the sixth prince could bring Bailiang to such order. Marshalling the army against outside threats, governing the land and settling the people, dealing out punishment with restraint. Good. Very good. He looked at Li Wanqing and said in a low voice, after you return to the capital, go back soon. Tell the sixth prince for me. Every achievement of his in the northern frontier, I have seen it all. Let him guard the border with an easy mind. I hold high hopes for him. High hopes. Those words carried the weight of a mountain. Beside them, a faint light lit up in Li Ziwei's eyes. Li Wanqing bowed. Your servant obeys. Taking her leave of the emperor and his consort, Li Wanqing followed the palace corridors out of the imperial city. Gusts of cold wind blew. The carriage was already waiting outside the palace gates. Qinghe helped her aboard. My lady, are we returning to the Li estate? No. She shook her head gently. Take me to the Lu estate in the western part of the city. The carriage slowly pulled away from the palace, weaving through the bustling streets. The winter capital was as lively as ever. Shops open, carriages and horses coming and going. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they reached the western district. This was where the capital's old, established families gathered, people who valued scholarship over military power, mostly households of learning. At the end of the street, a sprawling estate stood in quiet dignity. The gray brick gatehouse was simple yet grand, and above the lintel hung a plaque of black lacquer with gold characters, Lu Estate. The premier scholarly family of the great Xiang. Generations of scholars, generations of officials. Half the civil ministers at court had studied under the Lu family. They boasted no military honors and took no sides, yet they had rooted themselves in the capital for 100 years, flourishing without decline. The carriage came to a steady stop before the gates of the Lu estate. Qinghe lifted the curtain and helped Li Wanqing down. The servant on duty saw at once that this was no ordinary visitor and bowed hastily. May I ask which honored guest has come to call? The Princess of Qin, here to see your family's third young lady. The servant startled, then turned and rushed inside to announce her. A moment later, light, quick footsteps sounded from within. A young woman's figure came hurrying out. She wore a plain, elegant long dress of white velvet, her hair simply gathered and pinned with a single piece of unadorned jade. Her skin was fair, her features relaxed, her bearing refined. she carried the natural grace of a scholar. In looks, she was in no way inferior to Li Wanqing. This was the Lu family's third young lady, Lu Shi. She had waited the entire day, and now, seeing the person truly standing at her doorstep, her eyes lit up at once. Foregoing all the etiquette of a noble house, she rushed forward and seized Li Wanqing's hands. Wanqing, you're finally back. The two had grown up together since childhood, the closest of friends. Axie, Lu Shi looked her up and down, her eyes full of delight and a touch of tenderness too. You've been in Bailiang so long. I thought that once you became a princess, you'd forgotten all about coming back to see me. Li Wanqing laughed softly, as if I could ever bear to. It's just that matters in Bailiang are endless. I couldn't get away. Come, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Inside a chamber of the Lu estate, the two sat facing each other, shedding all rules and reserve, leaving nothing but the purest sisterly chatter. Lu Shi cradled a warm. She held her warm teacup, about to ask about life in Bailiang. Across from her, Li Wanqing suddenly leaned forward, lowered her voice, and moved close to her ear. Axie, this trip back to the capital. On the surface, I'm here to pave the way for the royal household's business dealings. But there's also something personal, something important. Lu Shi blinked. What is it? Li Wanqing took a deep breath, her gaze locking onto her with earnest intensity. I want to choose a consort for His Highness. I've turned it over and over in my mind, and the only person I can think of is you. Would you be willing to come back to Bailiang with me and enter the Prince of Qin's household? Lu Shi went rigid in her chair. Her mind buzzed, then went completely blank. She stared, dumbfounded, at this gentle, graceful friend she'd known since childhood, who was now, with her own lips, offering to pick out a concubine for her own husband. And the person she'd chosen was her. It took several breaths before she snapped back to herself. Wanqing, are you addled from the long journey? Or did you catch a chill and burn your brains out with fever? How can you say something like that? What kind of wife voluntarily picks out a concubine for her husband? Anyone else would be drowning in jealousy, guarding her territory to the death. Li Wanqing's expression didn't change in the slightest. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Haven't you always admired the Prince of Qin? Lu Shi's cheeks flushed hot, and her heart gave a quiver. She did admire the Prince of Qin, famous while still young, skilled in both scholarship and war, with an extraordinary bearing. Privately, she'd even envied Li Wanqing's good fortune. But that was one thing. Becoming his consort was another thing entirely. Her heartbeat lost its rhythm, and her eyes darted away. Li Wanqing watched her flustered, bashful expression, then leaned in again, dropping her voice even lower. Let me be honest with you. In front of everyone else, I'm the envied princess consort, and everyone assumes I have his favor all to myself. But the hardships behind closed doors, only I know them. She sighed softly. His Highness's constitution is different from ordinary men. His energy is far too abundant. In that department, I really can't keep up on my own. Lu Shi's ears turned instantly scarlet, her cheeks scalding, her whole body stiff with embarrassment. Such intimate bedroom matters. She never in her wildest dreams imagined Li Wanqing would speak of them so plainly, to her face. But Li Wanqing didn't seem to care at all, and continued frankly. Since I can't keep up, sooner or later I'll have to choose someone to share the load. Bailiang is rising by the day, and His Highness's standing will only climb higher. There's no way he'll marry just one woman for the rest of his life. Rather than let the court nobles cram their people into the household later, a whole pack of scheming women fighting for favor and power, turning the inner courtyard into chaos, I'd rather choose someone myself. Her gaze locked directly onto Lu Shi, utterly sincere. The one person I trust most is you. We grew up together. We know each other inside and out. You're gentle-natured, without any twisted motives. With anyone else, I'd be on guard day and night. With you, I can rest easy. Axie, I'm really not trying to hurt you. I'm handing you a golden opportunity. You used to envy me for marrying the Prince of Qin. Well, now I'm paving the way for you myself, giving you a proper title. Isn't that loyal enough between us sisters? The words threw Lu Shi into complete turmoil. Her hands unconsciously twisted together, clenched tight. On one hand, there were the rules of propriety, the bond of friendship. How could she steal her best friend's husband? On the other hand, There was that sliver of girlish admiration buried deep in her heart. The Prince of Qin was a peerless young man, guarding the northern frontier, sweeping away the barbarians. A man like that was one in a million, and the chance to be by his side was something countless noble daughters could only dream of. She lifted her head to look at Li Wanqing's earnest face, her voice trembling. "Wanqing, do you mean it? You're not just teasing me." Li Wanqing couldn't help but laugh softly. "A matter this important for the rest of your life. Do you really think I'd joke about it? All you have to do is say yes. I'll go to Uncle Lu myself and have a proper talk with him. You'll be given a legitimate title as a consort, and you'll enter the household in style. And afterward, the two of us can stay together, side by side, just like always. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" She stared into her eyes, and the last trace of doubt in her heart slowly began to loosen. Bailiang City. The lead gray sky hung oppressively low. At first the snow drifted down lazily, but then the wind shifted, and in an instant the air was swirling with fat, feathery flakes. The fields beyond the city, the dirt roads between the farms, the forests near and far, all of it was wrapped in a thick blanket of white. A vast, endless expanse, stretching as far as the eye could see. Once winter set in, Bailiang grew colder by the day. The biting north wind hurled ice-hard grains of snow that cut into your face like shards of glass slicing flesh. Stand outside for just a moment, and your hands and feet would go numb. In years past, at this time of year, everyone, inside the city and out, carried a heavy stone of dread in their hearts. Once the heavy snows sealed the roads, everything within 1,000 miles became a frozen wasteland. You couldn't leave the city, couldn't get into the mountains, couldn't find any work. For an entire winter, most people had no choice but to hole up at home. In weather like this, an hour out in the open was enough to freeze your limbs stiff. Spend a night exposed to the elements, and you wouldn't even survive till morning. You'd freeze to death. Winter, in those years, was the gate of death for the poor. Beggars on the streets, homeless drifters, destitute families with nowhere to live. Every year, a wave of them fell. Even families with some means didn't have it easy. Heat came entirely from firewood, and the local forests were limited. Years of relentless cutting had left firewood scarce. Come winter, wood prices shot up, and every household had to ration it carefully. Fewer fires during the day. At night, everyone huddled together for warmth. Once the wood ran out, the whole family had to tough it out in a house cold as an ice cellar. Whenever people spoke of the harsh winter, an inescapable fear would cloud their faces. But this year, the mood was completely different. The dread and gloom that once hung over the streets and alleys had vanished without a trace. People looked relaxed, and there was a new sense of ease and cheer in their conversations. The reason was simple: the honeycomb briquettes the Prince of Qin's estate had introduced. From the very beginning, I set a firm rule: to help everyone in the city get through the winter safely, honeycomb briquettes would be sold at a public benefit price. 1 copper coin for 10 pieces. The price was so low it was practically a giveaway. An average household burned 7 or 8 pieces a day, more than enough for heating and cooking, at almost no cost at all. Selling points were set up along several of the city's main roads. At the first light of dawn, long lines already snaked out from the shop doors, winding all the way to the street corners. Men and women, young and old, came early with baskets on their arms, sacks on their backs, and wooden carts in tow. The crowds were loud but orderly. The prince's officers moved up and down the lines, reminding everyone to buy in turn, with no need to push or shove. Outside the city, the coal convoys came in an endless stream. Ox carts and hand carts, each piled high with neat, jet-black briquettes, rolled steadily in along the main road. The wheels creaked as they crushed the packed snow underfoot. The moment a cartload hit the ground, before it could even be stacked, the people surged forward. One cart emptied, and the next arrived. The supply was plentiful, yet it still couldn't keep pace with the crowd's enthusiasm. Every fresh delivery was snapped up in the blink of an eye. In the crowd, a white-haired old man picked up a briquette, weighing it in his palm, his face full of curiosity. "This black stuff, it's shaped mighty neat, I'll give it that." The middle-aged fellow beside him broke into a wide grin. "It's not just good-looking. It burns a whole lot better than firewood." Those who'd bought their coal headed home in groups, chattering the whole way, all of it gratitude. Each household lit their fire using the method the officials had taught. The flames climbed slowly, without any choking smoke, burning steady and long. In no time at all, warmth spread out from the stove in every direction. Rooms that had once been drafty and bone-chilling grew warm little by little. Just a few pieces were enough to chase the cold from half a room. An old man sat by the stove, stretching out limbs that had been frozen stiff for so long. Children laughed and played around the warm stove, no longer huddled shivering in the corner, bundled up in thick cotton coats. In one home, the woman of the house added 2 more briquettes and, looking at the warmth filling the room, sighed from the heart. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen anything so useful. This time of year, the house used to be like an ice house. At night you didn't even dare stretch out your arms and legs to sleep. Her husband gazed out at the snow swirling past the window, his voice full of relief. It's all thanks to the prince. Without these honeycomb briquettes, and the price set so low, there's no telling how many would have frozen to death this winter. In years past, once winter set in, you'd hear crying in the streets at night, and you knew someone else hadn't made it through. The old man in the next seat added, his voice heavy with feeling. This year's different. Every home has a warm stove now. No more freezing to death. Words of thanks rippled out through the streets and alleys, spreading everywhere. Inside the Prince of Qian's residence, the doors and windows were shut tight, and warmth radiated from the charcoal stove. Outside, heavy snow swirled, and the wind and snow rustled against the window lattice. I sat in the seat of honor, with the commandery governor, Suja, seated to my side. Facing, several case files lay spread out before us, densely packed with records of honeycomb briquette shipments, distribution numbers, and public feedback. Taking advantage of the snowy weather, we sat down to review where things stood. Suja tapped the ledger and spoke first. My lord, the honeycomb briquettes now cover the entire city. Every street and alley within the walls, every village outside them, all have designated sales points, and the supply has never once run dry. The people had their doubts at first, but after using them for a while, everyone agrees they're excellent. They burn long, produce little smoke, keep you far warmer than firewood, and the price is low enough that even ordinary households can afford them. He looked up at me and said with feeling, in years past, the thing that troubled the authorities most as winter set in was people freezing or starving to death. Beggars on the streets, poor tenant farmers. Every year we lost quite a few. This year, every household has coal, and their homes are warm. As I see it, my lord, no one in Bailiang will die of the cold this winter. For the people of this city, this will be the most secure winter in years. I nodded slightly, my gaze drifting to the snowstorm raging outside the window. If the people can get through winter safely, that's a good thing. Keep a close watch on supplies. Honeycomb briquettes, grain, cloth, medicine, make sure stocks stay full across the board. The roads are slick with snow, so guard the storehouses everywhere tightly and take inventory regularly. Replenish anything that runs low immediately. We cannot let a single location run out. The moment supplies break down, this stability goes with it. Suja bowed. Understood, my lord. I'll organize inspections of the warehouses by district right away and keep the supply secure around the clock. I shifted the conversation to military matters. With the mountains sealed by heavy snow, the barbarian main force can't move south for now. This is a window heaven has given us to regroup. This year we shattered 6 of their tribes and cost them a great many men. Come spring, once the ice and snow melt, the northern barbarians will surely mass their forces and come back for another round. I stared into the fire, my voice dropping low. We can't just sit and wait to be attacked. This winter, the Qin army won't rest. Instead, we'll seize the chance to drill and expand our ranks. We'll make Bailiang's defenses ironclad and push the army's strength up another notch. Only with strong troops and sturdy horses can we hold this land next year. Suja's expression turned grave. You see far ahead, my lord. Our soldiers have been through several battles and have plenty of real combat experience. Drilling them over the winter is the perfect opportunity. Everyone in the prefecture office will contribute. Men where men are needed, effort where effort is needed. We won't hold you back. I laid out the plan I'd already settled on. It won't stop at drilling the old ranks. This winter, the Qin army will also recruit new soldiers, expanding to 100,000 men. 100,000-strong army was, by Bailiang's standards, a force not to be underestimated. Expanding the army and training the troops is the military's business. Your job, and that of the core staff, is to keep the logistics steady. I spoke each word deliberately. Weapons, arrows, horse fodder, marching provisions, winter cotton. Here's the English translation. Supplies must be delivered on time and in full. While the army sharpens its blades on the front lines, the prefecture stands firm as the backbone behind them. Only when the front lines have nothing to worry about can the soldiers fight with all their might. Suja cupped his hands solemnly. Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll return at once to take inventory of the storehouses, coordinate the workshops, merchants, and villages, and organize the provisions. As for recruitment, registration, screening, and transport, I'll assign dedicated personnel to handle it all. Everything will run smoothly, and we'll be ready for battle come spring. The fire crackled quietly in the room, wrapping everything in warmth. One would oversee military affairs, the other civil administration. And just like that, the entire plan, keeping the people safe through winter, expanding the army, and preparing for war, was set in stone. The days rolled by, one after another. The winter in Bailiang grew bitterer by the day. The north wind howled without pause, driving endless sheets of snow across the land, storm after storm. Everything was buried under pure white, distant mountains, barren plains, villages, all crushed beneath thick layers of snow. The brutal cold locked down the whole of Bailiang. In ordinary times, a snowstorm like this would seal every door shut, leaving the whole region silent and lifeless. But this year, Bailiang was different. Inside the city, every household had coal to keep warm. No one feared freezing or starving. Beyond the walls, the villages ran in perfect order. The Qin army's recruitment drive rolled forward steadily. No forced conscription, no press gangs. Every recruit came of their own free will. Day after day, in villages and towns alike, groups of able-bodied young men trudged through the snow to the recruitment points, a steady, unbroken stream of them. For this expansion, I didn't rely on the refugees the system supplied. Every slot went first to the locals of Bailiang. This was a decision I'd thought long and hard about. Winter was too cold for farming, and idle young men gathering in the countryside were a recipe for gambling, brawling, and theft. Recruitment was the perfect outlet. Pulling the strongest of them into the ranks eliminated potential trouble, rapidly strengthened the army, and breathed new life into Bailiang's entire economy. The Qin army offered the best treatment Bailiang had ever seen. Monthly pay, cotton clothing for winter, compensation for the fallen, and medical care for the wounded. When soldiers got their pay, most of them sent it straight home, month after month. Coin by coin, it flowed into the hands of ordinary families. With real money coming in, they could buy grain and cloth, and life grew steadier by the day. Everyone could see hope now, and the tangible generosity of the royal household. And so, layer by layer, the hearts of the people came together. That was why, when the recruitment teams marched through the snow into the countryside, they weren't met with resistance or people hiding away. They were welcomed by entire villages beating gongs in celebration. The common folk at the bottom knew how to do the math. First, serving in the army meant protecting their homes. Hold the borders, and you hold your own way of life. Second, the pay was generous, faster money than farming, guaranteed rain or shine. Third, for the lowborn with no titles to inherit, joining the army was the quickest, fairest path to rise. Earn military merit, and you could be granted land and rank, a real shot at a future. Shurha village. The snow had just stopped falling. A narrow path had been cleared along the village road, leading straight to the threshing ground at the village entrance. The Qin army recruitment team arrived right on time. 3 armored soldiers, 2. A civil clerk stood firmly in the center of the square, holding a registration ledger and a wooden measuring rod for checking heights. The village elder, leaning on his cane, stood on higher ground and called out, "The prince's estate is recruiting soldiers. Defend your homeland, earn a soldier's pay, win military honors. Sign up voluntarily, and the best will be enlisted." The moment the words left his mouth, the whole village erupted. Men in their early 20s, others 18 or 19, some just 16 or 17, dressed in coarse cotton coats, trudging through the snow, came running in droves. The cold, lifeless winter village suddenly sprang to life. The men lined up in a long queue, rubbing their hands raw and red from the cold, their eyes burning with eagerness. Times are better this year. The prince's estate treats folks right. Join the Qin army, guard our northern Liang lands. Sitting idle at home does nothing. Might as well enlist, earn a wage, and feed the family. The recruiting officer registered each man's name and age, measured his height, and checked his build. Those who qualified were entered into the military roles on the spot. Those who didn't were patiently turned away. No one cut in line, no one caused trouble. Just then, a thin, small figure squeezed out through a gap in the crowd. A half-grown boy, looking no more than 14 or 15. Short in stature, slight of frame, wearing an old patched cotton coat. His little face flushed red from the cold. He held his head high and threw back his shoulders, straightening his back in imitation of the grown men, and spoke up loudly. "Officer, I want to sign up. I want to join the Qin army." The recruiting officer paused, studying the boy's tender young face. He set down his brush, his tone gentle. "Little one, go on home. The prince's estate has clear rules for recruitment. You must be 16 years old and meet the physical standards to enlist. You're not fully grown yet. You don't make the cut." The boy grew anxious, his eyes stubborn. "Officer, I'm sturdy. I can handle hardship. The barbarians ravage northern Liang year after year. I want to fight them too, to protect my village." Something stirred in the officer's heart, and a hint of approval showed in his eyes. In these chaotic times along the frontier, even a small boy carried the will to defend his homeland, proof of how strong the people's spirit had grown in northern Liang. He clapped the boy on the shoulder. "You've got grit, you're good stock. But rules are rules. If you're not of age, there are no exceptions. Go home, train hard, and build up your body. Come back next year when you've grown stronger. As long as you meet the standard, the Qin army will surely take you." The boy pressed his lips together and nodded firmly. "All right. Next year I'll sign up for sure. I'll get into the Qin army." The men waiting in line burst out laughing. "Look at this kid. So young, and already so fierce. Our northern Liang boys are made of iron." Across 1,000 miles of northern land, the wind and snow never ceased. On the main road that ran north to south, a caravan of carriages and horses raced northward, its guards in tight formation, moving at breakneck speed. It was Li Wanqing and her party, returning from the capital. The carriage in the middle was lined with thick, soft cushions that blocked out the jolts of the road. Inside, it was warm and quiet. Li Wanqing sat to one side. The woman seated across from her was none other than Lu Shi. That sudden proposal made in her chambers back in the capital. Fate had taken an unexpected turn for Lu Shi. That day, Li Wanqing had brought it up herself, inviting Lu Shi to join the household of the Prince of Bailiang as Prince Qin's consort. Lu Shi had lain awake all night, weighing the decision over and over, before finally nodding her consent. Li Wanqing was a woman of swift, decisive action. The moment Lu Shi agreed, she went straight to the Lu residence that same day, met with Lu Shi's father, and stated her purpose without preamble. Lu Shi was the third daughter of the Lu family, born to a concubine, so there had never been strict expectations for her marriage. Prince Qin, Chu Yun, on the other hand, was an imperial son, a prince who wielded real power and enjoyed the emperor's deep favor. For a daughter of a concubine to marry into the prince's household as a consort was, in the eyes of outsiders, an enormous honor for the Lu family. Lu Shi's father understood the situation clearly. His daughter was willing, and the princess herself had come as matchmaker, so he agreed on the spot. Afterward, Li Wanqing entered the palace to request an imperial decree. Emperor Qian took up his brush and issued the order, bestowing upon Lu Shi the title of Prince Qin's consort. Once the decree was sealed, there was no turning back. With everything settled, the two women set out northward. And now, at last, they had arrived in Bailiang. The carriage slowed to a gentle stop. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Shi lifted the curtain ever so slightly. A blast of biting cold air rushed in, carrying the distinct scent of the northern lands. She raised her eyes, and the world was a single color, an endless expanse of white snow. The fields and villages flanking the main road were all buried beneath thick snow, pure and unbroken, without a trace of decay in sight. Lu Shi went momentarily blank, then murmured softly, "So this is Bailiang?" She had read countless books since childhood, all of which described Bailiang as a bitterly cold, desolate wasteland with rough, uncivilized people. But seeing it with her own eyes was another matter entirely. Li Wanqing watched her look of astonishment and offered an explanation. "It looks clean and peaceful now because the winter snow has covered up all the barren earth, the withered grass, and the shabby huts. That's why it seems so smooth and pretty. Wait until spring comes next year. Once the ice and snow melt, the bare ground of the wasteland will be exposed. The wind will kick up the sand, and only then will you truly understand how harsh and cold Bailiang really is." Lu Shi nodded gently, half understanding, and let the curtain fall. Her initial curiosity about Bailiang slowly faded, replaced by a heart full of nervousness and unease. From this day forward, she was Prince Qin's consort, the woman who would share Chu Yun's bed. Even though the imperial decree had already been issued and it was all a done deal, it wasn't until she actually set foot on Bailiang's soil that it truly sank in. All of this was real. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her fingertips tensing. "Wanqing, I'm so anxious. This whole thing happened way too fast. You made the decision on my behalf. The prince doesn't even know about it. What if he isn't happy about it? What if he dislikes me, rejects me?" A whole string of worries she'd been holding back for so long came pouring out all at once. Li Wanqing took hold of her cold hands, her tone calm and reassuring. "Just set your mind at ease. I can't speak for others, but I know your looks and character better than anyone. Gentle and clear-hearted, well-read and sensible, never one to quarrel or make a fuss. What man wouldn't like a woman like that? The prince will only cherish and adore you. All you need to do is follow me without a care. I'll come to the manor." Lu Shi nodded softly. "All right, I'll do as you say." The carriage cut across the vast snowfield, heading straight for Bailiang City. One day later, Bailiang City, the main gate of the Prince of Qin's manor. Snow still fell across the sky without pause. The plaza before the manor lay buried under thick snow, with neat paths swept clear through it. A cold wind swept past the vermilion gate pillars, kicking up fine flurries of snow. A messenger rushed into the inner hall. "My lord, the princess consort's carriage has reached the end of the street." I was in my study, going through military reports, and my fingers froze. Wanqing had been back in the capital for over a month now, 1,000 miles apart, and I'd worried about her day and night. The moment I heard she'd returned, I couldn't sit still. I set the documents down, rose, and headed out to greet her at the gate myself. Before long, at the far end of the official road, a train of manor carriages came rolling in slowly and pulled to a steady stop before the gate. Qinghe drew back the carriage curtain first. A familiar, slender figure bent down and stepped out. It was Wanqing, back from the capital after all these days. I was about to step forward when something caught my eye. Another figure emerged from behind the curtain. A woman, following close behind Wanqing with measured steps. Slender build, an elegant plain gown, fair skin, gentle and refined features. Her looks were stunning, yet there wasn't a trace of showiness about her. Just standing there quietly, she carried the poise of a girl from a distinguished family. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Who was this? I didn't recognize her at all. Wanqing had gone to the capital to talk business, so why bring back a beautiful stranger? The thought had barely formed when Wanqing walked up to me and gave a proper, formal bow. "My lord, I've returned. Good to have you back. It's been a long journey." My gaze swept past her and landed on the woman behind. "And who's this behind you?" A flicker of mischief crossed Wanqing's eyes. She leaned in slightly, close to my ear. "My lord, this trip to the capital, I didn't just close the business deal. I also brought you back a consort." That one short sentence hit like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. My mind went blank for a second. I'd only sent her to the capital to negotiate the partnership and open up the northern trade routes. I never told her to go picking out a consort for me. I whipped my head around to stare at her. "You went to the capital on business, didn't you? So how'd you come back with a woman instead? What's going on here?" Wanqing's smile only turned sweeter. "My lord, I didn't just grab some ordinary woman for you. She's the third daughter of the Lu family of the capital, Lu Shi. The Lu family, leaders of the scholarly world, the foremost of the literary houses. More than half the civil officials at court came up through the Lu family. Marrying her into the manor isn't about taking a concubine for pleasure. It's about tying the entire scholar official class to the Prince of Qin's manor. She lifted her eyes, a look of certainty in them. Besides, I truly have your interests and the manners at heart. Xier has been my dearest friend since childhood. She's gentle by nature, and I know her through and through. Bringing her here does three things. 1. She shares my burdens. 2. She helps the manor grow its family line. And 3. She helps you secure your ties with the civil officials. At the end, she leaned in half a step, her tone playful and teasing. Such a gentle, gorgeous beauty delivered right to your doorstep, one on each arm. I simply refuse to believe your highness isn't the least bit tempted. I stared at her, that mischievous grin, those eyes far too knowing, and was left utterly speechless. This little minx. She looked all gentle and demure, but underneath she was sharp as a tack. Almost instinctively, I turned to look at Lu Shi. I had to admit, she was stunning. Elegant and gentle, fresh and refined. Not the aggressively dazzling kind of beauty, but the kind that grew on you the more you looked. Exactly my type. On her end, Lu Shi felt my gaze land squarely on her and instantly went rigid. Her hands clenched together, and her eyes darted nervously to the side. Her mind was a tangled mess. Would His Highness think I was being too forward? Would he resent me? This side consort who'd appeared out of nowhere? Xier, what are you standing there for? Come and greet His Highness. Lu Shi snapped back to herself, cheeks burning. She stepped forward and dipped into a graceful curtsy. This humble woman greets your highness. I softened my expression. The wind and snow are heavy out there, and it's bitterly cold. No need for formalities. Let's get inside first. The smile in Wan Qing's eyes deepened. She stepped forward, took Lu Shi's slightly chilled hand, and led her inside together. They passed through the long corridor, out of everyone's sight, and Wan Qing tilted her head to whisper into Lu Shi's ear. Relax. I never misjudge people. The way His Highness looked at you just now, so gentle. He likes you. A great deal. Word spread fast. Within moments, everyone in the estate, the servants, the maids, the guards, had heard the news. The princess consort had returned to the capital, and she brought back a new side consort. Servants everywhere set down their work and quietly gathered, stealing glances at Lu Shi from a distance, their eyes full of awe. Hushed whispers rippled through the crowd. My goodness, this new consort is absolutely beautiful. Such gentle features, such incredible grace. She's every bit the equal of the primary consort. I heard she's the princess consort's dear childhood friend, the eldest daughter of a noble house in the capital. His Highness is truly blessed, a young maid murmured wistfully. If only I could catch His Highness's eye too. Before she could finish, a companion cut in with a teasing jab. Are you dreaming? With that plain face of yours, you wouldn't get a chance in 10 lifetimes. Quit kidding yourself. The next morning, the wind and snow had eased. In the study of the Prince of Qin's estate, the brazier burned warm. The wooden door was pushed gently open, and Li Wanqing stepped inside. I looked up. Up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? She walked over to the desk and shook her head with a faint smile. I've rested plenty. Lu Shi isn't used to Beiliang's climate. She's still resting in her room, so I came to report to your highness first. I nodded. Her expression turned serious as she got to the point. The most important matter from this trip back to the capital was the negotiation of matter. Your highness, the partnership between the Li family and the Beiliang prince's estate is now fully settled. Her voice was steady but carried weight. I met with my father in person and laid it all out for him. The future of honeycomb briquettes, the profits, the desperate demand up north. He saw the stakes at a glance and committed on the spot. Full backing. From here on out, every northbound trade route, every cross-province customs clearance, every prefecture and county connection of the Beiliang Chamber of Commerce, the Li family guarantees it all. Northern checkpoints, local officials, military and political ties, the Li family clears the way completely. Any obstruction or roadblock along the trade routes, we won't have to worry about in the slightest. Beiliang had the production capacity, the supply, the technology. The Li family had the connections, the channels, the protection. Two powerhouses joined. The northern market was now wide open. The corner of my mouth lifted. Well done. I tapped the desk lightly with my fingertips. The coal yard's production line is now fully stable. and daily output keeps climbing. Even after supplying all of Bailiang's needs, there's a surplus to spare. Everything extra goes to the northern prefectures. We corner the entire winter market. Chamber operations, caravan scheduling, external trade. All of it, I'm putting entirely in your hands. I looked at her. With the front lines spread this wide, can you really manage it all on your own? Rest assured, Your Highness, she answered at once. I've already worked out how to delegate. From now on, household affairs, managing the servants, the day-to-day trivia, I'll leave all that to Lu Shi. She comes from a prominent family, trained in household management from childhood, calm and steady by nature. She's perfectly suited to holding down the inner residence. Once I'm free of those burdens, I can devote myself fully to external matters. I was deeply satisfied, so I laid out, slowly, the plan I'd already mapped out. In another half-month, the cold snap will pass, the heavy snows will thin, and the roads will open up, the perfect moment to move goods. But we don't rush to ship during this window. First we build the framework, lay the groundwork. You'll organize the chamber's people and send them ahead to the northern prefectures and counties, setting up trading posts on the ground, building out a logistics system that belongs to our Bailiang chamber alone. Warehousing, transit, distribution, coordination, all running by our own rules. At this point, my thinking unfolded layer by layer. We don't do blanket direct sales, too costly, and we don't have the manpower. We hold tight to just two levels, prefecture and county. The core warehouses, the core trading houses, the core pricing power, all of it stays in our hands. Everything below that, at the township and village level, we hand off. Li Wanqing listened quietly, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Partner with local merchants and powerful regional clans, and give up the profits from township-level distribution, I continued. Once they're making real money, they'll bust their backs pushing our coal for us. No need for us to supply the people, put up the cash, or handle the little headaches. We just secure the upstream production and the prefecture county channels, and rake in the big profits. Don't take on everything. Don't hoard it all. Borrow others' strength to fight the fight. Share the profits to build momentum. This whole approach was had broken free from the rigid old ways of Great Qian's traditional merchant houses. The more Li Wanqing thought about it, the more brilliant it seemed. She understood perfectly well how staggering the profits from honeycomb briquettes were. If the royal household tried to swallow the entire pie alone, doing everything themselves, they'd only end up short-handed, meet local resistance, and draw suspicion and suppression from all sides. But by voluntarily sharing the profits so that everyone got a slice, every one of them would become an ally rather than an obstacle. Your Highness, this approach is truly ingenious. She praised him sincerely. In the past, I only knew how to open shops and sell goods directly. I never imagined one could leverage others' strength like this. This way, our expansion will be at least several times faster, and every hidden danger is eliminated. As long as you grasp it. I gave a faint smile. The specifics of implementation, staffing, the scale of profit sharing, decide all of that yourself. I trust your ability, and I trust your judgment. Li Wanqing nodded firmly, a fire burning in her eyes. I won't let your highness down. Li Wanqing took her leave of the study and made her way through the snow-covered corridor back to the main courtyard bedchamber. Lu Shi had already finished washing and grooming. Dressed in a light pink casual robe, her long hair simply pinned up, her features clean and fresh, she sat on the warm couch by the window, gazing out at the snow, lost in thought. Hearing footsteps, she immediately rose to greet her. Sister, where did you go? When I woke up and couldn't see you, I felt a little uneasy. To His Highness's study, to discuss important trade matters. Li Wanqing pulled her down to sit, her expression serious. There's something I need to tell you. From now on, all the internal affairs of the Qin royal household will be placed in your hands to manage. Lu Shi froze on the spot. Sister? In my hands. Managing the household's internal affairs was the duty and authority of the principal consort, power wielded only by the highest-ranking mistress of the estate. She was merely a newly arrived secondary consort of just one day. This isn't proper. Lu Shi frowned slightly and said in a low voice. The keys to the household have always rested with the principal consort. I'm not worthy of it. There's no question of worthiness. I'm giving it to you of my own accord. Li Wanqing's tone was resolute. His Highness has already entrusted me with the Bailiang Merchant Guild and all the trade routes in the north. The guild is an enormous undertaking, and from now on I'll spend most of my time traveling and running about outside. I simply won't have the energy to look after the household. Rather than splitting my attention between the two, it's better that I handle external matters while you handle the internal ones. I've already worked this out with His Highness, and he gave his personal approval. Letting you manage the internal affairs is a sign of His Highness's trust in you. Lu Shi's heart trembled. To take charge of internal affairs meant that the household's personnel, finances, provisions, and logistics all rested in her hands. Every steward and servant would answer to her. Her footing in the royal household would now be truly secure. She had once thought she could only live out her life quietly and cautiously, but she never expected that upon just arriving in Bailiang, she'd be given such a weighty responsibility. Rest assured, sister, she spoke solemnly. Since His Highness and you both trust me, I'll manage everything with all my heart and won't cause the slightest trouble. Li Wanqing nodded, but then laid everything out plainly. I trust your character. That's the only reason I dare hand this to you. But this is the Prince of Qin's residence, not the Lu family estate back in the capital. The prince keeps no ornaments at his side and no idle hands. A pretty, gentle face may earn you a moment's favor, but only real ability, the strength to handle whatever comes, will let you stand your ground for good. When you manage the inner household well, you're securing the prince's home front for him. From now on, in dealing with people and running things, you'll need both a firm hand and a soft one. Don't let kindness be your only instinct. I'll remember that. Lu Shi lowered her head. I won't be a useless ornament. I'll do the work and do it well. For the entire next half-day, Li Wanqing walked her through every corner of the residence. The front court reception hall, the various courtyards in the back, the kitchens, the storerooms, the servants' quarters, the guard's side compound, laying out the rules at each and every one. Afterward, she summoned the head steward and all the department managers and announced before them all, from now on, every internal matter of the residence would answer to Consort Lu's command. They bowed and accepted the order. Not one dared to look down on the newly appointed secondary consort. Li Wanqing handed over her authority openly, placing the account books, the storeroom keys, and the servants' registry all into Lu Shi's hands, explaining each item point by point, revenues, expenditures, purchasing, and the proper courtesies of dealing with people. Lu Shi came from a scholarly family to begin with, and had helped her mother manage the clan's affairs since childhood. Bookkeeping, managing people, coordinating logistics. She was skilled at all of it, careful in her thinking and sharp of memory. In just half a day, she'd mastered the entire residence's internal rules. The Bailiang Merchant Guild, main council hall. The window lattices on all four sides were shut tight, the charcoal braziers burning strong. Li Wanqing took the seat of honor, with attendants standing on either side. The order went out, and within moments the heads, managers, and chiefs of every department in the guild came striding in, not a single one making a sound, all bowing together. We greet the princess. Rise. Be seated. Guild President Zhou Fuguei sat in the first seat on the left and was the first to report. Your Highness, the guild has 300 registered members, organized into 6 departments: purchasing, the coal yards, escort transport, accounting, external liaison, and warehousing. After more than a month of working out the kinks, each department knows its duties and runs smoothly. Distribution within the city, inventory, transport, and sales, the whole cycle is sealed tight, without a single slip. Li Wanqing gave a slight nod as she finished listening, her gaze sweeping across the room. These past weeks, everyone in the guild has worked hard. From building this guild out of nothing, to stabilizing Bailiang's coal trade and supplying the whole city. Every one of you has toiled without complaint, and the results are excellent. Her eyes settled on Zhou Fuguei, President Zhou especially. You coordinated the entire operation from scratch, judged and placed the right people, and secured our foundation. Your hard work and merit haven't gone unnoticed. Zhou Fuguei bowed at once. It was my duty. I dare not claim any credit. After the praise, Li Wanqing's expression shifted and her voice grew grave. I've called you all here today for one thing: to open up the entire north and expand outward. On this trip back to the capital, I've locked down a partnership. The Li family of the capital will fully guarantee every checkpoint, government office, and customs inspection across the north. From this day on, the Bailiang Merchant Guild. The merchant caravans can move freely across the entire north, unimpeded. Everyone in the hall lit up with surprise. Clearing checkpoints had always been the #1 obstacle in trade, and now the Li family had swept it all away in one stroke. The road ahead was wide open. Li Wanqing seized the moment and laid out the core plan. Next phase, top priority, full-scale distribution. We get product into trading houses in every prefecture across the north. Chairman Zhou takes overall lead. Field agents and escort personnel are to be brought on immediately, no cap on headcount. You have 7 days to fully equip every last man. Understood. It'll be done within 7 days. Zhou Fuguei straightened up and answered without hesitation. His Highness and I have already set the rules for the entire region, she continued. Across the whole north, we're rolling out a dealership and distribution system. I'll lead the team personally, with Chairman Zhou accompanying me. Leveraging the Li family's trading houses spread throughout the north, we'll sit down with the local gentry clans and native merchants in each prefecture. We hand down distribution rights in a centralized way and carve out quotas by county, township, and village. The royal estate controls the coal mines, the workshops, and the pricing at the prefecture and county level. Local merchants take the agency rights and push down into the townships and villages on their own. We give it 2 months to open up every prefecture, county, and township in the north. Once we've got a solid footing, we move steadily south and expand across all of Great Xian. The room held its breath. This was no longer some small-time business in a single town. It was a nationwide monopoly, staggering in scale. Before anyone could recover, Li Wanqing issued one order after another. Second, field agents survey the entire region for coal mines. Any confirmed deposit gets connected with the local authorities right away, build the plan on-site, produce the coal on-site. Mine in one place, process in one place, supply nearby. That cuts our transport losses and checkpoint fees and pushes profit to the maximum. Third, the escort division establishes its own dedicated fleet immediately. Buy mules and horses, build the wagons, recruit guards. We keep the initiative on freight firmly in our own hands. Fourth, beyond the honeycomb coal briquettes, we simultaneously export Bailiang's local specialties, furs, coarse grains, medicinal herbs, frontier goods. We ride the trade routes we've opened up and profit on both fronts. Zhou Fuguei noted each point down and ran the numbers in his head. All of this was familiar territory to him. He bowed once more. Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll break it down item by item, assign it out, and get it on the ground. Not a single delay. Everyone, to your posts, dismissed, and start preparing at once. The others acknowledged the orders, bowed in turn, and filed out. The hall was soon empty except for the two of them. The charcoal fire crackled. Outside, snow and wind rustled against the walls. Fuguei, stay a moment. Li Wanqing leaned back in her chair and raised her eyes to him. Zhou Fuguei halted, turned back, and lowered his head. Your Highness. She studied him quietly. This man understood coordination, understood the workings of ordinary people's livelihoods, and handled things with a smooth touch. Exactly the kind of pillar the guild lacked most. But with the guild scale exploding and profits doubling by the day, neighboring clans and out-of-town trading firms were sure to come after him with deep pockets. A man like this could not be allowed to slip away. And when it came to keeping talent, empty talk of gratitude was worthless. Only real, tangible benefit would. Winning hearts and loyalty. The trading company grows larger by the day, and the profits are enormous. Both the prince and I have taken note of your exceptional talents, Li Wanqing said slowly. Once the northern market stabilizes and the business is running smoothly, I'll petition the prince myself to allocate you a personal equity stake in the company, registered under your name. Every year, the dividends will be yours, real and guaranteed. Equity dividends meant handing him a direct share of the company's profits. This wasn't a one-time salary. It was lasting income that could be passed down to his descendants. Zhou Fuguei's heart lurched. This gesture meant they were treating him as one of their own, sharing in both profit and hardship, glory and disgrace alike. His expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply. This servant thanks your highness for your kindness. I shall devote my entire life to serving the prince's household. Li Wanqing gave a slight nod. Bind their interests, and their loyalty follows. Over the next several days, commerce within Bailiang City ran at full throttle. Zhou Fugui launched a large-scale recruitment drive, and talent poured into the company batch after batch: skilled accountants, sharp negotiators, logistics managers versed in warehousing and freight, technicians who could assess coal and scout locations, and escort captains to lead transport convoys. Every one of them was a specialist, ready to hit the ground running, disciplined, highly capable, and able to perform their duties from day one. What had been a workforce of 300 doubled within days. The field team, construction team, negotiation team, transport team, and accounting team were all fully staffed, and operational efficiency doubled. Field teams went into the mountains to survey or deposits. Recruitment teams assembled dedicated convoys, and internal affairs teams prepared partnership contracts and price sheets. Expansion, stockpiling, vehicle production, and mine surveying, all 5 fronts advanced at once. The Bailiang Trading Company was visibly growing stronger. With everything in place, Li Wanqing wasted no more time. Choosing a day when the snowfall had lightened, she set off north with Zhou Fugui and a squad of the prince's elite guards. Destination: the 11 prefectures of the north. The journey had a single purpose: to coordinate with local officials, negotiate with the great families, finalize distribution deals, and establish trading posts. The chess game of the north had begun in earnest. They headed south, the snow on the official roads still unmelted. Guards cleared the way ahead as the carriages sped along. At every prefectural city they reached, things went remarkably smoothly. First, the managers of the Li family's local trading branches sent formal invitations to pay respects to the prefectural governor and the heads of the great clans. Then Li Wanqing, in her capacity as the Princess of Qin, stepped forward to negotiate personally. No obstacles, no stalling. Everyone had their own set of scales in mind. On one side stood me, the Prince of Qin, holding military authority over Bailiang and commanding the entire northern frontier defense. On the other stood the Li family, a military dynasty with ties to half the military officials across the prefectures. With 2 mountains bearing down on them, who would dare push back? Besides, this was a win-win arrangement. The Bailiang Trading Company wasn't out to hoard everything. I would only control the coal mine sources, the central warehouses in each prefecture and county, and the unified pricing. All rights to township-level distribution would be handed down, goods supplied at low prices, with a steady, reliable source. In the bitter cold of the northern winter, every household needed heating. Honeycomb coal burned long, and money and word had spread long ago. Take on distribution, and profit was guaranteed. The government gained achievements, the noble families gained wealth, and fewer commoners froze to death. 3 parties, all smiling. Who would say no? The prefectural officials were deferential. The princess has traveled a long way. Our prefecture will cooperate fully. Checkpoints cleared unconditionally. Factory land allocated first. The clan elders came forward on their own. Our clan is willing to handle county-level distribution, promote it with everything we've got, and answer to the Chamber of Commerce however you see fit. In each prefectural city, they stayed no more than a day. Assign the contract, divide the territory, establish the trade name, appoint the person in charge. Once the process was done, they left immediately. In less than half a month, all 11 northern prefectures had signed on. A complete supply and distribution system for honeycomb briquettes was fully in place. With the partnership settled, coal yards across all of Bailiang fired up at the same time. The first batch of honeycomb briquettes rolled out to all 11 prefectures. The day the coal shops opened, the whole city went wild. At first light, long lines formed at the doors. People with bamboo baskets, handcarts, and cloth sacks packed the streets and alleys. Bailiang honeycomb briquettes, 10 blocks for 5 copper coins, cheaper than dry firewood. 1 block did the work of 3 sticks of wood. No climbing mountains, no chopping wood. An old farmer wrapped in a tattered cotton coat rubbed his hands, red from the cold, and stared at the neat rows of black briquettes in the shop. Lived most of my life and never seen anything this good. Every winter, I had to brave the snow to chop wood. Falls and injuries were nothing new. This coal burns all night without going out. The woman beside him joined in. Burn 2 blocks in the house, and the whole place is warm. Way better than firewood. A young man in line spoke plainly. Every year the thing I feared most was not having money for firewood. The old folks and the little ones would shiver all night, unable to sleep. The Prince of Bailiang made this good thing. He truly cares about us northerners. The people from the outskirts sighed one after another. In deep winter, a batch always froze to death on the city's edge. This year, with coal, every household can make it through. In the dead of winter, what warms people most has never been the fire. It's someone remembering that you get cold. 3 days on the market, and all 11 prefectures couldn't keep up with demand. The distribution shops sold out every single day. Meanwhile, the main official roads connecting the 11 prefectures came fully to life. The snowstorms eased, the packed snow held firm, and carts and horses passed without obstruction. The Chamber of Commerce's heavy freight wagons ran day and night, hundreds at the least, over 1,000 at peak. With a green flag flying, they passed every checkpoint along the way without inspection. After nightfall, windproof lanterns formed a long line stretching dozens of miles along the road. Traveling alongside the coal were Bailiang's specialty goods, border furs, air-dried beef and mutton, mountain herbs, and coarse-grain textiles. Once the people trusted Bailiang coal, they trusted Bailiang goods. The market broke wide open. The Chamber of Commerce's revenue soared by the day. Zhou Fuguwei checked the books, and the more he looked, the more impressed he was. Sharing profits to bind the noble families saved the cost of building their own storefronts. Building factories nearby saved on transport losses. Backing from the Li family saved on greasing the checkpoints. Costs pressed to the absolute minimum. Sales spread across the entire region. Profits came faster than ever before. The days passed, one by one. The north wind softened, and the heavy snow ceased. The snow piled on the branches melted away. The frozen earth thawed, and warmth returned to the air. The most celebrated day of the year arrived right on schedule, the Spring Festival. The flavor of the new year seeped through all of Bailiang City. Street vendors switched to selling holiday goods. Their stalls overflowed with red paper, firecrackers, and sweet cakes. Children clutched tiny firecrackers, chasing one another in packs. In years past, the common folk had struggled through winter, too poor to buy anything for the holiday. But this year, honeycomb briquettes had reached every corner of the region. Every household saved on firewood, kept a little extra grain in their pockets, and had the heart to celebrate. The whole city glowed with joy. Inside the Prince of Qin's residence, Lu Shi oversaw the New Year preparations. Careful and thorough, she arranged everything in perfect order. Red couplets were pasted on the pillars, vermilion palace lanterns hung along the corridors, and red silk was tied to the bare branches in the courtyard. On New Year's Eve, I threw open the front hall's banquet room and hosted every civil and military official in the region. At dusk, the officials arrived one after another. Prefect Su Zhe, the various commanders, the department heads of the 6 ministries, Zhou Fuguei, all took their seats. We greet your highness. May the new year bring you good health, and may Bailiang know eternal peace. I raised a hand for them to rise, lifted my cup, and looked around the room. The bitter winter has passed, and Bailiang thrives. Each of you has done your duty and kept this land stable. This cup is for all of you. Let us encourage one another in the year to come, to guarding Bailiang's peace, and to protecting the people's homes. Cups clinked. The wine went down. After 3 rounds of drinks, night settled over the city. Outside the walls, the people set off fireworks of their own accord. Boom! Bursts of light exploded across the ink-black sky. Gold and red, silver and white, pink and violet. They blanketed the heavens over Bailiang. The streaming light rained down, painting the streets red and lighting up the bricks and tiles of the residence. The officials rose to take their leave, heading home to reunite with their families. The clamor in the hall faded away, and the residence fell quiet once more. I strolled slowly out of the front hall. The evening breeze was mild, with none of the deep winter's chill. Li Wanqing and Lu Shi walked at my sides, one on the left, one on the right. We walked shoulder to shoulder to the steps of the main gate. The breeze stirred our robes, fireworks bloomed overhead, and sparks of light settled over the 3 of us. I reached out. My left hand grasped Li Wanqing's, my right grasped Lu Shi's, and I drew both into my palms. Li Wanqing said softly. Another New Year's Eve, and Bailiang keeps getting better. I gazed at the fireworks filling the sky over the city. For all the years to come, the two of you will stay by my side. The new year came to a close, and warmth fully returned to the northern land. The last of the snow melted, and green shoots pushed up through the soil. Farmers repaired their fields and prepared to plant. The shops were all open, and carts and horses never stopped moving. Everything settled into the rhythm of the new year. The Qin army's main camp outside the city sprawled across a vast expanse, its defenses tight and forbidding. Watchtowers rose in rows, and guards stood at the camp gates with spears in hand. That day, under a bright sky, I walked into the camp. My deputy general, Xiang Bin, in full armor, accompanied me on the inspection. The drill grounds, the training platform, the weapons workshop, the supply depot. Everywhere I looked, soldiers were training. After a winter of expansion, the Qin army's registered strength had steadily reached 100,000. Half were battle-hardened veterans from the border wars, seasoned and lethal. The other half were young men conscripted locally, freshly disciplined after a winter of training. On the drill grounds, the recruits held their horse stances, back straight, teeth clenched, pushing through the burn. Zhang Bin reported in a low voice. My lord, the reorganization of the 100,000-strong Qin army is complete. 37,000 veterans, 63,000 recruits. Discipline, formations, and basic combat, all up to standard. One more month of intensive training after the thaw, and they'll be fully forged, ready to face the barbarian main force at any time. I swept my gaze across their faces, young, resolute, and nodded with satisfaction. Grain was plentiful, weapons fully stocked, and the merchant guild kept the coffers flowing. The Qin army now was nothing like the green recruits of before. Keep drilling them. Focus on long-range field raids and combined arms coordination. The barbarians will march south when spring comes. We take the initiative, no passive defense. Yes, my lord. At that very moment, the system's chime rang out in my mind. Ding. Host's military strength meets standard, territory secured, hearts of the people won. Main quest triggered. Feng Lang Ju Su, sealing the Wolf Mountain. My step faltered. My brow lifted slightly. System, what exactly is this quest, sealing the Wolf Mountain? Quest description. The northern barbarians worship the wolf god and have established a sacred wolf god mountain, the barbarians' most holy ground. Quest requirements. Lead an army into the heart of the northern barbarian lands. Raise the wolf god's altar. Erect a monument of military triumph atop the sacred peak, inscribed with the name of Chu Yun, king of Qin. Shatter the barbarians' faith and strike terror into the northern nomads. I stood frozen in place. In the history books of my past life, Huizubing had marched north against the Xiongnu, ascending Mount Langjuxu to offer sacrifice to heaven, sealing the Wolf Mountain, the highest glory a general could achieve in his lifetime. The ultimate honor that thousands of famed commanders could only dream of. And the system wanted me to recreate that legendary feat. Drive deep into their heartland. Destroy the barbarians' holy site of faith. Break the northern barbarians completely, on both the martial and the spiritual front. Hot blood surged in my chest. The will to fight ignited behind my eyes. This quest was extraordinarily dangerous. Crossing the wilderness, a lone army on a distant campaign. But it stirred the blood. I liked it. This quest, I accept. I walked to the edge of the drill grounds. Zhang Bin waited quietly for my orders. Zhang Bin, I don't intend merely to hold the defensive line. I will personally lead the troops, cut into the heart of the northern barbarian lands, strike straight at their royal court, and stand atop Mount Langjuxu. Zhang Bin's whole body went rigid. My lord, you mustn't. This is far too dangerous. The barbarian royal court and the sacred Wolf Mountain both lie 1,000 li deep in the grasslands. Barbarian tribes surround them on every side. The terrain is unfamiliar, the water and pastures unknown. A lone army striking deep is the gravest taboo of warfare. If our route back is cut off and our supply lines severed, the entire army will be wiped out to the last man. In years past, the most border commanders had ever dared was to drive the barbarian troops back from the frontier. No one had ever led a lone army 1,000 li to strike at the barbarian king's very lair. My expression didn't change. Your concerns come down to three things: our retreat being cut off, insufficient supplies, and falling into encirclement. These 3 points. I cracked it long ago. I lifted my gaze toward the northern grasslands. First, timing. Come spring, the barbarian king will send his main force south to avenge his earlier defeat. With his army out in the field, his heartland will be wide open, guarded only by a handful of tribal levies. That's a heaven-sent opening. Zhangbin frowned. Even if the heartland's undefended, it's a march of 1,000 miles. Supply lines that long are impossible to hold. The logistics alone would break the whole army, which is why I'll take only 2,000 elite cavalry. Light armor across the board, 2 horses per rider, no baggage train. I paused. The system handles resupply, grain, fresh water, arrows, whenever I need them. Wherever I go, the supplies follow. No troops tied down guarding supply routes. No dependence on a rear camp. 2,000 riders at full mobility, 100 miles a day, skirting their scouts, straight for the royal court. Their main force will be locked in a siege warfare, too far away to turn back and defend. One strike shatters the court. We plant our banner atop Wolf Perch Mountain, and we pull out the moment it's done. Seize the gap, strike fast and light. Let the supply system carry us, hit and run, every piece locking into the next. Zhangbin listened intently, running it through in his mind. He'd started dead set against it. Slowly, he fell silent. I understand now. It's a dangerous plan, but it's a stroke of genius. It exploits the barbarian's greatest weakness, and it patches over the biggest flaw of striking deep with a lone force. I'll give it everything I have. My expression turned grave as I issued the orders. The roles are clear. You hold the frontier, anchor the main defensive line, mass our forces, and defend the pass to the death. Whatever the cost, you tie down the barbarian army coming south. Everything beyond the pass is yours to command. I'll take 2,000 riders, swing wide around the border, run 1,000 miles, and go straight for the throat. We destroy the court and stand atop Wolf Perch Mountain. Zhangbin clasped his fist, his voice hard as iron. Understood, my lord. I'll hold the northern frontier to the death and pin down their main force. You'll have nothing to worry about at your back. The plan was set, every detail fixed in my mind. But not one word of leading the cavalry myself. 1,000 miles deep into the desert, did I breathe to Li Wanqing or Lu Shi. Telling them would only give them something to fret over. Better to prepare in secret than to leave them anxious day after day. Let them know once it's done, and I'm home safe. Some burdens weigh less the fewer people carry them. I threw myself into the camp and shut the doors to select my men. The makeup of the 2,000 riders had long been decided. 1,000 veterans in black armor as the core, ruthless in battle, superb horsemen, unshaken when surrounded. They'd be the ballast that steadied the whole force. The other 1,000 would be young recruits drawn from the system's refugees. Every man stripped of heavy armor, switched to light leather, just enough to guard the chest and arms. 2 horses each, armed only with saber, bow and crossbow, and a waterskin. All of it for one thing: the speed to run 1,000 miles. On selection day, I stood on the high platform and tested each man myself. His build, his eyes, his riding. The timid I cut. The weak I cut. The 2,000 who remained all had cold, hard eyes, danger radiating off them. Once they were organized, I immediately sealed. Closed-door training, night marches across the desert, navigation in the wilderness, rapid breakouts, close-quarters combat. Cut off from the outside world. No leaving without permission. No leaks. 2,000 cavalry, sealed off from the world, training in secret and preparing for war. Intelligence gathering advanced in parallel. Terrain, tribes, water sources, checkpoints, the royal court's defenses, these were the top priority. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose your way across 1,000 miles. I issued a secret order. From the army, select 20 scouts fluent in the nomadic tongue, plain in appearance, and skilled in disguise. Equip them with tribal clothing, cattle and sheep as goods, and merchant tokens from the barbarian traders. Have them pose as frontier merchants, cross the border in waves, and scout the entire territory. Draw secret maps. Mark the 4-season water sources, the sheltered valleys, the hidden trails. Verify each tribe's troop strength, and supply depots. Above all, get a clear read on the royal court's defenses and the outer fortifications of Mount Langjutsu. The scouts blended into the tribal markets, trading and making idle talk, every word and gesture matching that of a real barbarian merchant. No cracks in the cover. Inside the camp, I studied the intelligence reports as they came in each day, cross-referencing them against the map, running the scenarios again and again: assault routes, retreat routes, breakout routes. Victory or defeat 1,000 miles away is often decided first, right here, on a single map. The Northern Barbarian Royal Court. Outside the hall, howling wind whipped up dead grass and yellow sand, the cold cutting to the bone. Inside, a fire of beast bones blazed fiercely, the flames dancing across every face. Yalu Chi, the Northern Barbarian King, sat upon his throne of animal hides, broad and towering, his face covered in a full beard, his yellow eyes gleaming with menace. For an entire winter, he had known no peace, unable to eat or sleep. Last autumn and winter, all 6 tribes of the barbarians had fallen at Chu Yun's hands. Tens of thousands of their able-bodied warriors slain, their cattle and sheep seized, their camps destroyed. In the bitter cold, most of the tribes old and weak froze or starved to death. This blood debt was carved into the bones of every barbarian. The fire crackled and popped. Yalu Chi gripped the armrests tightly. The fury he had suppressed all winter finally erupted. He swept his gaze across the civil officials and military commanders below, then slowly rose to his feet and stepped onto the platform of his throne. The bitter winter has ended. The ice and snow are melting. I have endured for one whole winter, building up my troops and gathering my provisions. And now, the time has come. He suddenly drew his blade. Its tip pointed straight south, his eyes blood-red. Chu Yun, Prince of Qin, you slaughtered my people, destroyed my tribes, and stole my cattle and sheep. This hatred, I will not share the same sky with you. The day spring breaks is the day of vengeance. In this war, we will level all of Bailiang, slaughter the cities, kill the Qin army, take Chu Yun's head, and offer it to the tens of thousands of our fallen souls. As his words fell, the entire hall erupted with a thunderous roar. Ministers, chieftains, and warriors all rose to their feet, fists clenched, roaring in fury. Vengeance. Level Bailiang. Kill Chu Yun, blood for blood. Wave after wave the shouts rose higher, the killing intent surging to the heavens. No rallying was needed. Every man burned with the will to fight. A general clad in beast-hide armor strode forward, dropped to one knee, his voice booming like a great bell. My king, our war horses are strong and fat, our weapons ready. I volunteer to be the vanguard, to cut down every last. Bailiang defenders. The generals dropped to their knees one after another, begging to join the fight. Yalu Chi looked down at them, his expression cold and hard, and issued his command before them all. Hear the order of your king. Unite the 5 tribes. Muster an army of 300,000. We rest for half a month. Then the entire army breaks camp and marches straight for the Jinbei city defense line. One battle to wipe out the Qin army and slaughter all of Bailiang. By your command, great king. In half a month we march, and Bailiang falls. Yalu Chi returned to his throne, staring into the flickering flames, his eyes filled with obsession. This battle was already won. Bailiang's forces were mostly raw recruits, trained for less than half a year. He held 300,000 seasoned troops, an overwhelming force. Break the pass, raise the city, kill Chu Yun. It would all fall into place, just as it should. What he never anticipated. The day he marched south with his full might would be the very day Chu Yun's 2,000 iron cavalry drove straight for his royal court. Across all of the northern barbarian territory, troops were being mobilized, with no attempt to hide it. Smoke from cooking fires blanketed the grasslands, and war horns sounded day and night. Qin spies scattered throughout the region sent one urgent report after another back to the main camp. In a single day, 8 secret dispatches arrived, relayed by swift riders. Inside the commander's tent, the coals glowed warm, and a sand table covered the long table. I pressed my hand over the northern section of the sand table and flipped through the dispatch that had just arrived. The northern barbarian king, Yalu Chi, has conscripted the entire nation and organized a main force of 300,000. In half a month, the whole army will march south, with the primary assault aimed at the Jinbei city defense line. Objective: break the pass, annihilate the Qin army, and seize Bailiangda. I closed the report, my expression calm. Everything, exactly as I'd foreseen. The troop numbers, the timing, the point of attack. Every detail matched my projections perfectly. At my side, Zhang Bin bowed, awaiting orders. I gave my first command. Send word to the entire army. The main force of 80,000 breaks camp immediately and moves to garrison Jinbei City. By your command, sir. Once you reach the city, there are 3 things. I held up 3 fingers. 1. Reinforce the walls and set up cheval de frise barriers, pit traps, and crossbow formations. 2. Move all provisions and weaponry into the city to sustain a prolonged fight. 3. Drill every soldier in defensive combat, pairing new recruits with veterans in combined units to steady morale. Your task comes down to a single word: hold. I don't need a great victory or a high body count. I only need you to pin down the 300,000 barbarians' main force. Zhang Bin understood completely. Holding the line beyond the pass at all costs was to buy me time for my raid across the grasslands. He clasped his fist hard. Understood, sir. Not a single enemy soldier will pass through that gate. I turned to look toward the corner of the tent. There stood the commanding officer of the 2,000 Iron Cavalry, his bearing cold and severe. This elite unit, a mix of veterans and new blood, had already completed its sealed-off special training. Each man with 2 horses, gear stripped to the essentials, every secret pass out of the border, and every water source on the grasslands committed to memory. I lowered my voice and issued my second secret order. The 2,000 cavalry move camp at once. Go take cover at Blackwind Valley to the west. Blackwind Valley lay among barren hills, its mountain paths remote and far from the barbarians' sentry posts. It was the hidden exit point I had chosen. By your command, sir. My gaze fell. Back at the sand table, his gaze swept over the marked positions of Mount Langjutsu and the royal court, a blade-like sharpness rising in his eyes. The day the barbarians march is the day my cavalry storms into their lands. Every man in the tent voiced his assent as one. The spring equinox had arrived, and warmth returned to the grasslands. Withered grass sprouted green, ice and snow melted away, and the warhorses grew strong and sturdy. The perfect season for an army to march long distances. Deep in the northern barbarian heartland, storm clouds gathered. The forces of every tribe set out in waves. Cavalry stretched in endless ranks, beast-hide armor bristling everywhere, wolf-head banners whipping wildly in the wind. Countless ox-hide tents sprawled around the royal court for dozens of miles. In the blacksmiths' camps, the forge fires never dimmed, hammering out blades and arrows day and night. Women slaughtered cattle and sheep, hanging strips of meat out to dry. 300,000 barbarian troops steadily converged into a single mass. Grain, warhorses, siege ladders, catapults, all were made ready. The entire army sharpened its blades, waiting only for the order to march south. Jinbei City had likewise shifted onto a war footing. The main body of the Qin army arrived in waves. The barren slopes outside the city were blanketed with rows of military tents, banners snapping in the wind. Within the city, black-armored soldiers streamed endlessly through the streets and alleys, while grain carts and arrow carts choked the main roads. Sentries on the walls stood watch in rotating shifts, never letting their guard down for a moment. Below, laborers hauled stones to fill trenches and dug deep pit traps. All 4 walls had been raised higher and reinforced thicker, their battlements lined with mounted crossbows, rolling logs, and heavy stones. The whole of Jinbei City was layered in defenses, as impregnable as a fortress of iron. In a corner along the wall, a squad of off-duty soldiers had taken off their helmets to wipe away sweat, chatting in low voices. An old veteran gnawed at a wheat cake, gazed north, and let out a scornful laugh. Held out through the whole winter, and now these northern barbarian dogs are finally on the move. Beside him, a young recruit gripped his spear tightly, his voice thick with anger. Every winter they'd come, burning villages, stealing grain, slaughtering our people. This time our defenses are airtight. If they dare come, They're just throwing away their lives. Another soldier gave the thick wall a pat. Trenches all connected, crossbow bolts by the crate load. 300,000. A million could come and still never break this city. The border used to be undermanned. It was hell just to hold the line. But now we're strong, well supplied, drilled all winter long. This is the perfect chance to give these barbarian bastards the beating they deserve. Don't you worry. General Xiang's commanding in person, strict discipline, steady supplies. Let those barbarian dogs smash themselves to pieces at our walls. The banter went on and on. Not one of them feared the coming battle. That day, howling winds swept sand across the grasslands. Beyond the royal court, 300,000 allied troops stood arrayed in formation, stretching for dozens of miles. War horses whinnied, armor gleamed, and a killing intent blanketed the earth and sky. Yalu Qi, clad in black and gold battle armor and crowned with a wolf-fang helmet, rode out to the front of the ranks. He raised a hand to silence the clamor, and his hoarse voice carried across the entire host. Sons and daughters of the north. Last year, the Qin king Chu Yun slaughtered tens of thousands of our people, burned our pastures, and seized our cattle and sheep. Through the bitter cold of winter, countless children of our tribes froze and starved to death. This debt of blood is carved into the very bones of every last one of us. He drew his blade and pointed it straight to the south. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, vast as the heavens. One winter of restraint. Today we march to war. The entire army rides south to raise Jinbei City. We take Chu Yun's head as a sacrifice to the wolf god of the steppes. In this battle, if North Liang stands, we do not return to the grasslands. 300,000 barbarian soldiers raised their blades as one, their roar shaking the sky. If North Liang stands, we do not return to camp. Kill Chu Yun, blood for blood. The tide of voices crashed skyward, scattering flocks of birds into flight. Yalu Qi's blade came down hard. Hear my command. Break camp. Ride south. Target Jinbei City. Horns blared long and deep, echoing across the steppes. 300,000 troops rolled forward in a vast tide, marching south along the entire front, kicking up dust that blotted out the sky. The inner courtyard of the royal manor. Warm sun, gentle air, buds sprouting on the trees. I received an urgent dispatch from the border. The North Barbarian main force had marched south in full. The time had come. The raid was a go. I smoothed my expression into something calm and walked into the courtyard. Li Wanqing was going over the account books beneath the corridor eaves, while Lu Shi handled matters of the household nearby. Hearing me approach, both looked up. The border beacons are lit. The North Barbarian army is marching south. I'm leaving for the front to lead our troops against them. I said nothing of striking straight for their royal court, nothing of driving deep into enemy territory alone. I didn't want to add to their fear. Li Wanqing's heart clenched. She stepped forward, worry hiding in her eyes. The front is dangerous. Be careful in all things. The manor and the trading company, Sheer and I will hold them. You must come back safe. Lu Shi's voice was soft. Blades on the battlefield have no eyes. Don't push yourself for everything. We'll be waiting for you to come home. I gave a slight nod. Don't worry. I know my limits. I'll return safe. With war at hand, I lingered no longer. I turned and walked out of the courtyard. Outside, my personal guards had already brought my warhorse. I swung into the saddle and rode straight for Black Wind Valley. Black Wind Valley. Two mountains flanking a single valley, its mouth narrow and hidden, choked with jagged rock. Mountain wind tore through the gorge in an endless howl, sealing off every sound from the outside world. The clearing within was broad and level. 2,000 iron cavalry stood in a long formation, silent, awaiting orders. Every man wore light black leather armor, all heavy plating stripped away for swift movement. Sabers hung at their waists. Bows, crossbows, and quivers rode their backs. 2 horses were tethered at each rider's side, one to ride, one to switch to, so their mounts would never run dry. The black armor veterans stood at the front, faces cold and hard. The North Liang recruits stood behind them, murder settling in their eyes, spines held straight. Hooves on stone, yet all was so still that only the wind remained. I rode into the valley alone. Luo Yong, the commanding officer stationed at the head of the formation, strode forward and dropped to one knee. Luo Yong, reporting to your highness. I reined in my horse and looked down over the men. How stand the preparations? Your highness, 2,000 iron cavalry are fully equipped, 2 horses per man, weapons and rations all issued in full. The secret pass out of the border, the water sources on the steppes, the detour points. Every man has them committed to memory. We can move at any moment. I urged my horse to the front of the formation. The wind swept across the armor plates, drawing out a faint, scattered clatter. 2,000 pairs of eyes lifted in unison, fixed on me. Soldiers. My voice came low and steady. Right now, the barbarians' main force, 300,000 strong, has marched south to Jinbei City. Today, I'm leading you through the hidden pass, straight into the heart of the grasslands. Our target, the barbarian royal court. We push forward at full speed, wipe out the Khan's lair, and climb the sacred peak of Mount Langjutsu. This battle, we conquer Langjutsu. For the people of Bailiang who died. For our brothers who fell at the border. We take our vengeance. As my words fell, 2,000 cavalrymen pressed their blades to their chests and roared as one. We follow the prince. Crush the court. Conquer Langjutsu. The shout tore through the wind in the valley. I drew my blade, its tip pointing north. All forces move out. Target, the barbarian royal court. I dug my heels into my horse's flanks and surged ahead. Luo Yong wheeled his mount around and fell in close behind me, and 2,000 riders spurred their horses in step. The column stretched thin and long, moving like lightning. Days and nights of unbroken marching. The barbarians' main force, 300,000 strong, crossed the wastelands and arrived, every last one, outside the walls of Jinbei City. The sky hung gray and heavy, a long wind howled. As far as the eye could see, the ground beyond the walls swarmed with barbarian figures, and black wolf banners blotted out the horizon. Cavalry lined the outer ranks, war horses tossing their heads and snorting. Foot soldiers formed square formations, shouldering scaling ladders, battering rams, and stone hammers. Archers bent their bows and readied their arrows. 300,000 men spread across miles, armor glinting, weapons standing like a forest. Atop the walls of Jinbei City, every Qin soldier stood armored and in position. Shield bearers raised their heavy shields. Crossbowmen crouched with bolts knocked, tips aimed beyond the walls. Rolling logs, stones, and clay jars of fire oil were stacked along the inner side of the battlements. The commanding general, Xiang Bin, stood atop the highest watchtower, one hand resting on the parapet, several of his lieutenant officers gazing out beside him. A dark-faced lieutenant narrowed his eyes and sneered. Looks fearsome enough, but when it comes down to it, just a rabble. Beside him, a captain spoke with certainty. The walls have been thickened by 3 feet, and the pits and iron spikes are all set. These barbarian dogs are fierce in open battle, but siege warfare isn't their strength. Zhang Bin said nothing, his expression calm. He saw it clearly. The barbarians' deadliest trait was that every last one of them could shoot. Grassland people were born to the bow and saddle, and their archery far outmatched the Qins. In this battle, the price of holding the city would be anything but small. Don't underestimate them, he warned in a low voice. Focus on protecting the crossbowmen. Guard against their arrow storms pinning us down. The officers all accepted the order. On the slope beyond the walls, Yaluchi looked toward Jinbei City, his eyes full of contempt. Send someone to call for their surrender. Open the gates and submit, and the whole city lives. Resist to the last, and on the day we break through, not even the chickens and dogs will be spared. A barbarian officer took up a white flag and rode out from the ranks. Qin soldiers on the wall, hear this. Open the gates and surrender, and your whole city is spared. Refuse, and once we break through, we slaughter every last one, young and old. The words carried up to the wall on the wind. The captain on the wall went cold-eyed, and Zhang Bin waited, then raised his hand, signaling the crossbowmen. Fire! Drive him back! Twang! Several arrows sliced through the air, grazing past the barbarian general's shoulder and slamming into the dirt beside him, their tails still quivering. The general froze, then hastily yanked his horse around and fled in a panic. The offer of surrender had failed. Yaluchi's face went cold, his bloodlust surging. All forces, hear my command. First wave, storm the city. Vanguard, raise the ladders. Archers, suppress the walls. Whoa! The war horns blared. 1,000-foot soldiers roared as they rose, hauling siege ladders in pairs and charging straight for the base of the wall. Tens of thousands of archers formed ranks in unison, drawing their horn longbows taut. The steppe longbow far outranged anything the Qin army carried. In the next instant, a sky full of arrows shot upward. A black storm of them blotted out the heavens, screaming through the air as they rained down on the walls. The defenders raised their shields, holding fast. Thunk, thunk. Arrows bristled from the wooden shields, but some slipped through the gaps and struck the soldiers behind them. Screams rang out one after another. The barbarians had ridden and shot since birth, strong of arm, deadly of aim. One by one, soldiers on the wall took arrows and dropped. Return fire. Loose. The Qin crossbowmen fired back through the hail of arrows, their bolts pouring down to cut through the charging infantry. Laborers heaved logs over the edge together and tipped out scalding oil. The moment a ladder touched the wall, a falling log snapped it in two, sending barbarians and ladder tumbling down together. The oil caught fire and blazed up, trapping swaths of barbarian troops. Screams, roars, the clash of steel, all of it shook heaven and earth beneath the wall. In that first assault, the barbarians had no strategy at all, just a blind charge into death. At the foot of the wall, bodies lay strewn in tangled heaps, 1,000 of them or more. The surviving vanguard lost their nerve, dropped their ladders, and scrambled back to the main formation. The first assault had ended in a rout for the barbarians. But the Qin defenders on the wall had paid their own price. Over 100 wounded, more than 20 killed on the spot. Below the wall, blood soaked the wilderness. And this was only the first round. The real slaughter had only just begun. The first assault, crushed. Yellow Qi's face turned ashen. He didn't even let the battered survivors regroup before barking his next order. Second wave. All 20,000 archers, push to the front. Spend every arrow you have, I don't care. Seal off every firing point the Qin have. The barbarian archers advanced, drawing their dense forest of horn longbows to full draw as one. This time, there would be no scattered volleys. 10,000 arrows flew at once. The sky vanished behind the black mass of them, crashing down like a downpour onto every battlement of Jinbei City. The shield bearers on the wall felt their arms go numb as they braced against their wooden shields. The shields quickly bristled with feathered shafts, layer upon layer. Arrows that found the gaps punched through armor and buried themselves in flesh, and screams rose from every direction. The Qin crossbowmen were pinned down, unable to lift their heads. The barbarian infantry seized the opening, hauling up ladders and shoving battering rams, throwing themselves at the wall like madmen. Gritting their teeth, the defenders hurled down stones and poured out oil. Flames roared up, searing the barbarians clawing their way upward. They charged over the corpses of their own comrades, but still could not take the wall. Up 1 inch onto the ramparts. Half an incense stick later, the second wave crashed and broke again. 2,000 corpses lay abandoned at the foot of the wall. From that moment on, the bloodbath beyond the pass never ceased. For 2 days and 2 nights, Yellow Qi hurled his men forward like a man possessed. By day, he battered 3 sides at once. Deep in the night, he sent suicide squads wading through the water to strike by stealth. Siege ladders, tunnels, midnight raids on the side gates. He threw everything he had into it. The barbarian warriors feared no death. One wave fell, another surged up to take its place. Yet after 5 or 6 brutal assaults over 2 days, they hadn't gained so much as a foothold on the wall. Out on the wasteland beyond the pass, bodies lay piled layer upon layer. Beneath the royal banner, Yellow Qi kicked over a tribal commander who dropped to his knees begging for a respite and roared, "Worthless! 300,000 men, and we can't crack a single fortress?" Before the campaign, he'd boasted he would flatten Bailiang within 10 days. Now, unable to advance a single step, the army's morale had begun to waver. Atop the wall, the Qin soldiers were just as spent. 2 days without sleep, their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies caked in blood and grime. Total casualties had climbed past 3,300. 9 out of 10 had fallen to the barbarians' mounted archers. The northern barbarians had herded and drawn bows since childhood. Their aim was deadly, their arrows vicious. Ordinary leather armor couldn't stop them. Anyone who so much as poked his head above the parapet was an easy mark. A few subordinate officers leaned against the crenellations, going over the battle in low voices, their faces grim. Their close-quarters fighting is nothing special. It's these damned arrows that are the problem. They don't even have to close in. They just stand back, loose their shafts, and bleed us dry. Xiang stood in the watchtower, gazing down at the barbarian host regrouping below. His voice was heavy. Do everything you can for the wounded. The longer they fail to break through, the more savage they'll get. This only gets harder from here. Yes, General. 1,000 li away, deep in the heart of the steppe, lay a different kind of vastness. Endless green plains, grass tall enough to swallow a horse's hooves, the wind rolling waves across it in unbroken swells. The sky stretched high and pale, on and on with no end in sight. I'd been driving my 2,000 iron cavalry deep into the grasslands for days now. 2 horses to a man, switching mounts as we galloped. We rode day and night without rest. Hungry, we gnawed on dried meat. Thirsty, we drank clean water from our waterskins. We barely stopped, pushing at full speed toward the royal court. That day, at high noon, the sunlight was blinding. Ahead, at the mouth of a river valley, a mid-sized nomadic tribe was encamped. The Chili tribe, a vassal of the northern barbarians. 10,000 horsemen strong, they'd set up a temporary grazing camp along the water. Felt tents sprawled in clusters, cattle and sheep dotted the fields. Completely off their guard, a scout on lookout from high ground was the first to catch the ripple moving through the grass. He fixed his eyes on it, a dark, swarming mass of cavalry, charging straight for them. The scout wheeled his horse and tore back to camp, bursting into the main tent with a shout. Chieftain, cavalry from the south, black robes, black armor, over 1,000 of them, and they've broken into the pastures. The tribal chieftain, Chili, clad in a beast-hide battle coat, his face thick with slabs of muscle, slammed the table and rose to his feet. A measly 1,000 Qian horsemen dare set foot in my Chili lands. Muster everyone. Kill them all. Leave not a soul alive. Over 10,000 tribal riders scrambled onto their mounts, wolf's head pennants raised high, and came thundering out to meet them head-on. Our path forward. Chi Lu reined in his horse at the front of the line, raised his blade, and roared. Qian cavalry, you dare ride into the great steppe? You've got a death wish. I tightened my grip on the overlord's spear, leveled the tip, and gave the order in a cold voice. Form ranks. Meet them head-on. Luo Yong answered at once. 2,000 iron cavalry shifted formation in an instant. The veterans in black armor locked into a wedge-shaped charging formation, the recruits guarding both flanks. Airtight, seamless. I clamped my legs against my horse's flanks, and the black stallion surged ahead first. Leading the charge, I drove straight for the heart of the 10,000-strong horde. Boom. Hooves collided, blades clashed, flesh and blood flew. 10,000 barbarian riders looked like an unstoppable tide, but the moment they struck 2,000 elites, they shattered. The iron cavalry sabers went straight for the horses' legs and necks. Barbarian mounts crashed to the ground one after another, riders thrown from their saddles, trampled into bloody pulp in an instant. Within moments, tribal cavalry fell in droves, their formation ripped open, retreating step by step. Chi Lu commanded from the center, his heart seized with terror. No matter how he maneuvered his men, nothing could stop this flood. But what truly broke the barbarians was me. Alone, I plunged into their ranks and let loose completely. A barbarian swung his blade at me. One-handed, I smashed the spear's shaft sideways. It slammed into his chest, bones cracking with an ear-splitting sound, and the man was hurled a dozen meters through the air, spraying blood as he hit the ground. I threw a punch at the barbarian beside him. His head snapped sideways, and his whole body flew off into the air, knocking down 3 or 4 of his comrades behind him. One thrust to shatter armor. One punch to launch a man flying. One kick to break bone. Not a single barbarian who came within reach could survive a single blow. The men around me froze all at once. Is that thing even human? Run? There's no way to fight this. Some threw down their weapons and horses, turning to flee. Others reined back, trembling from head to toe. My battle fury surged. The more I killed, the more electrified I became. The spear moved like a dragon. One man, alone, cutting a path from the left flank clear through to the right, boring straight through the 10,000-strong formation by sheer force. Wherever I passed, men and horses scattered, the dead and wounded scattered across the ground. Qi Lu watched his people rout, his heart and guts torn to pieces, screaming with everything he had. Hold the line. No one runs. No one listened. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, this interception, 10,000 against 2,000, ended with Qi Li's tribe in total collapse. I reined in my horse and stopped, blood dripping from the tip of my spear. News that Qi Li's tribe had been annihilated spread like wildfire. Word travels fast across the steppe. In less than a day, the report, Qin's iron cavalry slaughtered 10,000 riders, had reached every corner, and the air buzzed with alarm. 7 neighboring tribes set aside old grudges and formed a temporary alliance, mustering 44,000 cavalry to encircle us from multiple directions, sealing off every river valley, grass trail, and mountain pass leading to the royal court. They meant to trap these 2,000 men, surround them, and wipe them out on the spot. On the flat ground of the valley, Luo Yong came galloping up, his expression grave. "Your Highness, the road ahead is completely blocked. The 7 tribes have allied, 44,000 riders sealing the roads. There's no way around them." I had originally planned to move fast and stealthily, skirt around the tribes, and strike straight at the undefended royal court. Now that our position was exposed and the surprise attack had failed, there were no shortcuts left. Only one option remained: cut straight through them. I raised my eyes, my voice cold and hard. Change of tactics. We pushed through in a straight line, all the way to the foot of their royal court. Luo Yong clasped his fist in salute. From that moment on, the grasslands knew no peace. A tribe blocked our path. We fought. Cavalry closed in around us. We broke their formation. Day and night, battle after battle, kill after kill. 7 tribes charged in turns, wave after wave. We fought from dawn into darkness, from open fields to mountain passes. The Qin cavalry advanced and retreated with perfect discipline. The barbarian riders were many, but their morale had shattered and their tactics were a mess. Every engagement was a one-sided slaughter. But what truly broke their spirits was always the one charging at the very front me. After days of brutal fighting, my strength had long since surpassed the 500 mark. A single punch now carried 2 tons of force. The Overlord's spear danced through the air, its afterimages too fast for the naked eye to follow. Every strike tore through the air, exploding into ear-splitting sonic booms. A warrior in heavy armor swung a massive axe down at me. I blocked it with a horizontal sweep of my spear. Crack! The axe head shattered, and the residual force ripped across his waist. His entire body burst apart on the spot, crumpling to the ground. 3 or 4 riders bunched together and closed in, blades swinging at once. I didn't move my feet. I simply twisted my body and threw a sweeping punch. The force of the blow burst outward, and all 3 were sent flying through the air, their bones shattering mid-flight before they hit the ground, dead. The last one froze where he stood, unable to even keep a grip on his blade. The people of the grasslands had always been fierce and brave, unafraid of dying in battle. But they feared this kind of inhuman slaughter. This wasn't combat. It was a massacre. Across the battlefield, terrified screams rose one after another. "That's not a man. That's a god of death. You can't even see the spear coming. How are we supposed to dodge?" The barbarian riders, once so eager to fight and kill, would instinctively rein in their horses and back away the moment they caught sight of my black-clad figure. In just 4 short days, all 7 tribes were crushed and scattered. Over half their able-bodied men were dead or wounded, and the survivors fled in every direction, no longer daring to stand in our way. The hall of the northern barbarian king. The civil and military officials had gathered for council. A scout came stumbling and crawling through the doors. Report: a force of northern Liang cavalry has broken into the southern grasslands. Their numbers are only 2,000. The one leading them is none other than the Qin king, Chu Yun. He smashed through 7 tribes, slaughtered tens of thousands of our young men, and now he's charging straight for our royal court. Dead silence, for just a moment. The next instant, The hall erupted in roaring laughter. The most absurd thing under heaven. 2,000 riders, charging alone into the heart of the great grasslands. One general slapped his thigh and howled with laughter. Our northern barbarian grasslands stretch 1,000 miles, soldiers and horses everywhere. 2,000 men raiding the royal court? They're walking straight into the net. A civil official sneered. And here I thought the Qin king was some brilliant strategist. Turns out he's nothing but an arrogant fool. He abandons his fortified passes and brings 2,000 men here to die. The others chimed in, the mockery rising on all sides. 2,000 men, not even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. A lone army driving deep into enemy territory was the greatest taboo in warfare. Everyone's thoughts were remarkably aligned. Chew. This move, Yin thought, was utter foolishness. Only Yelu Lai, seated in the place of honor, stayed silent for a moment before slowly speaking. A man willing to charge into the lair of a 300,000-strong army with just 2,000 lone riders was either a madman or someone who truly had nothing to fear. But in the end, he kept that thought to himself. Chu Yun is arrogant, looking down on us northern barbarians. Since he dares to deliver himself to our door, then we'll grant his wish. He rose abruptly, decisive and merciless. Send word to every tribe within 100 li of the royal court. Mobilize all garrison cavalry and consolidate our forces. Wipe out the northern Liang riders, take Chu Yun alive, and haul him to Mount Lang Juxu to be executed before all as a battle offering. Yes, my lord, the generals answered in unison, fists clasped. A few days later, deep in northern barbarian territory, across the endless grasslands, the wind turned suddenly sharp. The royal court emptied itself into action. Neighboring tribes, guard units, royal bodyguards. The force swelled at every stop. Originally set at 40,000, then reinforced again and again, until at last, 100,000 barbarian troops. Men and horses blanketed 10 li in every direction, wolf-head banners whipping wildly across the plains. There was only one target. Me, Chu Yun, 100,000 strong, surrounding my lone army. Yelu Lai sat astride his warhorse, clad in gilded beast armor, a wolf-fawn crown upon his head. As the younger brother of the northern barbarian king, he held the real power of the royal court. Now, with 100,000 iron riders under his command, his brow was set with arrogance, victory already in hand. The generals at his side bowed and flattered. My lord has them surrounded on all sides. Not a drop can slip through. The Qin soldiers are exhausted. They couldn't escape even with wings. When my lord takes Chu Yun alive and returns, you'll surely be richly rewarded and granted new lands. Victory is yours, my lord. Chu Yun will be captured. The corner of Yelu Lai's mouth curled upward, his tone dripping with contempt. I've heard, he said, that Chu Yun is a formidable warrior, that 100 men are no match for him. He snorted and shook his head. But even if he truly can fight 100, so what? My 100,000 men will come at him in waves. He kills 100, there are still 1,000. He kills 1,000, there are still 10,000. Flesh and blood can only last so long. We'll grind him down until he simply drops dead from exhaustion. In his eyes, my abandoning the city walls to charge 2,000 riders into the heart of the grasslands was nothing but a death wish. He raised his curved blade high, his voice carrying across the entire army. All forces, hear my command. Advance at full speed and annihilate the Qin army. Whoa, the war horns thundered. 100,000 iron riders spurred their mounts as one. Hooves rolled like thunder, dust blotted out the sun, and the killing intent bore down over the entire plain. Meanwhile, on the other side, after days of bloody battle and relentless raiding, my 2,000 iron riders had smashed through tribe after tribe, cutting down barbarian soldiers all the way. More than 200 had fallen or been gravely wounded. Now, only 1,800 riders remained with me. Every man's armor was caked black with dried blood, their eyes shot through with red. I rode at the very front, my overlord's spear in hand. Its shaft was a dark crimson, steeped in all the slaughter of the road behind us. A scout came galloping toward us against the tide, then flung himself down onto one knee. Report, my lord. 10 li ahead, we've spotted the barbarian army. roughly 100,000 strong. I reined in my horse and turned, my gaze sweeping over the 1,800 men behind me. Men, 10,000 barbarian troops, 100 times our number. I spoke each word slow and deliberate. Are you afraid? In the next instant, 1,800 men snapped their heads up, gripped their sabers, and roared as one. No fear. We follow your highness. We fight to the death. I lowered my head, ran my tongue lightly across the corner of my lips. The bloodlust I'd held back for days now woke completely. I raised my eyes. My voice cut like a blade. Good. Since you don't fear death, then follow me, and we meet them head on. We'll cut straight through 10,000 barbarian riders and strike their royal court. Carve our names into legend. Kill. The whole army's blood surged. Cut through the barbarians. Follow your highness. 1,800 hearts twisted into one. I pressed down their restlessness. Drop the extra weight. Refill your rations. Get your strength back. A true warrior never burns out before the charge. Half an hour later, on the horizon, dust rose to the sky. Yellow pressed forward with 100,000 men. Wolf banners blotted out the sun, hooves shook the earth, and the roar of men and horses swallowed everything. The 100,000 iron riders formed their charging ranks and halted on the flat ground, gazing up at the slope ahead. Atop that slope, my 1,800 riders stood ready. War horses pawed the dirt, crossbows were drawn taut, armor gleamed cold. At the center of his host, Yellow narrowed his eyes at the tiny cluster of figures on the crest. A heavily armored vanguard commander spurred forward, begging for the first strike. His name was Mogan, a fierce general of the royal court, and an arrogant one. Your Highness, give me 10,000 riders. I'll strike first and test this man's true measure. See how much of the rumors are real. He didn't believe for a second that one man could take on 100. 10,000 elite riders crushing 1,800 exhausted troops was a sure thing. Yellow waved a careless hand. Granted. Mogan raised his blade and turned. 10,000 of my own. Charge with me. Horns blared. 10,000 barbarian riders spread into formation and thundered straight up the slope. At the crest, I locked onto the 10,000 riders bearing down on us. I gripped the overlord's spear tight, squeezed my legs, and my black horse exploded forward. I led the charge, tearing down the slope. The wind snapped my cloak, howling behind me. Full charge, Luo Yong roared. 1,800 riders plunged down after me, the slope hurling our horses to a blistering speed. The two forces rushed at each other, the gap closing fast. Mogan, out in front, got a clear look at my face and twisted his lips into a savage grin. Just some young kid. The rumors, as he'd figured, were blown out of proportion. He clamped both hands on his massive horse-cleaving blade, sank his hips, gathered his strength, veins bulging along his arms. One stroke to sever the spear, one stroke to fell the horse, one stroke to take Chu Yun alive. His name would ring across the steppe, and it would happen right now. Less than 30 feet. His eyes went bloodshot. He bellowed and brought the great blade down from overhead with everything he had. The edge split the air, aimed straight for my skull. Every eye in the field fixed on that spot. I lifted my wrist just slightly, and the overlord's spear swept across in a casual arc. The spear shaft became a streak of pitch-black afterimage. The battle. Boom! The air split apart with an ear-piercing sonic boom. Crack! That fine steel horse cutter snapped clean in half from the middle of the blade, fragments spraying in every direction. The spear didn't lose an ounce of momentum. It slammed straight into Mogan's breastplate. Crunch! The armor shattered, and every rib beneath it caved in. The sound of bones breaking carried clearly across several meters. The savage grin froze on Mogan's face, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He didn't even get a scream out. His massive body flew backward like a kite with a cut string, sailing 7 or 8 meters through the air before crashing down hard. One thrust. Just one casual thrust. A general of the royal court, dead on the spot. 10,000 riders behind him watched it happen with their own eyes. 10,000 pairs of eyes went wide. Gasps and cries erupted everywhere. Is that thing even human? One flick of the wrist, shattered the blade, launched a man flying. That's not natural strength. The rumors weren't wrong at all. He's a monster. Their morale broke. I didn't hesitate for a second. I spurred my horse straight into the sea of 10,000 riders. My body became a war chariot of steel, plowing through everything in its path. The Overlord's spear swung in wide, sweeping arcs. One horizontal strike sent an entire row of savage soldiers flying, men and horses colliding, blood and flesh flying. My 1,800 riders charged in behind me. The savage cavalry, their nerve already shattered, had no strength left to resist. Formation broken, fighting power scattered. In mere moments, we cut clean through all 10,000 charging riders. The surviving savages, scared out of their minds, wheeled their horses around and fled like madmen. The flat ground at the base of the slope was a field of corpses. Broken blades, snapped bows, dead horses, and bodies blanketed the grass. I reined in my horse and stopped, standing in the center of the carnage. Blood dripped down my armor plates, and the water beneath my feet ran red into the grass. The main formation in the distance. Yelu Lai and dozens of royal generals had watched the whole thing unfold. Every one of them sat frozen in their saddles, eyes wide, minds gone completely blank. For a long while, no one said a word. Finally, one general spoke in a trembling voice. What kind of monster is that? One thrust shatters a blade. Another launches a general 7 or 8 meters through the air. How is that humanly possible? Another's teeth were chattering. No wonder every tribe along the way was wiped out. The Prince of Qin is no man. Yelulai gripped his curved blade, forcing down his panic, and barked out sharply. What are you all panicking for? He's down to 1,000 broken riders. I have 100,000 men. We can bury them under sheer numbers alone. No matter how brave one man is, how many can he really kill? Give the order. The second wave, 10,000 riders, charge immediately. Well, tactics, wave after wave. Spare no cost. I want Chu Yun's head. The order was iron hard, leaving no room for question. The second wave of 10,000 riders formed up at once, hooves thundering, bearing down in a massive tide on our just regrouped ranks. I'd barely reformed my battered lines when the second wave was already upon us. All forces engage. At my command, I spurred my horse and charged again. This time, I didn't wait for my cavalry to catch up. I drove alone into the heart of the 10,000-man formation. The Overlord's spear became a blur of flashing steel. The savages closest to me didn't even get the chance to strike. One touch of the spear, and they shattered. Here's the English translation. Scattering at the mere touch. The barbarian leading this unit was named Batu, cunning and ruthless. He saw through the crux of it in an instant. Trap me, and the Qin army would be like a body without a head, doomed to fall. He barked out his orders, his voice a harsh rasp. Flank them. Cut off the main Qin force. Pull 1,000 of our best. Surround and kill Chu Yun. Take him down, and this battle is ours. Thousands of barbarian riders split off at once. The bulk of them tangled with Luo Yang's iron cavalry, while over 1,000 more closed in on me from every direction. Blades and spears leveled, bows drawn taut, sealing off every path of retreat, layer after layer. 1,000 men, to corner one. Batu reined in his horse behind the ranks, his eyes cold and vicious. No matter how monstrous your strength, 1,000-man encirclement leaves you nowhere to run, not even with wings. All around me, roars and the glint of cold steel. Yet I felt no fear. My will to fight boiled over completely. My eyes ran bloodshot, growing wilder with every clash. The conqueror's spear wove a curtain of strikes so dense not a breath could slip through. The wind screamed off the blade, one sonic crack after another. Any barbarian who came close was either run clean through or had his bones shattered by the shaft. The fallen piled up in layers, and soon a mound of corpses half a man's height rose at my feet. The barbarians feared nothing, not even death, clambering over their comrades' bodies to hurl themselves at me in waves. Arrows struck from blind angles, short blades hacked in close, long spears jabbed at my flanks. Every trick they had, they threw at me. But I was too fast, my senses too sharp. I swept arrows aside with my spear, twisted away from blades, kicked spears to splinters. Every ambush failed. No one could get near. After a brief, furious exchange, a spear found its mark, piercing my black horse's neck. Warm blood sprayed out. The horse screamed and crashed down, limbs twitching, dead. I flipped off in the same motion and landed on my feet, boots planted atop the corpses. Freed from the horse. In that moment, I finally unleashed the full power of my body. Fighting mounted, I had to account for the horse's movements, and every strike, every stance was held back. But now, on foot, unbound and unrestrained, my combat strength surged several times over. Two riders charged at me, hooves aimed straight for my chest. I didn't dodge, just swung the spear across, one-handed. Bam! Horse and rider hurtled through the air, 5, 6 meters, then hit the ground with a crunch of shattered bone. A blade came down at my side. I threw a straight punch, 2 tons of raw force slamming into the horse's skull. The head burst apart on the spot. The rider knocked senseless and trampled dead. Fists, feet, spear, alternating, each blow lethal. Close in, and you died. Touch me, and you died. The stench of blood grew thick enough to choke on. The mountain of corpses climbed higher and higher, blocking the barbarians' line of sight. 1,000 death-sworn soldiers, falling one after another. In mere moments, over 300 had died by my hand. The rest of them gripped their weapons and, without thinking, froze in place. Palms sweating, limbs trembling. Looking at me, drenched in blood, breath perfectly steady, not a scratch on my body. Fear took root deep in their hearts. I was like a killing machine that knew no fatigue, no pain. The blades in their hands shook without stop. No one dared take another step forward. The tide of men had frozen solid, their morale. The collapse. Behind the lines, the barbarian General Badu roared, urging them on. Charge. He's just flesh and blood. He's bound to run out of strength. Surround him. Wear him down. Military orders cut like a blade. Yet the barbarian soldiers' feet stayed nailed to the ground. Forward meant certain death. Retreat meant execution. Despair filled every eye. I lifted my gaze, cutting through the crowd, locking onto Badu atop his horse. My killing intent surged. Ants weren't worth any more of my time. I stomped down, and the grass snapped flat under the force of the wind. I became a black blur, hurtling straight at Badu. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, all his earlier arrogance gone without a trace. Stop him. Somebody stop him. A dozen guards spurred their horses forward, blades raised. I plowed straight through them. Men and mounts alike were shattered and thrown aside, unable to slow me by even a step. Badu's guts turned to water. He wheeled his horse around and bolted. I gripped the butt of my spear in one hand, twisted at the waist, and hurled it with everything I had. The black spear tore through the air, dragging a shrieking sonic boom behind it. Thunk! The shaft punched through Badu's back, pinning both rider and horse into the mud. He didn't even have time to scream. The general was dead. The remaining barbarian soldiers broke instantly, dropping their weapons, turning tail, scattering like madmen. I strode forward and pulled the spear free. Drenched in blood, I stood alone at the center of 1,000 corpses. One man, one spear. Once again, I'd cut clean through an army of 10,000 horsemen. Far off at the central command, dead silence. Yelulai sat frozen on his horse, lips trembling. Impossible. How can there be a man like this in the world? His head snapped up, and he screamed at the general beside him. Somebody tell me why this is happening. He's nothing but flesh and blood. How can he be this powerful? No one answered. The grasslands never lacked for brave men. Warriors who could take on 10, generals who could take on 100. He'd seen them all. But one man crushing an entire army, mowing down soldiers like cutting grass. This had long since left the realm of the human. Below the platform, tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers buzzed with talk, their unrest curdling into terror. What the hell is that man? Crushed a horse's skull with his bare hands. Killed the commander with a single spear throw. He's not human. He's a curse sent to the steppes. Panic spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, sweeping through the entire formation. The fear in Yelulai's eyes was crushed down by obsession. His face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and roared. I don't believe his strength is limitless. I don't believe blades and spears can't touch him. He drew his saber and leveled the tip at me. All forces, hear my command. Archers to the front, concentrate your fire from range. Every cavalry unit, press the entire line forward. Wave after wave, drown him in bodies. No matter how many die today, Chu Yun must fall. As long as this man lives. The northern barbarians will never know peace. Whoa! The final war horn blasted across the grasslands. The barbarian army moved. Men and horses surged across every hill and field, blanketing the land in all directions. The front ranks, tens of thousands of mounted archers, drew their longbows to full, cold light aimed at me. Behind them, tens of thousands more cavalry raised their blades and howled, closing in like a madness. Dust blotted out the sky, and the killing. The sound shook the wilderness. At the foot of the slope, Luo Yong rallied over 1,500 iron cavalry. 2 rounds of bloody combat had left every man wounded, their blades notched and dulled. Yet not one had retreated. I swung my spear. Blood dripped from the tip as I gazed at the barbarian army bearing down on us, my blood boiling in my veins. Target the command banner. Cut down their general. Every man, follow me, charge. I vaulted onto my horse and led the way, charging head-on into a sky filled with arrows. The overlord's spear whirled at blinding speed, its shadow forming a sealed ring. Arrows struck the shaft and shattered inch by inch. I feared no rain of arrows, no sea of men. I drove straight for their center. Wherever I passed, my spear swept through men and horses alike, flesh and blood scattering. My warhorse took an arrow and collapsed. I sprang free, killed the nearest rider with a single punch, seized his mount, and charged again. Switching horses took only a heartbeat. The longer I fought, the more savage I became. I felt no fatigue. Strength poured endlessly through me. Every thrust sent a barbarian flying. Behind me, 1,500 iron cavalry followed close, every eye burning red. Following me, driving ever forward, fighting to the death. The barbarians blocked me in wave after wave, and fell in wave after wave. Their corpses stacked into walls, but couldn't stop me for even half a step. Behind the lines, Yelu Lai watched me tear through the sea of men, closing in on the command banner. Terror crept across his face. Send in all the royal guards. Stop him. He must not reach the banner. Driven by the order, the barbarians surged forward in a red-eyed mass. Spears thrust in unison, sabers hacked as one, a defensive line built from human lives. Blades stood thick as a forest. Men piled high as a mountain. My expression never changed. I spurred my horse faster, sweeping the overlord spear across all directions. Barbarians were sent flying in swaths, run through by the score. Screams, the crack of bones, the snap of breaking blades, all woven into a single chaos. Since the battle began, my kill count had climbed at a terrifying rate. The barbarians around me stared with numb, terrified eyes, no longer daring to advance. To get near this man was certain death. The sea of men, layer upon layer, couldn't stop me for half a step. Every step forward came with another barbarian falling. Attacks rained in from all sides. I ignored them all. A killing machine that knew neither pain nor exhaustion. My gaze pierced through the crowd, locking dead onto Yelu Lai. The instant our eyes met, every hair on his body stood on end. His face went white, his body trembling beyond his control. Half a lifetime of war, countless men slain. Never once had a single look frightened him like this. Because this gaze wasn't looking at a man. It was looking at prey. Stop him. Guards, throw yourselves at him. Block him even if it kills you. Over 100 guards rushed in with shields raised. To touch me was to die. Shields shattered, bones snapped, men flew. They couldn't buy even a single second. A guard captain galloped to Yelu Lai's side, roaring through tears. My lord, we can't hold him. This man is a demon god descended to earth. You're his target. You must flee. We'll cover your retreat to the last man. Buy you a moment with our lives. The Khan is still at the front. The rear cannot be left leaderless. My lord, think of the greater cause. Yelu Lai clenched his teeth, struggle burning in his eyes. An instant. Stay and I die? Run, and there's still a chance to turn this around. My life comes first. The banner, the army, all of it can be thrown away. Retreat. Move now. He wheeled his warhorse around, abandoning his banner and his men, and bolted with a few dozen guards without so much as a backward glance. I caught a glimpse of his fleeing back. I didn't chase. A commander running off didn't matter to the bigger picture. On the battlefield, the banner is the army's morale. Cut it down, and it's worth more than cutting down 10 generals. I spurred my horse straight for the banner. The barbarian guards clustered around it, holding their ground to the death. Banner falls, morale scatters. No one knew that better than they did. My warlord spear swept across, and the guards went flying in rows. In the blink of an eye, 200 men were cut down to the last. I reached the towering wolf-head banner, gripped my spear, drove the strength up from my waist, and swung sideways. Crack! The pole snapped clean. The banner, embroidered with its blood-red wolf's head, drifted down on the wind and slammed into the dust. The battlefield went dead silent for a moment. The barbarians on the outer edges saw the banner hit the ground, couldn't see what was happening in the center. One thought united every one of them at once. The prince is dead. Their last shred of fighting spirit collapsed with a roar. The prince is dead. Run! A single scream lit up the whole field. The front ranks turned tail, the rear followed suit. One told 10, 10 told 100, and the rout chained outward across the entire battlefield. The barbarian army broke along its whole line, tens of thousands fleeing in every direction. The battle was decided. I stood on the field, spear in hand, drenched in blood. Luo Yong rode up, his battle lust not yet spent. My lord, the barbarians are routed across the board. Do we give chase? I shook my head. Halt the pursuit. Regroup where you stand and rest in place. Bind your wounds, sharpen your blades, rotate the horses. In half a day, the whole army moves out, straight for the northern barbarian court. Yalulai switched from spent horse to fresh, running the whole way. Hair a wild mess, utterly wretched. Half a day later, he fled back to the court. The moment he entered the royal hall, he kicked aside the attendant on watch and screamed out his orders. Summon every elder of the royal house. Council now? This is a matter of the gravest urgency. Moments later, the court's high command was gathered in the great hall. Yalulai was gasping for breath. Before anyone could ask a thing, he spoke. We were crushed at the front. 100,000 men, routed, all of them. The hall fell dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. A white-haired elder shot to his feet, his voice trembling. Impossible. 100,000 of our elite against what? 2,000 men alone. A 50-to-1 advantage. How could we be routed? The others murmured their agreement. Yalulai gave a bitter laugh, his eyes drained of strength. It's true. It wasn't that our soldiers couldn't win. It's that Chu Yun alone is unbeatable. 1,000 men surrounded him and couldn't kill him. 10,000 couldn't block his path. One spear stroke severed our banner. This man's power is beyond anything a mortal can stand against. Once he's finished resting, he'll march his troops straight for the court, and no one along the way can stop him. Our only way out now, abandon the court. The people in the hall went pale, immediately dissolving into chaos. News of the defeat had already spread through the routed soldiers, reaching every corner of the royal court and beyond. The tribesmen at the market, the women and children within the city, the elderly and the weak, the able-bodied men left to guard. Every last one of them heard. The entire city was in an uproar. At first, it was all disbelief. 2,000 cavalry defeated an army of 100,000? Are the deserters spreading lies? But as more and more routed soldiers fled back, they spread every detail of what I'd done. A casual spear thrust shattering a fine steel blade. A single punch caving in a horse's skull. Surrounded and hunted by 1,000 men, he slaughtered nearly 300 without a scratch. Alone, he broke through a formation of 10,000, and no one could stop him. One account after another, blunt and horrifying. The tribesmen who heard froze where they stood, left with nothing but sheer awe and terror. This isn't a mortal man at all. 10,000 men throwing away their lives couldn't even stop him. The king is off besieging the border. There are no troops left in the heartland. The royal court, it can't be held. Fear blanketed the entire northern barbarian court. Inside the great hall, Yalulai forced himself to stay calm. He was torn to his very core. The royal court was the foundation of the royal clan. If it fell and Yeluchi returned, he was as good as dead. He had to defend it to the death. But the image of me, drenched in blood like a god of slaughter, was carved into his bones. If the city fell, the entire clan would be massacred. Weighing the pros and cons, he quickly settled on a plan that covered both. First, mobilize every carriage, camel train, and store of provisions in the city. The royal bloodline, the women and children, the families of the elders, Have them gather their valuables at once. My personal guard will escort them to seek refuge among the northern tribes. Preserve the royal bloodline first. Even if the city fell, his guilt would be halved. Second, gather the routed soldiers and the able-bodied men left behind. Form them into an army of 40,000. Reinforce the walls, haul up logs and stones, and defend the gates to the death. If we can hold, we hold. If we can't, then I abandon the city. He looked at them all and gritted his teeth. Moving the royal clan is our way out. If we can stall until the king returns with reinforcements, we can turn this around. The elders were already scared witless. No one argued. One day later, after days of bloody battle, compounded by the wounded and sick falling away, my cavalry numbered just over 1,370. Every man was resupplied with meat and fresh water, war horses rotated, blades sharpened. At a single command, the entire force marched north. The road was clear. No tribe dared to stand in our way. At dusk, the cavalry reached the heart of the grasslands. Amid the endless stretch of green, a city rose starkly into view. The one and only royal city of the northern barbarians. It wasn't large, and its construction was crude. Walls of rammed earth and broken stone stood less than 5 meters high, their battlements sparse. Nomadic tribes followed the water and grass, and for thousands of years they had never built cities. Only the royal court remained a fixed stronghold, where the royal clan offered sacrifices to heaven and made their home. The whole city was tense with the strain of hasty defenses. Atop the wall, Yalu Lai stood among the battlements, clad in gilded beast-hide armor. Beside him, his deputy general gazed toward the city. Outside, only 1,000-odd riders remained, and most of their terror faded. One of the generals lowered his voice. "My lord, there's no need to worry. The Qin army has just over 1,000 cavalry, limited men and horses. We have the walls, the high ground, the terrain in our favor. However strong Chu Yun is, he's still just flesh and blood. He can cut through 10,000 men on open ground, sure, but can he fly up a 5-meter wall?" Another general chimed in. "We've stocked the walls full, arrows, rolling logs, fire oil, all of it. If we hold until the Khan comes back with reinforcements, we can turn this around." Yalu Lai drew a deep breath, forced down his fear, and turned to raise his blade high. "Warriors of the northern barbarians. The men outside these walls are foreign invaders who've slaughtered our people. Lose the royal city, and we'll never hold our heads up again. Take up your weapons and defend the royal court to the death. Fight." The barbarian generals raised their blades as one. "Fight. Defend the royal court to the death." The roar swept across the entire length of the wall. Outside, I listened to the earth-shaking cries, a cold smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. A last stand, nothing more than a cornered beast struggle. Luo Yong rode up to my side. "My lord, I have something to say. I beg you to reconsider. Speak. We have just over 1,300 riders left. The men are exhausted, the horses worn down. Inside the city are tens of thousands of barbarian troops, dug in behind those walls. And we came in fast and light, without a single siege engine, no scaling ladders, no battering rams, no stone hammers. Cavalry alone can't get over that wall. In my view, we should abandon the royal court and strike straight for the sacred Mount Langjutsu. This campaign was meant to seal Langjutsu and put the fear into the northern barbarians in the first place. Once we reach the summit and raise our banner in the offering, the great deed is done. Why hurl ourselves at a fortified city and pile up casualties for nothing?" His words followed the art of war. Storming a fortified city without siege equipment was suicide. The riders around us turned their eyes toward me, and in their hearts they all agreed. Storming the city wouldn't work. But there wasn't a flicker of hesitation in my eyes. If anything, my fighting spirit only rose. Every one of my attributes had broken past 700. My body's brute strength topped 3 tons, more at full, unleashed force. I wanted to test it, too, just how strong my limit had become. "Wait here. No charge, no equipment needed. I'll shatter that gate myself and break open this royal city." Luo Yang's pupils shot wide. He froze in place. Break the city alone? Smash the gate barehanded? In an ordinary siege, dozens of strong men working a battering ram together needed a long time to break through. He opened his mouth to argue, but the words caught in his throat. 1,000 men surrounding him, cut down, breaking through 10,000 alone, a spear shattering a blade, a fist crushing a horse's skull. Scene after scene flooded his mind. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean Chu Yun couldn't. The shock drained from Luo Yang's face, replaced by anticipation. He cupped his fists and bowed, nothing but awe left in his eyes. "I will wait, my lord, for you to break the city." I said nothing more, gently squeezing my legs against the horse's flanks. Alone, step by step, I advanced toward that gate. Atop the earthen wall, the beast banners whipped in the wind. Yelu Lai gripped the battlements, eyes locked on what lay beyond the walls. The next second, their pupils shrank. I was riding alone, spear in hand, advancing at a steady pace, charging straight toward the main gate of the royal city. I could feel 1,000 pairs of eyes fixed on me from the walls, all filled with confusion. Yelu Lai tilted his head and murmured to his deputy general, "He's coming forward all by himself. What's he trying to do?" Laughter erupted along the wall. "His whole army's just sitting there, and he rides up alone? Has he lost his mind? Does he think he can charge a horse up a 5-meter wall? Arrows don't have eyes up here. He's nothing but a living target." Sneers and mockery rose one after another. The barbarian soldiers guarding the wall leaned over the battlements, roaring with laughter. My expression didn't change. My pace didn't slow. Yelu Lai cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down at me, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Chu Yun, you know the siege is hopeless, so you've come to surrender? Get off your horse and kneel, and I might spare your life. You could throw all 1,000 of your cavalry against these walls, and you still wouldn't set one foot inside this city." I raised my hand and tightened my grip on that dark red overlord spear. "Yelu Lai, I'm giving you one last chance. Open the gates and surrender, and I'll spare the lives of your personal guard. Otherwise, in a few moments, I'll break through this city and cut you down on that wall with my own hands." The instant our eyes met, I saw his heart give a violent lurch. There was no rage in that gaze, no killing intent, only the cold indifference of someone looking down at ants. He hurriedly looked away, forcing down his fear, and rasped, "Insolence. I command tens of thousands of soldiers, and I hold these high walls. If you've got the guts, come and take them yourself." The barbarian soldiers on the wall broke into jeers again, their shouts thundering. "Come and get us. We're waiting." The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. I said nothing more. I wheeled my black horse around and dug my legs hard into its flanks. The black horse let out a long whinny, its 4 hooves slamming against the ground as it bolted straight for the main gate. I gripped the spear in one hand, its shaft dipping low, the veins in my arm bulging one by one. Power gathered wildly through my entire body. On the wall, Yelu Lai froze. "Fire! Everyone fire! Throw the stones, the rolling logs. He cannot be allowed near the gate." The horn-tipped longbows drew back all at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sky full of arrows rained down, sealing off every possible direction I could dodge. My wrist spun at blinding speed. The overlord spear whirled into an impenetrable circular shield. The spear's shadow flickered, sonic booms cracking one after another. Every incoming arrow was blocked, split, or knocked aside. Not one reached me. Broken shafts littered the ground. But there were too many arrows. 2 stray shots came in at cunning angles, striking my black horse in the neck and belly. In searing pain, the horse lost its balance and pitched forward to the ground. I pushed off its back with the tip of my foot and leapt into the air. The instant I landed, my legs exploded with tremendous force, flattening the grass beneath me. I became a black blur skimming the ground, tearing toward the gate at incredible speed. Every barbarian soldier on the wall froze mid-motion. How can a man run that fast? Faster than a warhorse? This isn't. Arrows chased the dark blur, but never so much as grazed my clothes. Boulders crashed down from the ramparts, blasting deep craters and kicking up dust. I twisted, stepped, dodged, calm as ever. Every stone missed. Before 10,000 watching eyes, I charged straight to the foot of the main gate. My right foot slammed down. Boom. The earth caved in, cracks splitting outward in every direction. Using the recoil, I launched myself off the ground. In midair, I gripped the butt of my spear with both hands and raised it high over my head. Every ounce of my strength poured into the weapon. Then, from above, I brought it crashing down with everything I had. Crash! A deafening roar exploded outward. The Overlord spear struck dead center on the gate. That royal city gate, wrapped in double layers of iron plating, reinforced with solid timber inside, braced from behind by dozens of barbarian soldiers. Shattered in an instant. The wooden doors cracked apart inch by inch. The iron plating buckled and burst. The dozen-odd soldiers holding the line behind it were blasted away by the sheer force of the shockwave. Silence fell over everything. The soldiers on the ramparts stood frozen, mouths hanging open, eyes hollow. Several barbarian generals trembled from head to toe, turning to look at Yalu Lai, their voices stammering. "My lord, the gate's broken. He did it, alone." Yalu Lai let out a bitter laugh. "It's over. This god of slaughter. He's inside now." His guards seized him by both arms and dragged him at a dead sprint toward the rear hall. "My lord, go. Your life is what matters." Out on the grass beyond the city, the 1,300 cavalry had watched a single spear strike break the gate. First came dead silence, then an eruption of earth-shaking cheers. "Long live the Lord, peerless under heaven." Their cheers surged straight into the sky. Inside the city, thousands of defenders had been cornered with no way out. "Flee, and you're cut down. Retreat, and you die." They gripped their blades and spears, eyes red, and surged toward the gate like madmen. "Kill him. He's only one man. Bury him under our bodies." I stood in the center of the shattered gateway, the Overlord's spear angled down against the ground. I lifted my eyes to the flood of men rushing at me. Nothing left in them but the will to kill. I didn't wait for them to reach me. I stepped forward and charged straight into the crowd. The spear swept sideways. Crack, crack, crack. The dozen men in the front row didn't even have time to scream before the shaft sent them flying, the sound of shattering bone bursting out one after another. As they fell, they knocked down several more behind them. Their formation collapsed in an instant. I didn't stop. One thrust sent a spear flying. One swing snapped a longsword in two. One sweep crushed a pauldron to pieces. No technique, just overwhelming, crushing brute force. Every swing of the spear left someone on the ground. Every step forward carved open a path of blood. The narrow gate passage had become a slaughterhouse. In just a few breaths, over half the front rank of barbarian soldiers lay dead or wounded. The living watched their comrades fall in waves, watched me grow more savage with every kill, and the last shred of fight left in them shattered completely. Some men's blades shook wildly in their hands. Others' legs went so weak they could barely stand. "He's not human. There's no fighting him. He's a god of death. Throwing bodies at him is useless." I don't know who turned and ran first. One fled, 10 followed, and 100 more joined the stampede. The barbarian soldiers who'd been blocking the gate scattered in an instant, all running the other way. I once read a line: "A rout never dies at the hands of the enemy, but at the feet of the first man to turn and run." In that moment, I saw it with my own eyes. Spear in hand, I chased the fleeing troops, cutting them down every step of the way. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun my charge. I was a beast let loose among sheep, leaving corpses in my wake. The entire street was carved through in the blink of an eye. The survivors scattered into alleys, yurts, and courtyards, each one wishing he'd been born with an extra pair of legs. The moment they spotted me in the distance, they froze stiff with terror, then spun around and bolted. "Run! The god of death is in the city. Turn back and you're dead." Outside the walls, 1,300 armored riders watched the one-sided slaughter within the city in dead silence. Nothing left in their eyes but sheer shock. They'd seen me break through 10,000 cavalry and cut down their commander, but they'd never seen butchery this merciless. One man breaking a city. One man slaughtering an army. I stood in the middle of the street, spear in hand, corpses strewn beneath my feet, blood pooling over my soles. The wind carried the stench of it into my face. I wasn't the least bit tired. If anything, I felt exhilarated. This was the taste of absolute power. Let 10,000 troops guard the city. Let the walls stand high and the gates hold firm. One thrust of my spear breaks the city. One punch shatters my enemy. Whoever stands in my way dies. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the back alleys of the city. Dust filled the air, and wailing rose on every side. Yelulai was pinned by the arms by his personal guards, his feet dangling off the ground as they dragged him toward the rear gate at a full sprint. He thrashed wildly, the veins bulging in his neck, roaring and cursing. "Let go of me. I have to defend the royal court to the death. As the commander, how can I abandon the city and flee? Let me go back. I'll fight Chu Yun to the end." His posture was resolute. Every inch the fierce warrior sworn to die with his city. The fleeing soldiers glanced back along the way, and every one of them saw it. The prince, refusing to retreat even in the face of death, being dragged away by force. How tragic and heroic the scene appeared. The guards hauling him stayed silent the whole time, but their feet only moved faster. They knew the truth perfectly well. Defend? Against a monster who could shatter a city gate with one spear and mow down 10,000 men like cutting grass. Staying meant nothing but a dead end. And Yelulai himself knew it better than anyone. His mouth screamed of fighting to the death, but deep down he'd let out a long sigh of relief. That last spear thrust had nearly scared him limp. That kind of terror, beyond anything human strength could resist, he didn't want to face for even one more second. Actually make him stay and fight Chuyin? He wouldn't dare, not with 100 times his courage. He was even silently praising the guards who dragged him away. So very sensible of them. If he'd stubbornly clung to his pride and held out to the bitter end, he wouldn't have been able to escape even if he wanted to. But now it was different. It was his subordinates who'd forced him. He was escorting the protector's retreat, not fleeing to save his own skin. No matter who came to question him later, he'd have the perfect explanation. Loyalty intact, an escape route secured, and his reputation preserved. Yelulai roared and put on his show, all while calculating silently. The more he thought it through, the safer he felt. But the moment he recalled that unstoppable strength, a chill crept back into his heart. They were both flesh and blood. So how could Chu Yun be strong to such an absurd degree? 1 hour later, the slaughter within the royal court city came to an end. Corpses lay scattered through the streets and alleys, and the color of blood had soaked deep into the yellow earth. I stood before the great hall of the royal clan, my body streaked with blood, the crimson stains on my spear long dried in the wind. I gave the order in a low voice. Passed the command to the entire army. Light the fires. Burn the royal court to the ground. The 1,000-strong cavalry fanned out, torches flaring one after another, hurled with precision into the wooden houses, the dry grass tents, the grain storehouses. A single spark, and the whole plain caught flame. Raging fire devoured the entire royal city, the blaze soaring skyward, staining half the heavens red. Rolling black smoke twisted upward. The once solemn royal hall, the once bustling streets and markets, all of it sank into the sea of flame. I reined in my horse on the high ground beyond the city, watching it all in silence, my gaze cold and distant. After a moment, I turned my horse and looked toward that towering, colossal mountain to the north. Mount Langjutsu, the supreme symbol of these grasslands. I raised the overlord's spear high. The whole army, hear my command. Our target, Mount Langjutsu. A day of hard riding. At the edge of my vision, a massive mountain rose from the earth, stretching across heaven and land. Its form was majestic, piercing the clouds, its ridge capped with year-round snow, mist coiling around its slopes. This was the foremost holy land of the northern barbarians, Mount Langjutsu. In the hearts of the barbarian people, this mountain was their root, their totem, their faith. Passed down through generations, the legend held that a divine wolf dwelt upon this mountain, guarding the grasslands and commanding the fortune of the northern frontier. For thousands of years, this had been their sacred ground for worshiping heaven, honoring their ancestors, and swearing their war oaths. No outsider was permitted even a single step upon it. In their eyes, for a foreigner to climb this mountain was to shatter their fortune, to sever their roots, the ultimate humiliation. Today, I brought the Qin cavalry to the foot of their sacred mountain. At the base, a cold wind howled, bitter and cutting to the bone. Over 1,000 riders reined in their horses and halted, gazing up at the summit, every eye burning. Through blood-soaked battles all the way, across 10,000 miles, crushing 100,000 barbarian troops and burning their royal city. Today, at last, we had arrived. I dismounted and stared straight up at the cloud-wreathed peak. Leave the horses. We climb. The soldiers dismounted one after another, forming neat ranks. In silence, they straightened their armor and brushed away the dust and blood covering them. They meant to stand tall and proud as they climbed to the summit at my side. Step by step, we ascended steadily along the rugged mountain path. The mountain wind grew fiercer, rattling against our armor plates. The higher we climbed, the vaster heaven and earth became. Looking down, the grasslands stretched for 1,000 miles, all within our sight. Half an hour later, I was the first to step onto the platform at the summit. The peak was flat and open, without wind. No fog. The sky stretched clear and boundless. I walked to the very center, facing the central plains, my back to the step, standing tall with my spear in hand. Behind me, 1,300 iron horsemen crested the summit one by one, falling into orderly ranks on either side, their breathing heavy and still. I raised my arm and drove the overlord's spear hard into the bluestone at the mountain's peak. The spears but sank into the rock, standing firm and unshaken. I lifted my face to the heavens, every word ringing like iron, my voice shaking the mountains and rivers. I am Chu Yun, Prince of Qin. With a lone force of 1,000 riders, I have crossed 10,000 miles of steppe. I have shattered a barbarian army of 100,000, toppled the northern barbarian court, and burned their nest of 100 years to ash. Today I stand atop wolf-dwelling mountain, to make offering to heaven and earth, and to lay claim to these mountains and rivers. My voice cut through the wind, echoing between the peaks. As the last word fell, Luo Yong led the way, and every soldier dropped to one knee together. Long live the Prince of Qin, unmatched through all the ages. Shout after shout, brimming with worship and awe. My gaze settled on the great natural boulder at the center of the summit. Smooth and square, it had stood for 1,000 years, never once touched by any foreign hand. It had witnessed generations of barbarian rites to heaven, the rise and fall of tribes, the reign of mounted conquerors. Today, I would carve my own achievements into it. I lifted my spear, walked to the boulder, and set the tip against its surface. The hard mountain stone yielded beneath my hand like soft clay. Powdered rock drifted into the air. Stroke by stroke, my strength drove through the stone, each character cut to the bone. Chu Yun, Prince of Qin of the Great Xian, led his iron cavalry across 10,000 miles of wasteland, routed the barbarian riders, cut down their elite, broke their royal court, burned their capital, tore out the very foundation of the barbarian people. At last, the spear tip came down hard, carving the signature. In the 32nd year of Chengwu of the Great Qian, Chu Yun, Prince of Qin, raises this stone and takes his place among the gods. The soldiers' hearts trembled, the fervor in their eyes nearly spilling over. Since ancient times, how many great generals had spent their whole lives seeking to seal Wolf-Dwelling Mountain and never achieved it? How many heroes had campaigned across a lifetime, unable to set even half a step on this sacred peak beyond the frontier? Yet I, with my own hands, had raised a monument at the summit of the barbarians' holy mountain and proclaimed it to heaven and earth. I drew back my spear and stood, looking upon the stone tablet. The characters were bold and powerful, radiating raw dominance. 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, whoever climbs to the peak of Wolf-Dwelling Mountain will see this stone. True glory is never written in words. It is carved into the places where those who come after have no choice but to look up. I turned to face the 1,000-odd soldiers behind me and spoke out clearly. This victory belongs to no single man. It was won because every one of you followed me through blood and refused to retreat, fighting to the death. Today this stone bears my name. In the days to come, the history books will record your loyalty and courage. The Qin soldiers raised their blades and roared, "We follow you, Your Highness, to death, without regret." Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Seal Wolf-Dwelling Mountain. Mission rating, a legend for the ages. Reward settlement complete. Now distributing. Reward 1. Fine Bright Light Armor, 100,000 sets. Reward 2. Purebred Blood-Sweating Steeds, 10,000 head. Reward 3. Qin Crossbows, 20,000 units. Reward 4. 10,000 Hardened Steel Cavalry Lances. Reward 5. Exclusive strategic item. 10-mile holographic real-time map. A cascade of rewards flooded across the screen. I froze on the spot. My pupils shrank, my breath caught in my throat. Holy crap! These rewards were absolutely insane. The urgent battle report of the great victory in the northern frontier tore across 1,000 miles of the Central Plains, straight to the imperial capital. The instant the news hit the city, the entire capital exploded. No gradual build-up, just an instant detonation, the whole city boiling over. Inside and outside the imperial city, in both the eastern and western markets, everyone dropped what they were doing and rushed to spread the word. Through every street and alley, only one name remained: Prince Qian, Chu Yun. 2,000 light cavalry, striking deep alone into 10,000 miles of grassland, crushing the elite forces of the northern barbarians, slaughtering tens of thousands of enemy troops, razing the royal court, burning the royal city to ashes, climbing to the summit of the sacred Mount Langjutsu, carving the stone to seal his conquest. Every single feat shattered belief. Every single one defied common sense. 2,000 men, breaking 100,000 iron cavalry. And that's the northern barbarians, rulers of the grasslands for a century. Sealing Langjutsu. How many legendary generals throughout history dreamed of it and failed? Yet Prince Qian achieved it in a single battle. After the extreme shock came an overwhelming wave of fervor. So much for young and lucky, so much for shallow roots. This is a peerless god of war. The greatest war god of the great Qian, Prince Qian, without question. The entire nation sang his praises, the masses bowed in reverence. Chu Yun's fame thundered across all of the great Qian. Deep within the imperial city stood 5 princely estates. First Prince Chu Xiang, second Prince Chu Dong, third Prince Chu Yan, fourth Prince Chu Fei, fifth Prince Chu Chang. For years, the 5 had schemed and fought in the open and in the shadows, comparing seniority, courting court officials, building reputations, each convinced the crown prince's throne would surely fall into his own hands. In their eyes, the 6th brother, Chu Yun, who had been sent off to the distant northern Liang early on, powerless and without influence, had long since dropped out of the game. Just a border-guarding prince. Nothing to fear. But today, a single battle report ground years of their political maneuvering into worthless dust. First Prince's estate. Chu Xiong was listening to his advisor's report on court connections, plotting his next move in the power struggle. A guard came stumbling in, screaming out the news. The composure on Chu Xiong's face froze instantly. He sat rigid in his chair, eyes wide, and only after a long moment could he manage a dry murmur. 2,000 against 100,000. Burning the royal court, climbing the sacred mountain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everything he had achieved through sheer, grinding effort. Next to Chu Yun, it was as small and insignificant as an ant. Second Prince's estate. Chu Dong was sipping tea and discussing philosophy with his aides, showing off his years of civil administration. The moment the tea touched his lips, he spat it all out with a puff. He shot to his feet, his face twisted in disbelief, shaking his head over and over. How could my 6th brother possibly be this strong? Years of painstaking political achievements. He wiped them all out with a single battle. Third Prince's training grounds. Chu Yan. He was in full combat gear, practicing his swordplay, all to build the reputation of a brave and battle-hardened warrior within the army. When his attendant whispered something in his ear, his long sword clattered to the ground. He stared down at the fallen blade, thunderstruck. For years he'd schemed within the military, courting generals, exhausting every trick he knew, and Chu Yun's single battle rendered it all worthless. The 4th Prince's study. Chu Fei was buried in the Ministry of Revenue's tax accounts. He'd always prided himself on diligence and pragmatism, accumulating imperial favor bit by bit through tedious administrative achievements. As his confidant read the battle report line by line, the hand holding his brush suddenly froze. His face went from white to green, then from green to black. Years of laboring day and night had earned him nothing but a lukewarm acceptable from the emperor. Chu Yun had been in Bailiang mere months, and one battle made him a legend. The 5th Prince's banquet. Chu Chang was working the room, mingling with the sons of noble houses, the whole table praising his social finesse. Then the battle report spread through the banquet, and the flattery cut off mid-sentence. Dead silence filled the hall. The smile froze on Chu Chang's face. The hand holding his wine cup trembled slightly, nearly spilling its contents. He was a master of interpersonal games, but before absolute, undeniable merit, all his calculations shattered like glass. 5 men, scheming and backstabbing in the capital, all fighting over a scrap of political achievement, a sliver of imperial favor, a fraction of military power. And Chu Yun had ridden alone to the northern frontier, achieved a feat for the ages, guarded 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and carved out a name that would echo through eternity. At last they understood, some heights could never be reached by a lifetime of scheming. They could only be attained through true strength, in a single stride. The imperial study. Sunlight fell across the imperial desk, piled high with memorials. Chief Eunuch Gao Fu rushed in. "Your Majesty," an urgent dispatch from the north, 600 li at full speed. A monumental victory. Emperor Qian looked up. "Speak now." The Prince of Qin personally led 2,000 light cavalry across 10,000 miles of grassland, burned the northern barbarian royal court to the ground, ascended to the summit of Langjutsu, and carved a stone to commemorate his triumph. Emperor Qian sat frozen on his dragon throne, his pupils suddenly dilating. 2,000 cavalry? Across the entire steppe? Sealing Langjutsu? Every word sent a tremor through his very soul. "You say that again." His throat bobbed, his voice dry and cracked. "Is this confirmed? Any exaggeration? Any false report?" In his decades on the throne, he'd grown all too familiar with border armies inflating their victories. But this report was absurd, outrageous beyond belief. "Your Majesty, it is absolutely true." Gao Fu bowed and stepped forward. "The northern barbarian royal court is now scorched earth, and the Langjutsu stone stele stands there for all to see. Earlier, the barbarian king had massed his forces for a southern invasion. But the prince neither defended a city nor waited on the back foot. He drove straight to the enemy's heart with just 2,000 isolated troops and wiped out the barbarian's lair in one stroke." Emperor Qian leaned back in his chair, silent for a long, long while. The great Qian had stood for several centuries. The Central Plains had endured dynasty after dynasty for thousands of years. From beginning to end, it had always been the nomads riding south to plunder, crushing the border armies. The northern barbarian cavalry came and went like the wind, and all the great Qian could do was build walls and hold on for dear life, paying tribute year after year, suffering raids year after year. Emperor after emperor had spent their entire lives dreaming of nothing more than simply holding the line. The northern frontier had long known invasion. No one had ever dared to imagine that the armies of the Central Plains could carve their way into the grasslands, raise the royal court to the ground, and stand atop the barbarian's sacred mountain. This was the eternal regret of every emperor who had ever lived, a monumental feat no one had ever been able to achieve. Yet today his son had done it. Pure, unbridled elation surged through him. The Qian emperor shot to his feet, pacing back and forth before his desk with his hands clasped behind his back, unable to keep the corners of his mouth from lifting. "Wonderful. To think I've fathered such an extraordinary son." In his decades on the throne, he had witnessed countless victories, but never had a single moment filled him with joy like this. It was more exhilarating than his coronation, more thrilling than quelling the rebellion of the vassals. A century of buried humiliation on the northern frontier, wiped clean in a single day. He stopped abruptly and turned to Gao Fu, his voice ringing with authority. "Send out my decree. Compile the full record of this campaign. Print it and distribute it to every prefecture in the realm, and proclaim to all my people that my son, Chu Yun, led a lone force of 2,000 deep into the grasslands, burned the barbarian court to ashes, and claimed the sacred mountain, washing away 100 years of shame at our borders." He wanted everyone under heaven to know. Great Qian had a son, and his might shook the northern frontier. Draft another imperial edict, and send it by the fastest riders to Beiyang. Summon Prince Qin back to the capital at once. Such an unparalleled triumph deserves a grand reward, bestowed by my own hand before the entire court. "Yes, Your Majesty." Gao Fu turned to withdraw. Wait! The Qian Emperor suddenly called out, the smile still on his face, his tone light. Go now and tell noble consort Li that I shall dine in her palace at midday. Have wine and dishes prepared, nothing elaborate, whatever pleases her. Gao Fu understood at once. The emperor, overjoyed, wished to share this glory with his beloved consort. He bowed with a smile and withdrew. The vast imperial study was left with the Qian emperor alone. He lifted his gaze to the clear sky beyond the window, his eyes burning. How many years had it been? The enemy strong, themselves weak, soldiers at the border bleeding and dying just to barely hold the walls, never once daring to march north on the offensive. The barbarian threat on the northern frontier had been the greatest torment of half his life. He had never dared to dream of destroying the northern barbarians in his own lifetime. Yet Chu Yun had done it for him. The Qian emperor raised his hand and gazed at his own palm. The hand of an emperor who ruled all under heaven now trembled, ever so slightly. In all his years as emperor, master of a realm spanning 10,000 miles, no day had ever been as glorious as this one. Changel Palace. Li Ziwei sat upright on the couch, gently fingering her jade beads, her expression serene. Her personal maid rushed in, throwing back the curtain. Your Highness, the most joyous news. Prince Qin has achieved an unrivaled feat. 2,000 light cavalry, deep into the grasslands. They burned the royal court and claimed the sacred mountain. The entire Changel Palace fell silent in an instant. Li Ziwei froze for several breaths before slowly coming back to herself. What did you say? Say it again. Is this truly certain? Absolutely certain. The news has spread through the entire capital. It's a genuine feat for the ages. Tears glistened faintly in Li Ziwei's eyes. In the several hundred years since Great Qian's founding, so many renowned generals had shed their blood on the northern frontier. A lifetime spent guarding a border pass. That was the most many could ever achieve. To crush the enemy's royal court and conquer their sacred mountain was the ultimate dream that countless generals chased their entire lives, a feat that even emperors, pouring out the full might of their nations, could never accomplish. But her son had done it. With just 2,000 isolated troops, he had achieved what no one in all of history had ever managed. Li Ziwei's chest rose and fell. The corners of her mouth curved up beyond her control, and her whole face glowed with pride. Every palace maid and eunuch in the hall bowed as one, offering their congratulations in unison. Congratulations, your noble consort. His Highness has shaken the entire world. Your honor and favor are without equal. Li Ziwei raised a hand to soften her smile, her voice light and pleased. Today is a day of great joy. Everyone in the palace shall receive double their monthly allowance, and rewards for all. The crowd knelt to give thanks, and the atmosphere in Changel Palace grew ever more lively. Li Ziwei reclined against her couch, her thoughts racing. Before this, the empress had held the central palace, reigning securely over all the consorts. Li Ziwei had ranked only in the middle, living quietly and content, never daring to stand out. But now, with a single battle, Chu Yun had become a legend, and as his birth mother, she rose right along with him, quietly eclipsing even the highest-ranking consorts. Even if she had no desire to fight for power, the tide itself would carry her to the top. Everyone in the harem understood this perfectly. From now on, she wouldn't need to court anyone's favor. Countless people would come clinging and clamoring to her side. To live safely and with dignity in the harem, she had to hold on to this glory. A eunuch's clear voice rang out from beyond the hall. Your ladyship, a decree from His Majesty. This noon, he shall grace Changel Palace for the midday meal. Li Ziwei's smile deepened. His Majesty's growing affection for her had little to do with her looks. Most of it was because of Chu Yun. Understood, she instructed calmly. Notify the imperial kitchen to select the freshest ingredients and prepare His Majesty's midday meal. Have the hall swept clean and incense lit. There is to be no oversight whatsoever. The palace servants bowed to receive their orders and hurried off in orderly fashion, all radiant with joy. Cunning Palace. A spring breeze poured in, gently swaying the curtains. Yet the woman within felt not the slightest hint of its coolness, only a suffocating knot of rage pressing against her chest. The empress sat upright on her phoenix couch, her face expressionless, though fury had long since churned in the depths of her eyes. When she'd first heard the news, she had been stunned, utterly unwilling to believe it. Then came a bone-deep panic. And finally, wave after wave of anger surged up to the crown of her head, impossible to suppress. She had ruled the harem for decades. Her position was legitimate, her rank the highest of all. She had once been the sole heaven of the harem, unshakable, untouchable. But in just these few short months, everything had changed. Li Ziwei had always been mild and unassuming, forming no factions, taking no sides, never fighting for the emperor's favor. For over a decade she had kept to herself, never posing the slightest threat to the central palace. The empress had never so much as spared her a glance. Yet, of all things, she had given birth to a son who defied the heavens. One Chu Yun had overturned the entire court and utterly rewritten the hierarchy of the harem. This battle today especially, sealing the wolf at Mount Su, a triumph unrivaled through the ages. This achievement had crushed every last son, and it also shattered the confidence of every consort in the palace. The empress clenched her back teeth so hard they ached. She could afford to be gracious, but the currents of the harem had never once allowed her that luxury. By now, everyone in the palace could see which way the wind was blowing. The sixth prince's future was beyond measure, and Li Ziwei, with the Prince of Qin standing behind her, had firmly risen above every other woman in the harem. Half of those who had once crowded around Cunning Palace to curry favor now streamed toward Changle Palace instead. Gifts, morning greetings, flattery, an endless procession. No one bothered to cling to the empty title of the Central Palace anymore. Even though Li Ziwei had never made a single move to win anyone over, the people below rallied to her cause of their own accord, deliberately diminishing the dignity of the Central Palace. What the empress feared most had never been Li Ziwei seizing power outright. It was this silent, crushing weight. Her rival did nothing at all, yet a single son was enough to push her, the legitimate empress, further to the margin step by step. The harem that had once bowed to her alone was now quietly split in two. She lowered her head and thought of her own son, Chu Xiang. He held the name of legitimate firstborn, had spent years building his position, courting court officials, amassing achievements. Yet before this one battle of Chu Yun's, all of it looked laughably small. Why? The word came out dry in her throat. They were both princes, both of royal blood. Why should Li Ziwei, who neither fought nor grasped, get to bask in supreme glory and rise above her? A moment later, the fury drained from her face, and she recovered the poise befitting an empress. Only in the depths of her eyes churned a terrifying ruthlessness. The struggle for the throne at court, the maneuvering within the harem, neither was ever decided by a single battle. The one who laughed last was the true victor. So what if he had triumphed at the northern frontier? Too sharp an edge, merit so great it overshadowed the sovereign. These had always been fatal taboos for royalty. What rises to its peak must decline. What reaches its extreme must reverse. The emperor rejoiced wildly today, but tomorrow he might well begin to feel wary. The more dazzling one shone, the more easily one drew suspicion. Did they really think this little bit of capital was enough to trample down her legitimate claim to the central palace? Dream on. She held the title of empress. She governed the rules of the six palaces. She was not about to bow her head in defeat over a single victory at the border. At last, the empress parted her red lips and spoke, her voice cold. I won't accept defeat so easily. We'll see. Changle Palace, the inner hall of the main chamber. The palace maids and eunuchs had all withdrawn, the doors gently closed, shutting out every whisper and rumor. In the vast inner hall, only Emperor Qian and Li Ziwei remained, seated across from each other. On the table, the midday meal was laid out neatly, steam curling upward. Stripped of the icy authority he wore at court, the emperor's features had softened now, his delight impossible to hide. His mind kept circling back to that earth-shaking victory on the northern frontier. Even now it felt like a dream. 2,000 men, cut off and alone, had wiped out a royal court that had stood for a century and triumphed at the northern frontier. Such a feat. Not only had Great Qin never seen its like in 100 years, but in all the 1,000 years of recorded history, it stood utterly alone. Ziwei, you've given me a fine son. The emperor sighed from the heart. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that, Yun. That my son could carve out such a domain in the northern frontier. You've truly brought honor to me. In the several decades since he'd taken the throne, he had been beset by troubles within and threats without. In all his life, he had never felt as vindicated and proud as he did today. Li Ziwei's lips curved in a smile. She remained graceful and deferential, gently raising her hand. It is all thanks to your majesty's wise guidance. Yunner has merely done his duty as a prince. Even though her son had accomplished feats without equal, she never claimed any credit for herself. The Qian emperor chuckled and waved a hand, a trace of guilt in his eyes. You needn't flatter me. I know the truth. In the past, I was indeed rather cold toward my sixth son. It was something he rarely admitted to anyone. Back when my sons vied for the throne, every one of them was sharp and ambitious. Only Yunner drifted along, carefree, never contending, never showing off, so I neglected him. He paused. But that's all in the past now. He's been named the Prince of Qin, and his military achievements have shaken the world. When he returns to the capital, I will reward him handsomely and make up for all I owed him. Li Ziwei listened quietly, her smile growing warmer and more genuine. As a mother, she sought no power for herself, only that her child be seen and valued. And yet this gesture of atonement from the Qian emperor, though it appeared to be a father's tenderness, was in truth mostly the calculation of a ruler. He had kept his distance before, because Chu Yun had been of no use. Now he was warm and attentive, because Chu Yun had become too strong, too important. He feared that all those years of neglect might have turned this peerless god of war cold toward the imperial family. The Chu Yun of today was no ordinary prince. He was the pillar that held Great Qian together. The court was rotten, the treasury empty, rebel armies rising in every corner, and the foundations of the dynasty teetering on the brink of collapse. Countless noble houses and powerful clans were secretly wondering, had Great Qian's time finally run out? And it was in the midst of this desperate situation that Chu Yun burst onto the scene. A single campaign had secured the northern frontier, steadied the morale of the army and the people, cowed the fence-sitting noble houses, and propped up the failing fortunes of the dynasty. This was the true meaning behind the Qian emperor's insistence on summoning Chu Yun back to the capital and lavishing rewards upon him, to proclaim to all the realm, those who render great service will be richly rewarded and given true authority. In doing so, he would rally the army's spirit and strike fear into the rebels on every side. The Qian emperor took a sip of tea, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Ziwei, I've summoned Yunner back to the capital for more than just rewards. The northern barbarians have been destroyed, but rebel forces are running rampant within our borders, and ordinary government troops lose battle after battle. But Yunner's Qin army is different. His tone was certain. That is an iron force capable of crushing barbarian cavalry head-on. Even the northern barbarians, who ruled the steppes for a century, were no match for them. Those disorganized rabble at home stand even less of a chance. I intend to appoint him Grand General for quelling the realm's rebellions, to lead the Qin army through the pass and sweep away the unrest. He harbored a deeper design still. He would have this battle-hardened iron army march straight across the lands of Great Qian, so that every regional warlord, every noble house, every powerful clan would see with their own eyes. Great Qian still possessed a military might capable of crushing anything. He would force those harboring treacherous ambitions to rein themselves in, so that none would dare betray the house of Chu. Through Chu Yun's hand, he would, iron and blood on the march, crushing every stirring beneath heaven. This was the emperor's deepest calculation of all. Having laid out his strategy, Emperor Qian turned to Li Ziwei, his gaze softening once more. He reached out and took her hand, his palm warm against hers. All these years, I've done you wrong. You've been in this palace for so long, yet you've never once sought a shred of personal gain for your family, the Lis. I know that well. From now on, I'll spend more time with you. If the Li family has talent, if they have needs, you need only speak the word. I'll make exceptions to promote them. This was the emperor's genuine effort to win loyalty. Showering favor on the Li family was, at its core, still a means of binding Chu Yun to him, giving him face, giving him confidence, ensuring he would serve Great Qian with unwavering devotion. Li Ziwei saw through it all as clearly as looking into a mirror. Every favor, every exception, the root of it lay with her son. It was the eternal, world-shaking merit her son had earned that bought this honor today. She laughed quietly to herself. A gift not taken is a gift wasted. For years the Li family had kept to themselves, never scheming or forming factions, clean and upright. Now that the emperor was extending his grace of his own accord, there was no need for her to feign nobility. Her son had made her proud. She could accept this dignity with an easy conscience. She rose and dipped into a slight bow. On behalf of the Li family, I thank your majesty for your boundless grace. Satisfaction flickered in Emperor Qian's eyes, and his mood grew lighter still. The old royal court of the northern barbarians, scorched earth as far as the eye could see. At the center of the ruins, a crude royal tent had been hastily erected. Outside, a bitter wind howled, sweeping up ash and sand. All around lay a dead silence, not a trace remaining of the royal capital's former glory. Inside the tent, the air was so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. Upon a sandalwood royal couch, Yelu Qi reclined against the cushions. After several days of care, the injuries that had made him cough blood had eased somewhat. Yet his entire face was dark as still water, a fierce malice knotting his brow that would not disperse. His eyes, black and fathomless, churned with a bloodthirsty, murderous glint. On the ground before the couch, Yelu Lai knelt on both knees, his back bent low, his head buried against his chest, limbs trembling faintly. His garments were caked with blood and filth, his figure wretched. Every trace of the proud prince he'd once been utterly gone. On either side of the tent, several white-haired elders stood in silence with hands lowered, their faces grim and choked with grief. None dared to be the first to speak. The silence dragged on. At last a hoarse, icy voice forced its way from Yelu Qi's throat. "Help me up." The queen hurried forward and propped him upright. The moment he sat up, the pressure radiating from Yelu Qi surged violently. He fixed his stare on Yelu Lai, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Yelu Lai? Before I marched to war, what did I tell you? I entrusted the entire royal court to you, every last part of it." Each word was cold as ice. "Now look at what you've done. 10,000 defending troops, wiped out to the last man by 2,000 Qin soldiers. The royal court, impregnable as iron, burned to ash by a single fire. Wolf Perch Mountain, our sacred peak of 1,000 years. Chu Yun scaled its summit to offer sacrifice to heaven, then carved a steel into it to shame our entire people. With disgrace this monstrous, how do you expect me to face our tens of thousands of kinsmen?" The final words erupted in a furious roar, so violent that the very air within the tent trembled. Yelu Lai's body convulsed violently, his forehead pressing against the ground. "Your brother deserves death. I was incompetent. I disgraced the glory of our royal bloodline. I beg you to punish me, your majesty." He didn't dare offer a single word of defense. The royal court burned to ashes, the sacred mountain defiled. Each was a capital crime. Any excuse would sound pale and laughable. The elders on both sides stepped forward together, bowing to plead on his behalf. "Calm your anger, your majesty. The prince deserves punishment for his defeat. But the northern tribes are in turmoil now, and royal blood is precious. This is a time when we need every capable man. We cannot cut off our own arm and drain our foundation from within. We beg your majesty to show mercy beyond the law, and let him redeem himself through merit." Every word from the elders was earnest. They understood clearly in their hearts. Yelu Lai's crimes were unforgivable, but the northern tribes today could no longer withstand any internal bloodletting. If they executed another coarse son of the royal family, the crumbling tribes would only splinter and collapse. Yelu Qi closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. He hated his brother's incompetence for ruining the nation, and he hated Chu Yun's ruthless, overbearing cruelty. Several breaths later, he slowly opened his eyes. The killing intent subsided, leaving only cold indifference. "If you were not my own brother, if the elders had not pleaded for you, today I would have cleaved you in two, as an offering to the tribesmen who died in battle." Cold sweat had long soaked through the back of Yelu Lai's robes. "Look at that cowering face of yours. It makes my blood boil just looking at you. What are you still kneeling for?" Get up and get out of my sight. Yes, at once, your majesty. Yalu Lai scrambled up on hands and feet, then stood with his head bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly. Yalu Chi turned to the elders, his gaze icy. You've all seen it clearly. What our northern tribes suffered today is a humiliation unmatched in 1,000 years. The royal city burned, the sacred mountain trampled. This is a blood feud we can never live under the same sky with our enemy. Chu Yun destroyed my legacy and disgraced my people. I will have my revenge. A white-haired elder stepped forward half a pace, his tone helpless. Your Majesty, revenge must of course be taken. But the current situation leaves no room for rash action. The Qin prince's combat power is monstrously overwhelming, and no one among the Qin army under his command can stand against him. Our northern tribes have suffered catastrophic losses. In the short term, we simply cannot muster enough troops to march south. Another elder quickly added, to crush the Qin army head-on, we'd need at least 300,000 or 400,000 elite soldiers. Given our current state, even years of recovery might not be enough to gather them. We cannot win a direct war. Brutal, but true. Yalu Chi nodded in silence. He understood better than anyone that today's northern tribes had no means to confront the enemy head-on. But how could he suppress the towering hatred in his chest? He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. If we can't fight head-on, then we change tactics. Send the shadow guards, the death warriors. Whatever dirty, poisonous tricks it takes. All I want is Chu Yun's life. The oldest elder in the tent shook his head slightly, his eyes deep and knowing. Your Majesty, assassination is too difficult. Chu Yun's own combat power reaches the heavens. No ordinary assassin could ever get close to him. If we can't defeat him in open battle, then a sneak assassination has almost no chance of success. Then he changed his tone. A flicker of venomous malice crossed his eyes. This old servant has a better plan. Don't strike at his body. Destroy his name first. Don't kill the man. Sever his roots first. We can bring Chu Yun to ruin and disgrace, brand him a traitor, and see him die beneath the emperor's own blade. Yalu Chi's gaze sharpened. Go on. Chu Yun has become a legend in a single battle. His merits eclipse all others. His fame now overshadows the emperor himself. The elder spoke slowly. Since ancient times, those whose achievements outshine their sovereign have never met a good end. This is his greatest strength and his fatal weakness. We cannot beat him head-on, so we sow discord. We spread rumors in secret, manufacture illusions, and drive a wedge into the father-son, ruler-subject bond between Chu Yun and Emperor Qian. The moment suspicion takes root in the emperor's heart, we won't need to lift a finger. The emperor will eliminate Chu Yun for us. Those words instantly jolted everyone awake. Throughout the tent, the eyes of the barbarian leaders lit up one by one. In this desperate corner, this was the safest and deadliest poison of all. Yet Yalu Chi shook his head slightly. A brilliant plan, but extraordinarily difficult to pull off. According to our spies in the capital, Emperor Qian holds Chu Yun in the highest regard right now. He's granted him full military and political authority, breaking every precedent, and clearly intends to groom him as heir. Father and son are in harmony, and imperial favor runs deep. Turning them against each other will be no easy task. The elder let out a cold laugh and spoke with absolute conviction. My king, in an imperial family, there is no such thing as father and son. Among common folk, blood ties come first. But beneath the crown, there is only power and position, never kinship. There is but one seat as heir and only one throne. Now Chu Yun's merits outshine his sovereign. Military power rests in his hands. An iron army answers to his command. Such overwhelming power would breed a sense of danger in any emperor alive. For now, Emperor Qian is drunk on victory, and it masks his suspicion. But so long as we keep amplifying the rumors, day after day, layer upon layer, that suspicion is bound to take root and grow. A single sliver of doubt can be magnified into murderous intent. Where there's a will, there's a way. There is no father and son whose bond can never be broken. We will deploy every hidden agent and inside contact in the capital, link up with the rival prince factions and noble houses that resent Chu Yun, stir the pot from every angle, and drive the wedge deeper and deeper. until we force Emperor Qian to bring the blade down on him." Every word was vicious and precise, striking at the very heart of imperial power struggles. Yalu Qi fell silent for a long while, murderous intent and calculation intertwining in his eyes. "Good. We'll follow your plan and shift to a campaign of division. Deploy every hidden agent in the capital, turn son against father, drive ruler and subject apart. I want to watch Chu Yun's name reduced to ashes, abandoned and betrayed by all." Outside the city of Bailiang, at the main Qin army encampment, the tents stretched on, ordered like pieces on a chessboard. Wind swept across the training grounds, and the black war banners bearing the character Qin snapped and cracked in the air. Tens of thousands of soldiers drilled, armor plates clashing, marching feet shaking the earth, a wave of killing intent radiating from them. Ever since their triumphant return, having sealed victory at Langjuxu and razed the royal court to the ground, the morale of the entire Qin army had reached an unprecedented peak. In every soldier's eyes burned, carrying an air of arrogance and unshakable conviction in victory. In the central command tent, I stood in plain clothes, hands clasped behind my back, before the sand table. "Xiang Bin." "Present, General." He instantly clasped his fists in salute. My voice was low and measured as I laid out the deployment, step by step. The newly arrived armaments. Distribute every last piece. 100,000 sets of Mingguang armor, issued in order. Main elite forces first, then the border garrisons, then the heavy infantry. Scrap every last piece of that old leather armor. 10,000 Fergana war horses. Prioritize the iron cavalry, the vanguard assault corps, and the light scout riders. Replace every old and weakened warhorse. Form a 10,000-strong elite cavalry to serve as the core striking force of the entire army. Ordinary warhorses tire easily on long-range raids. Fergana horses endure the cold, endure battle, and cover 1,000 li in a day. With these 10,000 divine steeds, the Qin army's mobility would flat-out crush every tribal cavalry on the steppe. 20,000 Qin crossbows. Distribute them to each battalion, with unified training and unified tactics. Form a dedicated long-range crossbow formation and designate it as an independent combat unit. When the two armies face off, the crossbow ranks lay down suppressing fire first, shatter the enemy's formation, wreck their cavalry lines. Qin crossbows pierce armor with brutal force and outrange any bow. They're the perfect weapon to break a cavalry charge. 10,000 fine steel horse lances. Assign them all to the heavy cavalry and the vanguard death corps. From now on, in every clash on the steppe, every man carries a lance. No more bent spears, no more failing to punch through armor. For orders, covering infantry, cavalry, ranged combat, and close combat, precisely patching every weakness in the army. Once I finished, I stepped forward and gazed north, beyond the tent, a cold, murderous glint flashing in my eyes. This campaign had burned the royal court and scaled the sacred mountain, but it hadn't rooted out the threat. The steppe was vast, its tribes countless. Yalu Qi would never let this go. The northern barbarians had to be beaten into submission completely. Beaten until they feared us. Beaten until they were finished. Once the re-equipping is done, the entire army trains harder, break in the new armor, the new horses, and the new weapon tactics. While our morale runs high and the barbarians are still shaken to the bone, we ready the army for war and stand prepared to launch a second northern campaign at any moment. My voice was cold and heavy. This time, I will conquer the northern steppe outright, scatter every tribe, break every faction, so that for 100 years, the northern barbarians will never again have the means to rise up and rebel. Xiang Bin's blood surged through his veins. He understood. His Highness was never the kind of man to stop after a single battle. Raising the royal court was to establish dominance. Re-equipping the army was to gather strength. With top-tier armaments like these in hand, paired with a battle-hardened iron army, the northern barbarians didn't stand a chance. He clasped his fists hard. "By your command, General, within 1 week, the entire army's re-equipping will be complete. I await your orders at any moment for a second northern campaign to conquer the great steppe once and for all."